Chapter 168. Song Ke roared angrily and stood up again. He used his palm as a saber and chopped at Xiao Chen's neck, creating a strong wind. Pa! Ao Jiao sent out another backhand slap, landing on Song Ke's left cheek. This slap not only caused his cheek to swell up, but it also caused his essence to disappear without a trace. Little bastard! Let go of this old man. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Song Ke roared in pain. He exerted all his strength with his right leg, trying to struggle free from Ao Jiao's right hand. However, Ao Jiao's thumb was pinching a very strange place on his ankle. It prevented his surging essence from reaching the meridians on his thigh. Ao Jiao snorted coldly. You still dare to be stubborn? You are courting death. Pa, 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 pa. Xiao Chen's right hand slapped Song Ke's face repeatedly. Song Ke's head swayed left and right like a rattle drum. His face was swollen like a balloon. He looked very pitiful. Instantly, everyone at the foot of the mountain was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in disbelief. Only the sound of the slaps reverberated continuously at the foot of the mountain. Puchi! Song Ke finally could not endure it any longer. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of disgust. She flipped her hand and pushed, lifting Song Ke's body up, avoiding the blood. Bang! There was a loud sound. Ao Jiao carried Song Ke like he was a piece of wood and slammed him to the ground. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao was having fun. She carried Song Ke and slammed him to the left, then to the right. Her speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, she had slammed him countless times. This was a dignified martial king. Why were they being toyed with like toys? Everyone felt that this was absurd, that it was unreal. However, there were a few people who were more observant. They discovered that it was not that Song Ke was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiao Chen had become too strong. He was like a different person from before. His strength was unfathomable. Is it because of that saber? Someone finally thought of the crux of the problem and asked uncertainly. It is very possible. There might be a powerful character sealed in that saber. She used listening to the sword and communicating with it. The clear-headed Xiao Chen saw all this and was incomparably astonished. Although Xiao Chen knew that Ao Jiao was strong, he had not expected the Thunder Emperor's item spirit to be this strong. Ao Jiao treated a peak martial king as child's play. She was already this strong. How strong was the Thunder Emperor back then? What kind of shocking battle did he encounter for him to be forced into a dead end? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, Song Ke's body suddenly released an intense light. Suddenly, it turned into a saber giving off a bright light and left Ao Jiao's hand with a zhang sound. This is a technique that only a martial king can grasp. It combines with the martial spirit. He actually dared to reveal his martial spirit. Xiao Chen looked at the radiant saber and felt somewhat surprised. Everyone knew that the martial spirit was the most important support for a cultivator. If the martial spirit was destroyed, the cultivator's cultivation would be crippled and they would become a true cripple. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would reveal their martial spirit. Presumably, Song Ke was also forced into a corner. However, Song Ke's martial spirit seemed to be rather ordinary. It was just a mediocre long saber. The saber turned into a beam of light and quickly flew into the sky. Then, with a hong sound, it turned back into Song Ke's appearance. The thick saber in Song Ke's hand had already disappeared. In its place was a dazzling saber. This saber was Song Ke's martial spirit. After Song Ke used his martial spirit, his aura was much stronger than before. The pressure he gave off increased greatly. There was actually a trace of the aura of a martial monarch. Mount Tai suppression. Boundless rage flashed on Song Ke's swollen face. He stared at Xiao Chen on the ground and shouted loudly. A majestic mountain appeared behind Song Quebec. There were many trees on the mountain and countless flowers and plants. It was overflowing with greenery. When one looked at it, they could even see some birds and beasts standing on the mountain. This mysterious phenomenon can actually materialize living creatures. Xiao Chun looked at the rapidly descending mountain and said in astonishment. He did not know how Ao Jiao was going to break it. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all felt a huge pressure. It was like the mountain was right above their heads. They immediately scattered in all directions. Ao Jiao's expression did not change. Instead, she revealed a faint smile. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber that was stabbed into the ground. Rumble! The instant the saber hilt landed in Ao Jiao's hand, the sky turned dark. Countless dark clouds churned and covered the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts appeared. They tore through the dark sky like 10,000 horses galloping. They were boundlessly majestic, illuminating the dark space in an incomparably resplendent manner. The electricity gathered on Ao Jiao's body and instantly disappeared. The surroundings turned dark once again. All this happened in an instant. The surrounding people all felt that it was unreal. Drawing the saber. Just as everyone was doubting whether the scene of the sky tearing apart was real or not, the lunar shadow saber suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. It was the gathering of thousands of lightning bolts. It was extremely resplendent. The light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It felt like their eyes were being pricked by needles. Bang! The instant Mount Tai pressed down, the lunar shadow saber struck the base of the tall mountain. There was an intense explosion, and the majestic mountain shattered into countless pieces. The mysterious phenomenon was broken. Logically speaking, Song Ke should have suffered a huge backlash at this moment. However, although his face became a little paler, he did not suffer any serious internal injuries. Jadeite Mountain Range. The shattered mountain rocks suddenly condensed in the middle of the sky, forming an endless chain of mountain peaks. As far as the eye could see, there were mountain ranges stacked on top of each other. The peaks were majestic, and the mountains and plains were like a painting. It was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers, a group of jadeite mountains. Ao Jiao revealed a faint smile on her face. Like before, there were no major changes. Regardless of whether Mount Tai pressed down or the jadeite mountain range, I will remain unmoved, smiling at the wind and clouds. Who? Just as the mountain range was about to completely form, Ao Jiao tossed the lunar shadow saber into the air. With a schwa sound, the lunar shadow saber turned into a huge thunder rock. Is this the rank 6 demonic core of the lunar shadow saber? Xiao Chun asked uncertainly as he looked at the thunder rock in the air. This was because the aura of this thunder rock was far more horrifying than a rank 6 demonic beast. After a while, Xiao Chun said in astonishment, "Could it be that this is the Thunder King's martial spirit?" The thunder rock spread its wings and gave off a deafening cry. Its claws flickered with a boundless electric light as it slashed through the air. The electric light flickered and a pitch-black space appeared. The thunder rock actually tore this space apart. The pitch-black space slowly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the endless chain of mountains was swallowed up by the darkness. Song Ke was astonished. He swung his saber in the air and shouted, 10,000 years, heaven and earth exist forever. Only I am immortal, beautiful mountains and rivers. Ao Jiao revealed an impatient expression and said coldly, "Are you done yet?" There was a flash of white light and she appeared in the middle of the college entrance examination. The thunder rock turned back into the lunar shadow saber and flew back into her hands. Before Song Ke's beautiful mountains and rivers could form, she used the saber to cut a long wound on Song Ke's chest. The electric light on the wound leaped around. Song Ke's martial technique was interrupted and he suffered even more injuries. He vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Bang! Ao Jiao's figure was like a ghost as she appeared behind Song Quebec. She sent out a kick and sent Song Ke flying into the air. Then, just as he was about to land, she appeared again and sent him flying again. This repeated over and over again. Every time she sent out a kick, Song Ke would vomit a mouthful of blood. After a long time, Ao Jiao finally stopped. Song Ke's body finally landed heavily on the ground like a rubber ball. There was a loud bang and dust was kicked up. Song K's body bounced on the ground a few times before he stopped struggling. Only at this moment did Song K realize that he was not a match for Ao Jiao. The enemy he faced was most likely a peak martial monarch. The other party did not care about him at all. His Mount Tai suppression, jadeite mountains, and beautiful mountains and rivers were all child's play in her eyes. She was just toying with him. When Song K saw Ao Jiao slowly walking over, he started to feel fear in his heart. An aura of death appeared in his heart. He moved his body and retreated continuously. He said loudly, "Don't kill me. I will never dare to have any designs on Qingyun Peak again." A peak master actually begged Shao Chun for mercy. The many heavenly saber peak inner disciples in the distance were all astonished. They all looked down on Song K in their hearts. He was too spineless. There were a few disciples wearing Biyun Peak's uniform in the crowd. When they saw this scene, they all blushed. If their peak master was so spineless, they would not be able to face others in the future. Ding ding dang dang. Suddenly, there was the melodious sound of a zither coming from the sky. All sorts of musical instruments mixed together, giving off a heavenly sound. It made everyone feel at ease for some reason. When they looked up, they saw a crystalline jade ship surrounded by clouds. The music did not stop, coming from afar. In an instant, it flew from the horizon to the eyes of the crowd. An exquisite girl flew from the bow of the ship, passing through the clouds. She was like a fairy as she slowly descended from the sky. When Song K saw this person, he revealed an expression of joy. He said loudly, "Marshal Ant Shin, quickly come and save me. This person has offended his superiors, deceived his master, and attacked the Biyun Peak's peak master. He has already committed a great crime." Shameless. When everyone heard this, these words instantly appeared in their hearts. A dignified peak master, a peak martial king, was actually reduced to using sect rules to suppress the younger generation. In the 10,000 years of history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there had never been such a shameless peak master. He had completely lost the face of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the fairy-like girl in the sky saw this scene, she could not help but frown slightly. Earlier, after she forced Chu Xinyun to tell her why she was injured, she immediately rushed over. Chapter 169. She understood Song K's temper very well. She originally thought that she had rushed over to stop Song K from making things difficult for Qingyun Peak. She did not expect the situation to be like this. It was the complete opposite of what she expected. After Ao Jiao raised her head and glanced at this person, she did not look at him a second time. She knew that she no longer had the opportunity to kill Song Quebec. She turned around and walked towards Lu Ruye, who was lying on the ground. Lu Ruye used listening to the sword and communicating with it with her severely injured body. She was currently very weak. If she did not receive proper treatment, she might even lose some of her cultivation. Ao Jiao controlled Shao Chen's body and walked over to Lu Ruye. Under Lu Suifeng's flabbergasted gaze, she carried Lu Ruye from his embrace. Lu Ruye was currently extremely weak. Even if she wanted to resist, she did not have the strength to struggle free from Ao Jiao's hands. She could not help but look at Shao Chun with doubt in her eyes. Lu Ruye instinctively felt that something was wrong with the current Shao Chun. He asked doubtfully, "Yi Chun, what are you doing?" At the same time, Shao Chun had a bad premonition. At the same time, he asked, "Ao Jiao, what are you trying to do?" See, Ao Jiao ignored the voices of the two. She pressed her lips against Lu Ruye's. A golden light blossomed between his lips and slowly flowed into Lu Ruye's mouth. This was the purest essence of heaven and earth. It contained boundless life force and many other benefits. "Damn it! Ao Jiao, are you trying to kill me?" "No, I am trying to save someone." "How dare you say that? But why are you sticking your tongue out? Bastard! This, I have never kissed before, so I could not help but give it a try." "Shut up. You are still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage." Lu Ruye stared at Shao Chun with wide eyes. Her gaze was filled with astonishment. Shao Chun met her gaze and saw her expression clearly. He could see her expression clearly, but he couldn't move his body, so he couldn't feel anything. Pop! Ao Jiao controlled Xiao Chen's body and left Lu Rui's lips. The sound was not loud, but it was very quiet at the foot of the mountain. However, this was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples. All of a sudden, these people's hearts were shattered. Everyone knew that there were 3 goddesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The young pavilion master, Lang Liusu, Jade Maiden Peaks Chu Xinyun, and Qingyun Peaks Lu Ruyue. Although Lu Ruyue did not have as many pursuers as the previous 2, this was only because her temper was too fiery. However, no one dared to deny Lu Ruyue's beauty. Her temperament was filled with a mature charm. Her charm was not something that inexperienced girls like Lang Liusu or Chu Xinyun could compare to. In every man's heart, there was a dream of a domineering elder sister. This should be Lu Ruyue's first kiss. Aside from the initial shock, everyone looked at Xiao Chun with different gazes. They were filled with undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. With a loud bang, their hearts were completely shattered. Ao Jiao revealed an expression of enjoyment. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as wretched as it could be. It's over. In the future, there will only be 2 goddesses in our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Indeed, this brat is too dishonest. It's fine if you kissed her, but why did you have to show such a wretched expression? I hate it. If only it were me. This is senior sister Lu Ruyue's first kiss. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The way they looked at Xiao Chen turned from envious, jealous, and hateful expressions into murderous gazes. However, the crowd did not know that Xiao Chen was suffering in silence. He had already started cursing. If he felt anything, it would be fine. However, he did not feel anything at all. His first kiss was gone just like that. He had become the scapegoat for Ao Jiao. Trashy master, remember to comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it as soon as possible. That way, I will be able to come out and play occasionally. Also, remember to refine the broken sword in the universe ring as soon as possible. Ao Jiao's cheerful voice sounded somewhat fatigued. After she spoke, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. He regained control of his body. He recovered his wits and quickly let go of Lu Ruyue. When he saw her blood-stained face, he said anxiously, "Elder sister Ruyue, Lu Ruyue smiled faintly. Her pretty face was like a flower. Even though her face was covered in blood, it could not hide her charm. Don't be silly. I know it was not you." After Lu Ruyue spoke, she closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged. She started to slowly absorb the essence of heaven and earth into her body. The essence of heaven and earth that Ao Jiao gave Lu Ruyue this time was even more than what she gave by previously. She would need at least half a month to completely absorb it. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise for Ao Jiao. Not only would her cultivation not drop, it would even improve after half a month. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyue's long eyelashes, he discovered that her eyelashes could not help but tremble slightly. It looks like elder sister Ruyue is not as calm as she said. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a disaster. How should he face this in the future? Pu Ci. Song Ke, who was not far away, asked the mysterious girl for a medicinal pill. The pained expression on his face finally eased up a little. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the horrifying aura on Xiao Chen's body had completely disappeared. It was obvious that the state he was in earlier had disappeared. When Song Ke thought of the humiliation he suffered today, he felt very sullen. When he saw that Xiao Chun was not paying attention to him, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen's body bounced up in the air and he picked up the saber on the ground. There was a flash of white light, and Song Ke had already arrived behind Xiao Chun. He raised the saber in his hand and swung it down ruthlessly at Xiao Chen's back. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were astonished. This Song Ke was simply too shameless. He actually used a sneak attack on a junior. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. My life is over. From the moment Song Ke grasped his saber, he felt a sharp killing chi. However, without Ao Jiao possessing his body, even if he felt the killing chi, his body would not be able to react in time to a peak martial king. The most important thing was that he was attacked from behind. If he wanted to counterattack, he would not even have the chance to turn around. Scram! Just at this moment, a shout came from the summit of Qingyun Mountain. It was the word scram. It was like it traveled through time and space and pierced through space. It carried a boundless force as it smashed into Song Kei's body. The crowd seemed to clearly see the word scram imprinted on Song Kei's body. A small world appeared in the sky. Song Kei's body suddenly curled up and rolled back like a rubber ball. Boom! 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 After rolling for an unknown distance, Song Kei's figure completely disappeared from the foot of Qingyun Peak. After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his back. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Who is Yi Chun? Suddenly, four martial kings wearing the law enforcement hall's uniform descended from the sky. After they landed, they immediately asked loudly. It turned out that when Song Qianhe saw that his father was in danger, he had sent people to inform the law enforcement hall. Seeing that the law enforcement hall's people had arrived, Song Qianhe, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, quickly jumped out. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said loudly, "He is the one who has no respect for his elders. First, he insulted my father. Then, he borrowed a secret treasure and tried to kill the Biyun Peak's peakmaster. He has committed great crimes. I beseech the law enforcement hall's elders to kill this person on the spot. The law enforcement hall knows what they are doing. It is not up to you to interfere." One of the people looked at Song Qianhe with disgust. Another person took a step forward and said to Xiao Chun, "Come with us. We will investigate this matter before you leave." When Lu Ruyue, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, heard the law enforcement hall's voice, she quickly got up and interrupted her recuperation. She said, "Wait a moment. I will personally make a trip to the law enforcement hall 3 days from now. Would everyone please take your leave for now?" Lu Ruyue was very clear on what kind of place the law enforcement hall was. They would handle ordinary matters impartially. However, if it involved the upper echelons of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, after Xiao Chen entered, he would not have a chance to come out. Who knows what will happen in 3 days? If you want to explain yourself, then come with us now. That person did not accept Lu Ruyue's suggestion and said in an unyielding manner, Lu Ruyue was injured. Naturally, she could not follow them now. Xiao Chun took the initiative and said, "Don't make things difficult for my master. I will go with you." Boom! Just at this moment, a rectangular wooden box landed in front of the 4 law enforcement hall martial kings. The wooden box was facing the 4 law enforcement hall martial kings. The wooden box looked very ordinary. One could not see anything different about it with the naked eye. However, there were 4 bold and tyrannical words written on it, like an emperor had arrived personally. When the 4 law enforcement hall martial kings saw the words on the wooden box, their expressions changed greatly. They raised their heads and bowed respectfully to the summit of Qingyun Peak. Then, they left the place as though they were fleeing. It was like an invisible hand had descended from the sky and grabbed the wooden shavings. With a schwa sound, the hand withdrew, as though nothing had happened. That wooden box looked familiar. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to think about it. He turned around and pushed Lu Ruyue down again. He said, "Continue recuperating. You wasted all the time you spent recuperating." Lu Ruyue nodded gently. She had a complicated gaze as she looked at the towering summit of Qingyun Peak. She sighed to herself and sat down cross-legged again. The mysterious fairy-like girl had a gentle smile on her face. She slowly walked to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. I have made this trip for nothing. If you have time in the future, I hope that little brother Yi can make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After she spoke, the girl took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Lu Suifeng. She instructed him to hand it to Lu Ruyue. Lu Suifeng's pig-like face revealed an excited expression. However, what happened next caused the excitement in his heart to instantly vanish. The girl handed a name card to Xiao Chun and said, "If you have time, please make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." Under the envious gazes of all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, Xiao Chun received the name card. The aura of this girl was extraordinary. With one glance, it was as though he had fallen into a deep abyss, unable to extricate himself. He could not help but feel it was strange. How could there be such a beautiful girl in Jade Maiden Peak? She is even more outstanding than Chu Xinyun. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's invitation. If I have time in the future, I will definitely make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak." After Xiao Chun spoke, the surrounding people all revealed strange expressions. They could not help but think in their hearts, "This brat is too shameless. He is even more shameless than that old man Song K." Chapter 170. When the girl heard this, she was stunned at first. Then, she laughed out loud. She was like a fairy, captivating everyone and causing them to raise their eyebrows. "Remember to come. I will take my leave first." After the girl spoke, she floated up and returned to the jade ship. The celestial music rang out again. The fairy rode on the misty jade ship and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing everyone's gaze, Xiao Chun felt like he said something wrong. However, he could not figure out what went wrong. He could not help but look at Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng moved closer to Xiao Chen's ear and said in a low voice, "That was our ancestral martial ant earlier. She is more than 200 years old. In the heavenly saber pavilion, she is like an immortal." Even though Xiao Chen's skin was thicker than the city walls, he could not help but blush at this moment. He actually called a 200-year-old ancestral martial ant Lu Suifeng elder sister. This joke was too big. Lu Suifeng continued, "Ancestral martial ant actually personally handed me the medicinal pill. She thinks too highly of me. In the future, when I chase after Miss Xinyun, I will be able to get twice the results with half the effort." However, when he saw Xiao Chun casually place the name card in his bosom, the pride in his heart instantly vanished. He could only sigh, "Comparisons are odious." Since the surrounding disciples had nothing to see, they all left. After this battle, Yi Chen's name would definitely spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Not only did he defeat the Martial King of Biyun Peak, he even received a personal invitation from the Jade Maiden Peak's ancestral martial ant. In the past few hundred years, no one had been as glorious as Xiao Chun. After everyone left, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng stayed behind to take care of Lu Ruyue, who was in the midst of recuperating. The sun completely disappeared into the horizon. Night finally descended. Lu Ruyue's injuries were clearly very severe, aside from her internal injuries. Aside from internal injuries, there were even more horrifying external injuries. Her body was covered in saber wounds of varying depths. It looked very horrifying. This time, Lu Ruyue would not be able to recover completely without at least half a month. Furthermore, with so many scars on her body, it would be very unsightly. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of the medicinal pills in the Compendium of Cultivation. There was a beauty-nourishing pill for women. After consuming it, removing scars was just an additional function. The most important thing was to make the woman's skin look like water, whiter and smoother. Furthermore, the effects could last for 40 years. However, he needed too many herbs. It would be very troublesome to find them. Xiao Chun recalled Lu Suifeng mentioning that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a great medicinal herb store. So, he asked, "Suifeng, where is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's medicinal herbs?" Lu Suifeng replied, "It's on Jade Maiden Peak. There is a very large medicinal field there. Almost all the medicinal herbs in the world are grown there. Why are you asking about this?" When Xiao Chun heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He quickly asked, "How can I buy them? Spirit stones?" "Spiritual. Lu. Xiao Lu, he. Spiritual. Lu. He was he." Lu Suifeng quickly replied. These were the most basic things in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he stayed here for a while longer, he would know. "Merit points?" Xiao Chun said. "What is it? I've been here for so long. How come I've never heard of it?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently and said, "You have always been training in the dueling grounds and have never gone out. How could you possibly know? There is a hall in the heaven viewing platform that gives out missions. After inner disciples complete their missions there, they can receive their contribution points. These merit points can be exchanged for spirit stones, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs of different ages, battle armors, soul weapons, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques. Almost anything related to cultivation can be exchanged. After you find enough contribution points, you can go to Jade Maiden Peak to exchange for the herbs you need. However, I see that Ancestral Martial Ant thinks very highly of you. Maybe you can do her a favor. The two of them stopped talking. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It looks like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is not as simple as I thought. There is already a complete internal system. However, this is normal. This is a sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years. If they do not even have a complete system, it would be strange. In the middle of the night, Lu Suifeng started to feel sleepy. Xiao Chun saw that there was no danger at the foot of the mountain, so he let Lu Suifeng go to sleep. He stood guard here alone. A cool breeze blew gently as Xiao Chun sat beside Lu Ruyue. He had nothing to do as he looked at the night sky filled with stars. Using the weak starlight, Xiao Chun took out the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Chun gave him and slowly flipped through it. The weak starlight could not obstruct Xiao Chen's vision. After he advanced to Martial Grand Master, he discovered that his six senses were much stronger than before. Although he could not see through the night like it was day, it was still easy for him to read the words in the book when he was awake. The flowing cloud scripture was derived from a remnant of an ancient martial scripture. The so-called martial scripture was very different from martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Could not be used directly in battle. It was not like martial techniques which could manifest a cultivator's cultivation in their moves. It was also not like cultivation techniques which could help a cultivator absorb spiritual energy to increase their cultivation. The martial scripture was similar to the nourishing life scriptures from his previous life. It was mainly used to regulate the essence in a cultivator's body. To put it more bluntly, it was to prevent the cultivator's essence from becoming chaotic and enter a state of berserking chi after cultivation. The martial scripture was not very useful for cultivators below Martial King. This was because the essence in the body would not cause a situation like berserking chi. However, to Xiao Chun it was very beneficial. He used the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula to simulate more and more martial techniques. The effects were not that great yet. In the future, if he could not harmonize them with the martial techniques that he had learned, it would be a huge problem. If Xiao Chun prepared for a rainy day now, he would not have to worry about this problem in the future. After an unknown period of time, just as Xiao Chun was struggling to keep his eyes open, Lu Ruyue suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Xiao Chun instantly reacted. He said joyfully, "Elder Sister Ruyue, your internal injuries should be more or less healed by now, right?" Lu Ruyue smiled faintly. "Come with me to a place." Xiao Chun nodded gently and followed behind Lu Ruyue, heading to the top of the mountain. Lu Ruyue led Xiao Chun through many winding paths, secret routes that Xiao Chun did not know about. Finally, they stopped in front of a cave. Xiao Chun followed Lu Ruyue into the cave. Not long after, he heard the sound of bubbling water. Warm, humid air wafted over. There should be a hot spring here, Xiao Chun guessed in his heart. However, he could not understand why Lu Ruyue brought him here. Indeed, after walking for a while, a hot spring with steam rising from it appeared in front of the two of them. The steam permeated the surface of the water. There were bubbles coming out from time to time. "Turn around," Lu Ruyue said softly. Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red. He guessed something. Lu Ruyue took off her clothes, piece by piece. Then, there was a loud splash as she fell into the hot spring. Lu Ruyue found a comfortable place to lie down. She said to Xiao Chun, "You can turn around now." Xiao Chun did not know what Lu Ruyue was thinking. He could not figure it out. After hesitating for a while, he slowly turned around. After a while, he saw a scene of blood spurting out. He felt his blood surging. Amidst the mist, the blood on Lu Ruyue's body had already faded away. Her voluptuous figure was faintly discernible in the water. It was incomparably tempting. It gave one the urge to commit a crime and immediately pounce over. "Come down. Accompany me for a chat." Lu Ruyue's voice sounded very lonely. It gave one a desolate feeling when they heard it. This immediately extinguished the burning flame in Xiao Chen's heart. With a piu-tong sound, Xiao Chun jumped down and created a large splash. Then, he slowly sat down opposite Lu Ruyue. When Lu Ruyue saw the situation, she burst out laughing. "Do you not take off your clothes when soaking in the hot spring?" Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. "I would like to take them off. However, how would I dare to do so in front of you?" He could only smile and say something that he did not mean. "It's fine. I am used to soaking in the hot spring like this. If I take off my clothes, I will feel uncomfortable." After laughing, Lu Ruyue seemed to be in a much better mood. She explained, "This hot spring is not an ordinary hot spring. It originates from a medicinal spring in Jade Maiden Peak. By soaking in it, you can quickly treat your external injuries. When I was young, I liked to soak in the hot spring. At that time, there was not much water in the hot spring. I rarely came here. However, I was very happy every time." Lu Ruyue revealed an extremely warm smile on her face. It was like she was recalling a very happy past. However, after a while, she turned desolate. "However, after Qingyun Peak declined, I came here more and more often. At that time, I would fight with people every day. When Suifeng, Xiaoyang, and the others were young, they were often bullied. Every time, I would rush over immediately. No matter who bullied them, I would make them pay 10-fold or 100-fold. No matter how injured I was, I would make them pay. Since I was young, those people never gave up on the idea of swallowing Qingyun Peak. They used threats and temptations. They used all sorts of despicable methods. I endured until today. I would fight almost every once in a while. I forced myself to become stronger, walking step by step to where I am today." Lu Ruyue was like a chatterbox. She spoke a lot in a short while. Aside from the grievances she suffered when she was young, she talked more about the glory of Qingyun Peak in the past. At that time, she was still young. Qingyun Peak was the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The dueling grounds were packed with people every day. The foot of the mountain was crowded with people every day. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. After that, she personally witnessed the tragic change in Qingyun Peak. Those people who tried to curry favor with Qingyun Peak all turned around and trampled on them. Such a huge change dealt a great blow to her young heart. Xiao Chun felt sorrowful in his heart. He felt that they were in the same boat. When he was young, he had fallen from the peak to the bottom as well. He had suffered the cold gazes and humiliation of everyone. However, that Xiao Chun chose to sink into depravity. From then on, he was unable to recover. If it were not for Xiao Chen's arrival, he might have been mediocre for the rest of his life. However, Lu Ruyue chose to shoulder all of this alone. She turned into a rose with thorns. Her character was as sharp as a sword. She was ruthless to her enemies and even more ruthless to herself. Chapter 171. She hid her weak side under her saber, not letting anyone see it. After suppressing it for a long time, she poured out all the grievances and sufferings she had suffered in one breath. In the end, the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes turned moist. After a while, her tears turned into a smile. "Thank you for chatting with me for so long. Go back first, let me be alone for a while." Everyone needed to vent, especially those women who looked like strong women. If they kept the loneliness in their hearts, they would definitely suffer from it for a long time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and slowly got up. He had already tossed aside the desires in his heart. Since he had completed his mission, there was no need to stay here any longer. Xiao Chun took out a set of clean clothes from the universe ring and placed them at the side of the hot spring. Then, he jumped out and headed for the entrance of the cave. Xiao Chun knew that when he walked out of the cave and saw Lu Ruyue again, she would turn back into that thorny rose. She would only reveal her saber-like appearance. She would no longer have the appearance of a little girl. Seeing Xiao Chun leave, Lu Ruyue felt slightly disappointed in her heart. After a while, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Then, she sank her entire body into the water. The misty hot spring made one feel warm. However, one's heart slowly cooled down. There were some things that were impossible. One should not think about them. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun held the name card in his hand and thought about it carefully. In the end, he decided to make a trip to Jade Maiden Peak. Although the medicinal spring could speed up the healing of Lu Ryue's wounds, it would definitely not be as effective as the medicinal pill he was going to refine. However, in terms of removing scars, it was definitely not as good as the pill he was going to concoct. Thus, he wrote down all the herbs he needed and went to look for Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard that Xiao Chun wanted him to bring him to Jade Maiden Peak, he quickly shook his head and said, "I can't. Look at how swollen my face is, like a pig's head. How can I go out like that? If Miss Xinyun saw me, I would feel like dying." Xiao Chun did not expect Lu Suifeng to use such a reason to reject him. He found it funny and settled for the next best thing. "Then, can you send me to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak?" Lu Suifeng laughed and said, "Let me say this first. I will not go up the mountain. I will go change into a cloak later." After a while, Lu Suifeng appeared wearing a pitch-black cloak. The hood completely covered his face in the shadows, making it hard for others to see him clearly. However, it looked somewhat strange. "Hee, that's more like it. Lead the way," Xiao Chun said with a faint smile. When Lu Suifeng had nothing to do, he liked to go to Jade Maiden Peak. Thus, he was very familiar with the route. He led Xiao Chun to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak. Jade Maiden Peak towered high above the ground. Clouds and mist lingered at the peak, and there were countless lush greenery in the mountains. The entire Jade Maiden Peak was filled with a delicate fragrance. It could be smelled from far away, and when one smelled it, it made one feel relaxed and happy. What surprised Xiao Chun was that there were many disciples from the other peaks at the foot of the mountain. All of them were standing there elegantly in groups of twos and threes, chatting and laughing. "There are Jade Maiden Peak disciples coming down the mountain," suddenly someone said loudly. The crowd was instantly stirred up, and they all rushed over like a swarm of bees. They did not care about their elegance as they pushed and shoved each other to the front. They only wanted to be the first to reach the Jade Maiden Peak disciples. "Junior Sister Xiao, are you going to do a sect mission? Let me accompany you. I recently advanced to superior grade Martial Grandmaster. I can guarantee your safety." "Junior Sister Xiao, I obtained an Earth-ranked spirit weapon a few days ago. My strength has increased greatly. Let me accompany you. Let me accompany you. Junior Sister Xiao, I have a profound ranked battle armor. I can give it to you and it will protect you." A girl in white clothes was surrounded by the crowd like the moon surrounded by stars. There were Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples in the surroundings, trying to please her. They all expressed their desire to go with her to do sect missions. The girl with the surname Xiao had an impatient expression on her face. She ignored the people around her. In the end, she became annoyed and scolded the people around her. Only then did no one continue to follow her. Xiao Chun found it interesting and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a group of people surrounding a girl?" Lu Suifeng replied, "The other peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have more males than females. If those disciples want to find a girl, they can only target Jade Maiden Peak. However, men are not allowed to go up Jade Maiden Peak, so they can only wait at the bottom of the mountain." So that's the case. How did Lu Suifeng go up? When Xiao Chun thought of this, he could not help but ask suspiciously, could there be something special about Lu Suifeng? Lu Suifeng smiled proudly. "Who am I? How can these people compare to me? If I want to enter Jade Maiden Peak, it would be easy. Furthermore, I would be very popular. These people cannot compare to me." As he spoke, the Jade Maiden Peak disciple with the surname Xiao walked over to the two of them. Lu Suifeng was clearly nervous. He quickly stopped talking and lowered his head. The instant she walked past them, the girl suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Lu Suifeng carefully. After a while, she revealed a strange expression. "Lu Suifeng, why are you dressed like that? Didn't you apply for leave due to your injuries? Why are you so lively now? I was just about to look for you." Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. "Junior Sister Xiao, I am here to accompany a friend. I am really injured. I am not lying to you." Junior Sister Xiao snorted. "Who would believe you? Quickly come back with me. After you left for the past few days, There have been birds pecking at the herb field that I am in charge of. I was scolded by Master. Quickly come back with me and help me chase away those birds. Otherwise, I will tell Master that you are lying. You will not be allowed to go up there in the future. Let's see how you are going to chase after Senior Sister Chu then. Xiaoqun found it funny. So this Lu Suifeng is on Jade Maiden Peak, doing things like chasing birds to protect the herb field. He was so magnanimous earlier. No wonder he can go up Jade Maiden Peak. When the surrounding people heard that Junior Sister Xiao needed to go up the mountain to chase away the birds, they all surrounded her. They shouted, "Since he is not willing, I will go and help you." Junior Sister Xiao snorted and said, "Who asked you to go? Go somewhere cool and stay." Xiaoqun was astonished in his heart. He did not expect that there would be so many people fighting over a job like chasing birds. From this perspective, Lu Suifeng did indeed have the right to be arrogant. Lu Suifeng was forced into a corner. He was caught red-handed. He could only follow Junior Sister Xiao to Jade Maiden Peak. Xiaoqun followed behind the two of them in silence. Who is he? Doesn't he know that outsiders are not allowed to enter Jade Maiden Peak? Junior Sister Xiao said unhappily when she saw Xiaoqun following them. Lu Suifeng quickly explained. He has a name card from Martial Granduncle. He was invited. You are Yichun. Junior Sister Zhao's eyes lit up as she said in pleasant surprise. After a while, she pouted and said, He does not look that good. Why did you chase Song Ke away? This girl was really direct. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and did not reply. The three of them continued walking forward. Along the way, Xiaoqun found out how Lu Suifeng chased the birds away. The herb field on Jade Maiden Peak was very vast. Many of the birds on the mountain had their eyes on the herb field. Occasionally, they would go down and peck at the herbs. Furthermore, these birds were not ordinary birds. They had been bathing in the rich spiritual energy of Jade Maiden Peak for a long time. Their intelligence was much higher than the birds on the mountain. Once they found an opening, they would immediately swarm over. Just any one of the herbs in the herb field on the peak would be worth 1,000 gold. It would be a pity if an old herb was eaten by the birds. Hence, the upper echelons of Jade Maiden Peak had a headache dealing with these birds. Sometimes, when some spirit herbs matured, there would even be high-ranked flying spirit beasts coming over. Hence, every herb field would be guarded by people. There was a period of time when Jade Maiden Peak did not have enough manpower. Hence, they issued a sect mission. Lu Suifeng was very lucky and received this mission. Lu Suifeng was very good at chasing birds away. As long as it was the herb field that he was guarding, there would never be a bird pecking at it. Hence, when the deadline for the mission was up, the Jade Maiden Peak's peakmaster even gave him the position of a field guard, in charge of chasing birds away. Xiaoqun also found out that the girl with the surname Xiao was called Yuhuan. She was 14 years old this year. Along the way, she often pestered Xiaoqun and asked him some strange questions, giving him a headache. Soon, the group arrived at the first checkpoint. Xiaoqun handed over his Martial Grand Uncle's name card. The person guarding the checkpoint did not stop them. He even sent someone to lead the way for Xiaoqun. When they saw Xiaoqun directly climbing up Jade Maiden Peak, the people at the foot of the mountain were extremely astonished. Some of them thought that they would be able to climb up Jade Maiden Peak directly. In the end, before they reached the checkpoint, they were mercilessly thrown down from the slope. They fell flat on their faces and rolled down. They had lost a lot of face. We can't go up. How can that brat go in directly? Someone said in astonishment. There was someone who had seen Xiaoqun yesterday. He mocked. He is using Martial Grand Uncle Shin's name card. If you have it, of course, you can go up directly as well. So, he is Yichun. He is only an inferior grade Martial Grand Master. How did he chase Song Ke away? He used Qingyun Peak's secret treasure to chase Song Ke away. Furthermore, the old Peak Master of Qingyun Peak also made a move. With his strength, how could he be a match for the Biyun Peak's Peak Master? On the peak, Xiaoqun still could not hear these words. After he arrived at a herb field, he no longer traveled with Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yuhuan. Herb fields appeared in front of Xiaoqun one after another. It was an eye-opener. Lu Suifeng's words were indeed true. As he walked, he saw over 10,000 herbs. Aside from some spirit herbs that required a special environment to grow, all the herbs in the Tianwu continent could be easily found here. After a while, Xiao Chun was brought to the top of a steep cliff. There was a wooden pavilion at the side of the cliff. It stood in the air like a pavilion in the sky. Senior Brother Yi, wait here for a while. I will go and inform Martial Grand Uncle first. Xiao Chun nodded. Not long later, the girl who brought Xiao Chun here came out and led Xiao Chun to the hall of the pavilion. The fairy-like girl that he saw yesterday was sitting on a wooden chair with a gentle smile on her face. When Xiao Chun saw this girl again, he still could not believe that she was already over 200 years old. Chapter 172. However, this time he did not dare to be careless. Xiao Chun said respectfully, Yi Chun greets Ancestral Martial Aunt. I have offended you yesterday. I hope Ancestral Martial Aunt is magnanimous enough to forgive me. The girl smiled faintly and took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Chun. She said, No problem. I did not expect you to fall today. I have something to ask you. Did you personally refine this pill? Xiao Chun received it and took a look. It was the blood-replenishing pill that he personally refined. He started to think. Back then, when Nangong Yen saw the pill that I refined, he was incomparably shocked as well. Could it be that the pill that I refined has some sort of secret? However, this was not the time to think about this. How should he answer? After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun decided to answer honestly. Reporting to Ancestral Martial Aunt, this pill was indeed personally refined by me. I wonder if there is anything wrong with it? A strange look flashed in the depths of the fairy-like girl's eyes. She smiled and said, There is nothing wrong with it. I would like to ask you to help me refine a pill. I wonder if you can help me with this? Lingyun Mountain Range, at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Long Liusu had a complicated expression as she stood there. After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind. She turned into a red shadow and quickly headed for the middle of the mountain. After a while, she arrived outside Lu Ryue's courtyard at the middle of Qingyun Peak. She took out a bottle of pills and clenched it tightly. Finally, she entered Lu Ryue's courtyard. Young Pavilion Master, why are you here? Xiao Meng came out from Lu Ryue's room. When she saw Long Liusu, she asked in astonishment. Long Liusu said indifferently, Where is Lu Ryue? Is she in her room? Xiao Meng knew about the grudge between Lu Ryue and Long Liusu. She did not like Long Liusu. She said softly, Elder Sister Rue just fell asleep. It is best not to disturb her now. She fell asleep? That's good too. Long Liusu took out the bottle of pills and handed it to Xiao Meng. She said, Although I do not know the name of this pill, it is quite effective in treating external and internal injuries. Xiao Meng received it suspiciously. She opened the bottle and took out a pill. She revealed a doubtful expression and said, Why is it the same as the pill that Brother Yi Chun gave me? Long Liusu, who was already at the door, stopped. She turned around and asked Xiao Meng excitedly, Brother Yi Chun gave you this pill? Xiao Meng nodded and took out a bottle of medicinal pills from her pocket. She said, This is the medicinal pill that Brother Yi Chun gave Xiao Yang. It's exactly the same as yours. Yi Chun, it is. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Long Liusu's mind. She was stunned. She did not expect it to be Xiao Chun. Could it be that he was by her side that night? Long Liusu recovered her wits and said, Where is he? Where did he go? Is he still at Qingyun Peak? Long Liusu suddenly felt a rush to find Xiao Chun. The truth was too unbelievable. The person she had been searching for so long was actually that perverted thief. Yi Chun went to Jade Maiden Peak with Suifeng early in the morning. In Jade Maiden Peak, Xiao Chun felt that he heard wrong. His martial grand uncle actually wanted him to help him refine a medicinal pill. Although he could not feel the other party's strength, Xiao Chun guessed that this person was at least a martial monarch. With such strength and being in Jade Maiden Peak for a long time, how could his alchemy skills be weak? Martial grand uncle, are you joking? Brat, what virtue or ability do you have to help martial grand uncle refine medicine? My name is Shin Manjun. You can just call me Senior Shin. Martial granduncle sounds very old. Truth be told, I have never liked it, said Shin Manjun with a gentle smile. I can sense the spirit core in your body, so I know the grade of your medicine. Therefore, the pill I want to concoct is not because of the grade, but because of the concoction method. I have a pill recipe here, take a look. Xiao Chun suddenly felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had actually sensed his spiritual core in an instant, but he had not felt it at all. Just how strong was this person? Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After taking a look at the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chun was startled. His expression did not change, and Xiao Chun looked at it carefully. After he finished looking, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what Shin Manjun meant. It turned out that the refining method of this pill was exactly the same as the alchemy method in the Compendium of Cultivation. Shin Manjun might not have been able to figure it out. After he saw Xiao Chen's blood-replenishing pill, he immediately felt that the refining method of this blood-replenishing pill was very different from the current refining method. This Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill requires an ancient alchemy method. I am completely unable to figure out how to do it. This blood-replenishing pill of yours should be refined using ancient alchemy methods. As long as you know how to do it, you should not be afraid of not being able to refine the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill, Shin Manjun said softly from the side. Xiao Chen thought very quickly. When he thought of Nangong Yan's attitude back then, he felt that he could not admit to this matter immediately. After all, one might know a person for a long time but not their heart. Xiao Chen had only met Shin Manjun once or twice. If he admitted to it, it would be hard to guarantee the consequences. With his current strength, if something really happened to him, he would not be able to resist Shin Manjun at all. After he made up his mind, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, Senior Shen, my alchemy methods came from a mysterious alchemist. I do not understand the refining method of this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. Shin Manjuan's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said, I need to refine this pill to save an old friend's life. If you can really refine it, I can help you raise your cultivation to the Martial Highness realm within a month. Unexpectedly, it was not for her. This surprised Xiao Chen. However, looking at Shin Manjuan's vitality, it gave off the feeling that she had lived for a long time. It would not be a problem for her to live for another 100 years. She did not seem like someone who was lethargic. Raising his cultivation to Martial Saint within a month was not attractive to Xiao Chen at all. He knew that there were medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Or they could receive the cultivation of their predecessors and directly raise their cultivation. Xiao Chen did not know which method Shin Manjun was referring to. However, regardless of the method, they all had the same drawback. This cultivation was not his. If he could not refine it completely, it might become a hindrance in the future. When Shin Manjun saw that Xiao Chen did not seem to be interested in this suggestion, she continued, if you are worried that you will not be able to refine this cultivation, you can choose other items of equivalent value. Be it spirit stones, secret treasures, martial techniques, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, or battle armor, they are all fine. Xiao Chen quickly said, Senior Shin has misunderstood. I really do not know how to refine this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. Even if you make a huge promise, there is nothing I can do. Although I do not know how to refine this Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill, I do have an Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill that has been passed down in my clan. I have not used it yet. If Senior needs it, I can exchange it with Senior. After Xiao Chen spoke, he stepped forward and took out the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill from his universe ring, handing it to Shin Manjun. To some of the older generation, this item was very valuable. However, it was useless to Xiao Chen. He might as well do her a favor. Coincidentally, he had something to ask of Shin Manjun. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Shin Manjuan's originally despaired heart suddenly rejoiced. She received the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill and checked it carefully. It was indeed a complete Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. However, it seemed a little different. This is a superior grade Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. Its effects are twice as good as a regular Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. It can extend a person's lifespan by 40 years. Shin Manjun said hoarsely when she finally saw what was different. Originally, Xiao Chen did not hold any hope. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. Shin Manjun revealed an extremely happy expression. Yi Chun, if you need anything, you can tell me immediately. If I can do it, I will do it for you immediately. If I can't, I will find someone to do it for you. Xiao Chun did not have anything that he needed urgently. However, he was anxious to obtain the ingredients for the beauty-nourishing pill. However, it was not worth it to use them to exchange for the Immortal Cloud life-extending pill. Can you exchange them for spirit stones? It would be best if you have medial-grade spirit stones. Shin Manjun opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Xiao Chun to make such a simple request. She smiled and said, "That is easy. I will give you 500 inferior-grade spirit stones and 20 medial-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Being able to exchange for so many spirit stones shocked Xiao Chen. After a while, Xiao Chen said, "Actually, I came to Jade Maiden Peak today because I have a request. I hope to purchase some spirit herbs." Shin Manjun received the note that Xiao Chen handed over and took a look. After she finished reading, she said, "I think you probably do not have any contribution points, so you want to use this as a backdoor. Unfortunately, I am not in charge of the herb fields on Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, I need contribution points to exchange for spirit herbs. Otherwise, even if I use spirit stones, I will not be able to purchase them." Xiao Chun continued, "In that case, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to exchange for these spirit herbs? Can Senior be my guarantor? I will owe you these contribution points first. I will definitely be able to repay them within a month." Shin Manjun muttered to herself for a while before saying, "About 500 contribution points. Being a guarantor is indeed not in line with the rules. However, if you urgently need these spirit herbs, I can make an exception for you." Xiao Chen felt joy in his heart. He immediately wrote a promissory note. After Shin Manjun received it, she called someone over. Soon, someone brought over all the spirit herbs that Xiao Chen needed. "Keep these spirit stones first. I only have 10 medial-grade spirit stones on me. I will get someone to send the rest to you the day after tomorrow." Before Xiao Chen left, Shin Manjun passed the spirit stones to Xiao Chun. After leaving Shun Manjun's pavilion, Xiao Chun looked at the bright sun in the sky. He was in an extremely good mood. On this trip to Jade Maiden Peak, not only did he manage to complete his original plan, he even obtained so many spirit stones for free. It was simply a windfall. It looked like stealing Gu Yunbin's medicinal pills back then was a wise move. Xiao Chen's face was filled with a smile as he arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Along the way, he met many Jade Maiden Peak disciples. All of them were as pretty as flowers. They were youthful and very pleasing to the eye. No wonder there were so many people at the foot of the mountain trying to get in. Even if they were doing odd jobs here, it was a blessing to have so many beauties watching them. It seemed like someone had already informed Xiao Chen. Along the way, he did not meet with any questions. He directly arrived at the herb field where Lu Suifeng was. Beside the herb field, Lu Suifeng was chewing on a stalk of grass. He wore a conical bamboo hat and sat on the ground listlessly. His expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 173. Xiao Chen walked over and smiled. "Why is your complexion so unsightly? Were you dumped by someone?" Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly and said, "More or less. Earlier, when last Xiao took off my cloak, she immediately made fun of my pig face for a long time. Furthermore, she actually called Miss Xinyun over as well. My image has been completely destroyed. Do you think Miss Xinyun will still care about me in the future? This fellow wants to chase after someone, but he can't put down his pride." Xiao Chun looked down on this in his heart. He did not want to discuss this topic with him, so he said, "I have already obtained the herbs I wanted. I will go down the mountain first to refine the herbs for your sister." When Lu Suifeng heard this, his expression turned serious. "I did not expect ancestral martial uncle to give you face. How did you do it?" "I placed 500 contribution points on ancestral martial uncle. I said I would return it within a month," Xiao Chen answered honestly. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he said in astonishment, You are finished. I can't even get 50 contribution points a month. You actually want to get 500 contribution points in a month? When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression changed. Could it be that 500 contribution points is a lot? Why did Senior Shin not remind me at that time? In reality, Xiao Chun had misunderstood Shin Manjun. Shin Manjun had not done a sect mission for over 100 years already. Her impression of contribution points was still the same as before. Thus, she did not feel that it was difficult to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. If she knew, she would definitely extend the time. What will happen if I cannot complete it by the deadline? Xiao Chun asked. Lu Suifeng scratched his head and said, That is hard to say. There has never been such a precedent before. However, the most important rule of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is to accumulate contribution points. You will know about it in the future. If you set a precedent and still cannot complete it, the people from the Hall of Contributions will definitely let you off easily. This is because this precedent cannot be set. Xiao Chun thought about it for a while and felt that what Lu Suifeng said made sense. Setting a precedent was already breaking the rules. If they still could not fulfill the agreement, the impact would be too bad. If Xiao Chun were in the upper echelon's shoes and wanted to protect the Hall of Contributions' prestige, he would definitely kill the chicken to warn the monkey, shutting everyone's mouths. Lu Suifeng said, Yi Chun, why don't you talk to Marshal Granduncle again and ask him to extend the deadline? As the two of them were talking, a large flock of birds suddenly swooped down from the sky. The timing of this flock of birds was very good. It was the moment when Lu Suifeng was distracted. Lu Suifeng was already in a bad mood. When he saw the situation, he scolded angrily, Bunch of bastards! There is no end to this. Swoosh! With a flick of his finger, a few stones flew out, and a few birds immediately fell to the ground. With a few more rustling sounds, the flock of birds was chased away. Senior brother's finger technique is really good. There will be bird meat to eat again tonight. Hee. Xiao Yuhuan laughed happily as she picked up the birds that fell to the ground. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Yuhuan still dared to come out, he quickly chased after her and scolded, Silly girl, you still dare to show yourself? I will beat you to death. Senior brother, don't worry. This pig head of yours actually has quite a character. Who knows, senior sister Xinyun might have a unique taste and fall in love with you. When Xiao Chun saw the two of them chasing after Xiao Yuhuan, he smiled faintly and headed for Shin Manjun's pavilion. He felt that it was better to look for Shin Manjun again and extend the deadline to be safer. What? Marshal Granduncle already left? When is she coming back? When Xiao Chun rushed to the pavilion, the maidservant at the door told him that Shin Manjun left right after Xiao Chun left. I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 or 5 months. Marshal Granduncle's movements do not follow any pattern. Xiao Chun could only descend Jade Maiden Peak helplessly. There was still a large group of disciples from the other peaks waiting at the foot of the peak. Xiao Chun ignored these discussions and headed straight for Qingyun Peak. The most important thing now was to quickly refine the beauty-nourishing pill. After that, he would think of a way to obtain the 500 contribution points within a month, to prevent himself from getting into trouble. Halfway there, Xiao Chun suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw that there was no one behind him. Suddenly, he said, Friend, after following me for so long, it is time to show yourself. There was no response. Xiao Chun thought suspiciously in his heart. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Ever since he left Jade Maiden Peak, he felt a figure following behind him. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times, but he did not feel anything. However, he did not completely trust his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense did not discover the martial saint behind him in Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chun said it again, but there was still no one appearing. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with it anymore. Now that everyone knew there was an old peak master in Qingyun Peak, there should not be anyone seeking trouble. Just as Xiao Chun turned around to leave, a figure landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun quickly turned around with his guard up. When he saw the appearance of this person, he could not help but feel a headache. If this person wanted to seek trouble with him, There was no need for him to fear the old peak master of Qingyun Peak. That person looked at Xiao Chun quietly. It was unknown what he was thinking. The atmosphere seemed a little off. Xiao Chun looked at Lang Liusu's appearance. Unexpectedly, she did not make a move on him the moment he appeared. This was not in line with Lang Liusu's character. Yichen, let me ask you, were you the one who saved me from Lang Tianyue that day? The two of them stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Lang Liusu could not help but ask. Although Xiao Chun was suspicious of how Lang Liusu knew about this, it was a good thing. This would resolve the misunderstanding between the two of them. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "You can say that. Why did you save me?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Back then, when I entered a state of berserking qi in the pool of water, you coincidentally saved my life. I saved your life, so we are even." When Lang Liusu heard this, she smiled faintly. "Since you saved me, why did you take advantage of the situation to kiss me before you left? It looks like I did not misunderstand you when I called you a lecher." "Damn, she found out," Xiao Chun said awkwardly. "Did I? I don't seem to remember. Perhaps you sensed wrongly. Am I that unsightly? You kissed me, yet you do not even have the courage to admit it?" Lang Liusu said sullenly as her expression changed. Xiao Chun could only correct himself. "You are not unsightly. I did kiss you." "Who?" Suddenly, Lang Liusu flew forward and drew her saber with a huang-dang sound. A dazzling saber light created a strong wind as it hacked at Xiao Chun violently. She was still fine earlier, fighting as she pleased. Xiao Chun did not understand. He executed the 3 flowing cloud images and turned it into a vast ocean. The saber swung gently and splashed out like water. Water is good like water. Water benefits all things but does not fight. It looks like it does not fight, but in reality it fights by not fighting. No matter how strong the external force is, it will not be able to quell the water. Even if it is really quelled, it will immediately recover. Even if you have thousands of soldiers and horses, splitting mountains and seas, I will not budge. I fight without fighting. This was the true meaning of the 3 flowing cloud images. Counterattacking while defending, using the unchanging to deal with the myriad changes. Dang! Lang Liusu took a step back. Her face was filled with astonishment. 3 months ago, she could still easily knock Xiao Chun back. Now that she had advanced to inferior grade martial saint, she could not knock him back. Lang Liusu pushed off the ground and hacked at him with her saber again. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and sheathed his saber with a huang-dang sound. He did not dodge the saber strike. Lang Liusu's attack did not contain any killing intent. If they fought, there would be no end to it. Xiao Chun did not have the time to waste here, so he could only take the risk. Indeed, Lang Liusu's saber stopped when it was only half an inch away from Xiao Chun's forehead. The instant the saber stopped, the wind created by the saber trembled. It blew Xiao Chun's hair back gently. "Are you not afraid that I will kill you with one saber strike?" Lang Liusu said coldly. "Of all the masters, you chose to take Lu Ruyue as your master." Xiao Chun's expression turned cold. He did not like hearing these words. He said indifferently, "Who I take as my master is up to me. I think the grudges between us have been settled. I gave you a chance to kill me earlier, but you did not. I will take my leave now." After retreating, Xiao Chun immediately turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He dashed on the ground and slowly disappeared from Lang Liusu's vision. Lang Liusu watched as Xiao Chun left. She smiled gently. "Leaving after eating, is there such a good thing? Lu Ruyue, let's see how you are going to compete with me this time." After returning to Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about Lang Liusu. He focused on refining the beauty-nourishing pill. The rank of this beauty-nourishing pill was not high, but the ingredients needed to refine it were extremely complicated. Several of the ingredients required aged herbs. Furthermore, in order to prevent failure, he prepared a total of 5 sets of ingredients. This was the reason why the herbs were so expensive. Xiao Chun took out the blue dragon medicine cauldron, and Feng Feishua's figure immediately appeared in his mind. He smiled gently and collected his thoughts. He said, It seems like I have not refined a new medicinal pill for a long time. I wonder what my success rate is. Xiao Chun took out the herbs from the universe ring one by one and arranged them neatly on the table. He closed his eyes and started to carefully recall the steps to refining the beauty-nourishing pill. Not long after, Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes. He revealed a confident expression. He flicked his finger and 6 strands of purple flames separated by half a meter. They formed a circle and floated around Xiao Chun. Today, Xiao Chen's cultivation realm was much higher than when he was in Mo City. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about the lack of essence or the lack of control. He could only use 1 strand of flame to extract the medicinal liquid. The instant Xiao Chun flicked out the flames with his right hand, he patted the wooden table with his left hand. He used his strength and the 6 herbs flew into the air. They automatically flew into the flames and started to burn. Hoo! Hoo! With a thought from Xiao Chun, the spiritual core entered the flames using his spiritual sense. It instantly entered the interior of the 6 herbs and quickly found the nodes. After that, he controlled the flames and started to burn them continuously. The 6 strands of flames quickly revolved around Xiao Chun and the herbs in the center of the flames quickly melted. Xiao Chen's hands were very fast. He quickly placed 6 porcelain bottles on the table and caught all the medicinal liquid. Immediately, new herbs poured into the flames. Just like that, the herbs on the table slowly decreased while the number of porcelain bottles increased. Not long later, all the medicinal liquid had been burned. The first step of refining the pill was completed. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched out his right index finger and the flames gathered again. With a so sound, they were sent into the Blue Dragon Medicine Cauldron. Chapter 174. Xiao Chun followed the steps and slowly poured the medicinal liquids on the table into the medicine cauldron. When all the medicinal liquids were poured in, a fragrant medicinal fragrance assaulted his nose and spread throughout the entire room. Xiao Chun patiently controlled the purple thunder true fire and slowly merged the medicinal liquids together. Some of the unnecessary impurities flowed out of the mouth of the Blue Dragon Medicine Cauldron. Although the refining method of the beauty-nourishing pill was complicated, its rank was not very high. Thus, it was relatively easy to refine. It just required a little more time. ZZ. After burning for a long time, the medicinal embryo of the beauty-nourishing pill finally formed. Xiao Chun started to lower the temperature of the flame and proceeded to the 3rd step of molding, using a warm flame to slowly shape it. This molding was the most important step in the refining process to determine the quality of the medicinal pill. The quality of the molding directly determined the rank of the medicinal pill. Thus, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. The uneven medicinal embryo slowly became smooth under the control of Xiao Chen's purple flame. Finally, a brightly colored medicinal pill was formed. Xiao Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. Next up was the final step of nourishing it. Rings of multicolored pill markings started to appear on the medicinal pill. With a huang-dang sound, the refined medicinal pill flowed out of the mouth and into the porcelain bottle. Xiao Chen picked it up and sniffed it. He felt slightly excited in his heart. Success! I succeeded on my first try. This is a good sign. Xiao Chun revealed a sincere expression of joy. He still had 4 batches of ingredients in the universe ring. He could not waste them. Xiao Chun started to continue refining. However, his luck was not as good as the first time. His success rate was only half and he failed twice. However, his overall success rate was not low. After putting away the 3 beauty-nourishing pills, Xiao Chun headed for Lu Ruyue's courtyard. When he arrived at Lu Ruyue's door, he was about to knock when the door opened with a creak, revealing Lu Ruyue's somewhat astonished face. The blood on Lu Ruyue's body had already been washed clean. She had regained her usual appearance. She was still wearing the tight-fitting training robes, and her complexion looked much better. However, there was a faint scar on her face that had yet to fade. For a girl, this affected her beauty. However, based on Lu Ruyue's appearance, she did not seem to mind. Is something the matter? Lu Ruyue asked. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and nodded. He handed the beauty-nourishing pill to Lu Ruyue and said, "Elder Sister Ruyue, This is a beauty-nourishing pill that I refine myself. It can remove scars and nourish the skin. When Lu Riyue heard this, she smiled. She felt happy in her heart. All girls loved to be beautiful. Naturally, Lu Riyue was no exception. It was just that she did not have a strong desire in this aspect. Are you trying to bribe Master? Lu Riyue joked as she received the medicinal pill. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Elder Sister Riyue, I will be going to the Hall of Contributions later. I might not return to Qingyun Peak for a month. Merit Hall? Lu Riyue thought for a while before saying, It is good to go. Many of the martial techniques at the summit of Qingyun Peak require contribution points to exchange for. Come with me. Your basic saber techniques have already reached small perfection. Before we go, I will teach you a secret technique of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He said, Elder Sister Riyue, your injuries have not healed yet. It is not good for you to circulate your essence. Let's talk about it after I return. Although Xiao Chun really wanted to learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique, given Lu Riyue's current condition, it was not a good time to teach it. If she circulated her essence while she was recuperating, it would be very harmful to her body. Lu Riyue smiled gently and said, There is no problem. I am very clear about my own body. Qingyun Peak, Dueling Grounds. Lu Riyue stood across from Xiao Chun and said, The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's martial techniques all have their own specialties. The speciality of Qingyun Peak's saber technique is its speed. A saber that is even faster than the wind. Hence, the secret techniques of Qingyun Peak are all related to speed. There is a total of 7 secret techniques of Qingyun Peak. According to the Lunar Shadow Saber, there is only one that is suitable for you. Clear Wind Chop. Clear Wind Chop? Xiao Chun remembered that he had once obtained a Clear Wind Chop martial technique. He could not help but rummage through his universe ring. After a while, he took out a martial technique manual and handed it to Lu Riyue. This is a martial technique manual that I obtained in the past. Is it this one? Lu Riyue felt it was strange. She received it and took a look. After that, under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, she threw it into the air. Then, she drew her small saber and danced in the air. The Clear Wind Chop manual was split open. Shwa! 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 Countless sounds of wind could be heard in the air. As Xiao Chun stood across from her, he could feel the intense wind. The cool breeze caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to flutter nonstop. The book trembled in the air. The pages of the book turned into loose pages and floated away. Then they neatly fell from the air and stacked on top of each other. By the time the small saber returned to its scabbard, the pages of the book had already been split open. The book that fell to the ground was surprisingly neat. The topmost page was actually the cover of the book. If Xiao Chun had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the book on the ground was an intact book. It was too neat. This is an incomplete manual that was spread out. It is not very useful. What I executed earlier was the Clear Wind Chop. I'm not sure if you saw it clearly. Lu Riyue explained to Xiao Chun. Nonsense, I only read it once. How could I have seen it clearly? Xiao Chun shook his head honestly. When Lu Riyue heard this, she said, It is fine if you did not see it clearly. You just have to remember the main point of the Clear Wind Chop. Clear wind, clear wind. Only the clear wind, not the saber. Only the clear wind, not the saber. Xiao Chun repeated this phrase in his heart a few times. Suddenly, he came to a realization. When Lu Riyue drew her saber, the saber sliced through the air and created a cool breeze. It was clearly an air current created by the saber. However, Xiao Chun could only feel the presence of the cool breeze. He could not feel the saber as clearly as the saber itself. Seeing that Xiao Chun seemed to have understood something, Lu Riyue continued. The meaning of this phrase is to hide your killing qi in the cool breeze. This way, the enemy will not be able to feel the presence of the saber. As such, they will not be able to judge the direction of your saber. It is just like this. After Lu Riyue spoke, she took a step forward. She drew her saber and an intense air current was generated. It immediately created an unending cool breeze. In a daze, Xiao Chan seemed to see the small saber in Lu Rui's hand suddenly disappear into the air. Although he did not feel any killing chi, he felt it instinctively. He quickly reacted and took 2 steps back. The instant his feet landed on the ground, the small saber seemed to appear out of nowhere and cut the clothes on his chest. Lu Rui sheathed her saber and turned around. She tossed a book to Xiao Chan and said, "This is the handwritten copy of the Cool Breeze chop. Although it is handwritten, it is complete. The one in your hand cannot compare to this. Alright, you can go now." Xiao Chun took a look at the secret technique in his hand. After he put it away, he asked, "Is this the end of teaching? It seems like I did not learn anything." Lu Rui burst out laughing. She used the scabbard in her hand to smack Xiao Chun. "What else do you want? This is the essence of what I comprehended. It is enough for you to avoid taking a detour. Just remember the words I told you, only see the cool breeze, not the saber. That's right, don't take on missions that are too dangerous. After you return, I will teach you listening to the sword and communicating with it." Xiao Chun did not know how to reply. He felt that Lu Rui's kindness was something that he could not bear. It was too heavy. Lu Rui said, "There is no need for you to overthink this. Although we are only a few years apart, we are still master and disciple. Teaching you martial arts is part of my duty. Furthermore, helping you is also helping myself." After bowing sincerely to Lu Rui, Xiao Chun turned around and walked out of the dueling ground. He prepared to leave Qingyun Peak and rush to the heaven viewing platform. After Xiao Chun was far away, Lu Rui could not help but cough a few times. The Hall of Contributions, where the sect missions were issued, was located on the bustling heaven viewing platform. This was something that Xiao Chun had heard about along the way. After leaving Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun immediately increased his speed and rushed to the heaven viewing platform. The heaven viewing platform was very eye-catching in the Lingyun mountain range. That huge platform could be seen even from far away. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, one does not realize how far it is. Only when one walks do one realize how tiring it is. One could easily see the heaven viewing platform from Qingyun Peak. However, Xiao Chun had to run at full speed for 2 hours before he reached the foot of the mountain. The last time he came to the heaven viewing platform, he had used Gu Yunbin's jade ship. It was very convenient and not as troublesome as today. When Xiao Chun reached the peak, he looked at the tall heaven viewing platform. When he thought about how he had to climb all the way to the peak, he could not help but feel a headache. This junior brother is going to the heaven viewing platform, right? Sit on my flying spirit beast. You only need 2 inferior grade spirit stones. Little junior brother, sit on mine. I only need 1 inferior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, my spirit beast is faster than his. Just as Xiao Chun was about to walk up, a group of people suddenly appeared around him. These people all had a flying spirit beast behind them. They seemed to be sitting in a carriage. However, the price was frighteningly expensive. It was just a trip, yet it cost 1 inferior grade spirit stone. It was even more expensive than flying. In the end, Xiao Chun still spent an inferior grade spirit stone and rode on the flying spirit beast. He estimated the height of the heaven viewing platform. With his speed, it would be dark by the time he reached it. Time was not worth it. Furthermore, he did not lack spirit stones. He had just obtained a large sum of spirit stones earlier. There was still a large number of spirit stones in his universe ring. He would not feel any heartache if he used them now. After that person received the spirit stone, he immediately called Xiao Chun to sit on his flying spirit beast. His spirit beast was a little special. It was a wind-attributed bird. With a leap, a gust of wind blew, and he rose into the air, flying rapidly toward the top of the mountain. His speed was really as fast as he said. Seeing so many people possessing flying spirit beasts, Xiao Chun could not help but feel strange. How did they obtain flying spirit beasts? Among the spirit beasts that could be tamed, the value of flying spirit beasts was the highest. This was because they were the hardest to tame. When the owner of the spirit beast heard Xiao Chen's question, he smiled and replied, "I used the sex contribution points to exchange for them. You can use the sex contribution points to exchange for them in the sex spirit beast hall." However, the ranks of these spirit beasts are rather low. Their value is not very high. Xiao Chun felt it was strange, so he asked, "What do you mean?" That person explained, "There is no spirit blood jade, and they were not raised from a young age. Thus, the spirit beasts that are purchased are not more than rank 2. It is easy to imagine the strength of a rank 2 spirit beast. If you want to pull them out to fight, it is almost impossible. You would be thankful that they do not drag you down. Thus, you can only use them as transportation tools." Chapter 175. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many people doing this business at the foot of the mountain? They are all cheated badly. Xiao Chun understood something in his heart. Actually, the main problem was not that these spirit beasts were too weak. Instead, it was that they did not communicate well with their masters. This required a special method. Only the Great Tang Nation's beast abode had such a method. The other nations did not have such a good method to tame them. It was already very impressive to be able to make them understand some ordinary commands. However, this person was talking excitedly. Xiao Chun did not want to interrupt him, so he allowed him to continue. After a while, they arrived at the top of the mountain. After Xiao Chun expressed his thanks, he immediately asked around for the location of the Hall of Contributions. The area of Heaven Viewing Platform was even larger than a small city. There were many buildings, pavilions, and jade palaces. They were arranged in picturesque disorder. There were many people coming and going. It was very bustling. After asking around for the location of the Hall of Contributions, Xiao Chun started to feel his way there. This was his first time there, so he did not know the way. He took a long time before he found the Hall of Contributions. Hall of Contributions? What kind of place is that? With some anticipation, Xiao Chun slowly walked into the Hall of Contributions. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. Did I come to the wrong place? Xiao Chun looked at his surroundings in astonishment. There were many wooden tables in the hall, and there were groups of people seated at the tables. They were drinking and eating, chatting in low voices. If there was a waiter here, this place would be like a restaurant. Furthermore, it would be the simplest kind, without any luxurious decorations. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the atmosphere here was completely different from the taverns at the foot of the mountain. There were no loud noises. There were hundreds of people gathered here, but they could only hear some soft chatter. Furthermore, every single one of them exuded a faint murderous aura. When the murderous aura in the hall gathered together, it was like thousands of streams converging into a vast ocean. If a person with a weaker cultivation walked in, they would immediately faint and crawl on the ground in front of this overwhelming killing chi. Xiao Chun focused and calmed himself. He had a premonition that this place was not as simple as he thought. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and slowly walked towards the counter in front. The tables in the hall were arranged very neatly, forming a wide path in the middle. As Xiao Chun walked on it, he felt a little strange. Only his footsteps could be heard on the path. Dang! A saber tore through the air and flew towards Xiao Chun's face. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound and easily deflected the saber. Just as the steel saber was about to fall to the ground, a huge suction force came over and quickly sucked the steel saber over. The owner of the steel saber was a man wearing Wan Rinfeng's attire. He looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "Where did this wild brat come from? Don't you know the rules? Is it your turn to accept a mission now?" Xiao Chun looked in the direction of the voice. There were more than 10 inner court disciples wearing the uniform of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. All of them were looking at Xiao Chun with a murderous look on their faces. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not forbid fighting. As long as it did not kill or cripple someone's cultivation, the law enforcement hall would not interfere. Not far away, someone noticed the Qingyun Peak identity token on Xiao Chen's waist. He could not help but sneer. I was wondering who it was. So, it is someone from Qingyun Peak. People of the Qingyun Peak, obediently find a table and sit down. Today is the day that the Hall of Contributions is issuing high-level sect missions. Once the core disciples of the various peaks have accepted these missions, the order of the Hall of Contributions will be restored. Since it was a sect mission, there would definitely be a difference in difficulty, and the rewards would also vary. Naturally, the rewards for high-level sect missions would be frighteningly high. Moreover, these high-level missions were not available all the time. They were extremely rare. In order to prevent these high-level missions from being snatched away by others, they had to make sure that there were more people and less meat. The disciples of the 5 Peaks formed an unspoken rule. Every time there was a high-level mission, the core disciples of the various sects would split the rewards. The people of the Hall of Contributions turned a blind eye to this. The difficulty of a high-level mission would definitely be higher than an ordinary mission. If the core disciples were to complete it, they would be able to complete it earlier. Xiao Chun came at an inopportune time. Coincidentally, there were high-level missions being issued today. The core disciples of the 7 Peaks were discussing how to split the high-level missions. The results were not out yet, so the inner disciples in the hall did not move. This was to prevent others from misunderstanding and thinking that they were going to take a high-level mission. There was a kind-hearted inner disciple at the side who told Xiao Chun everything in detail. He advised him to sit down first and wait for the high-level missions to be taken before taking them. Stop trying to persuade him. He is someone who does not even care about the Biyun Peaks Peak Master. They are just the core disciples of the 5 Peaks. How could they catch his attention? Someone who recognized Xiao Chun said, "Haha, that makes sense. I think he is doing this on purpose. He is just an inferior grade martial Grand Master. I can squash him to death with one hand. I don't believe he can exchange moves with a Peak Martial King." The Wanren Peak disciple who made a move against Xiao Chun said. He was already a superior grade martial Grand Master. He was 2 grades higher than Xiao Chun. He looked at Xiao Chun provocatively. Is this a high-level mission? If there really is one, it might be possible for me to obtain 500 contribution points in a month. However, this place seems a little noisy. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It passed through the crowd and covered that person's head, smashing down ferociously. The crowd immediately dispersed and the huge black hand smashed down on the wooden table. There was a loud boom, and the huge force caused the wooden table to shatter into splinters that filled the air. Everyone in the Great Hall of the Hall of Contributions looked at Xiao Chun in astonishment. They did not expect Xiao Chun to make a move here. No matter what, he was just one person. How could he be a match for so many Wanren Peak disciples? You really dare to make a move? If I don't cripple you today and let you know what it means to respect your seniors, then I am not Li Yu. The leader of the group cursed loudly when he saw Xiao Chun make a move. Who? Just as he was about to lead the Wanren Peak disciples forward, a huge black hand suddenly rose up from the ground. It was like a demonic shadow. It clenched and caught him off guard, instantly grabbing him. Xiao Chun pulled gently and a huge force pulled Li Yu forward from the crowd. Then he punched him in the chest. The huge black hand disappeared and the punch landed heavily on Li Yu's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Bang! Li Yu struggled to stand up. However, Xiao Chun stomped on his chest and pushed him back. Xiao Chun used all his strength in this stomp and Li Yu vomited another mouthful of blood. Li Yu resisted with all his might under Xiao Chun's foot. However, it was to no avail. He could not help but shout, "It is just a sneak attack. What ability is that? If you have the guts, let me go and we can fight again." Xiao Chun was not a 3-year-old child. Naturally, he would not fall for his tricks. The Wanren Peak disciples at the side had already rushed over. Because they were afraid of Li Yu, who was under Xiao Chun's foot, they did not dare to make a move. When Li Yu saw the situation, he shouted, "Attack! This is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He does not dare to kill me. Kill!" When the crowd heard this, they no longer hesitated. Saber lights lit up on their sabers and attacked Xiao Chun from all directions. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and executed the 3 flowing cloud images. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His entire body turned into a boundless ocean. Facing the relentless attacks, he did not show any signs of being affected. The lunar shadow saber was like flowing water. It rippled gently, changing its direction continuously. These attacks seemed like they were attacking the surface of the water. They kicked up huge waves. The waves surged and surged. However, after a while, the water surface returned to its calm state. It became as smooth as a mirror once again, without any waves. Perfection like water, fighting without fighting. The attacks that landed on Xiao Chen's scabbard were all reflected back. Everyone was shocked. After a while, the flood-like attacks attacked Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen did not move at all. His heart was as calm as still water. He sheathed the saber in his hand and firmly blocked the attacks of the crowd. Ka-ca. When the crowd blocked the fifth wave of attacks, Xiao Chen lost his patience. The lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing cold light as it was drawn from its scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and stabbed at Liu. With a pu-ci sound, the tip of the saber pierced an inch away from Liu's heart. A large amount of blood spurted out from Liu's mouth. The originally very quiet hall was now completely silent. Everyone's jaws were slightly agape. They were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a momentary daze. Because of the angle, everyone thought that Xiao Chen had pierced Liu's heart with his saber. They all thought that Xiao Chen had eaten the guts of a leopard. He actually dared to kill someone in the Hall of Contributions. Xiao Chen quickly drew his saber, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. While the many Wanren Peak disciples were distracted, he executed the 3 flowing cloud images in succession. Xiao Chen executed the 3 flowing cloud images one after another. His figure became blurry, and it was as though the entire place was filled with Xiao Chen's figure. When all the figures merged together, every Wanren Peak disciple was stabbed in the chest. Electricity leaped around their wounds. Blood flowed unceasingly. It was incomparably painful. Rumble! The Wanren Peak disciples fell down one after another. They cried out in pain. In the quiet hall, their cries were very ear-piercing. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from nowhere. They checked Liu's injuries and quickly sealed his acupoints. After that, they exchanged glances and ignored the other injured people, leaving. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that these 2 people were the people in charge of the Hall of Contributions. If he had really killed Liu, these 2 people would not have just stood by and watched. Xiao Chen continued walking forward, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. He did not care about anything else. He was preparing to see what kind of high-level mission was the secret agreement of the 5 peaks. In Xiao Chen's opinion, since it was a mission from the Hall of Contributions, everyone had the qualifications to accept it. Taking on all these missions was clearly a form of bullying. Furthermore, he was in urgent need of contribution points. Even if he offended these people, it did not matter. It seemed like he had already offended these people on the heaven ascending platform. Today's incident did not matter. Chapter 176. An old man sat behind the counter with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen walked over and gently knocked on the counter. He said, "Stop pretending to be asleep. Come and take a mission." That old man slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in them, as though he had just woken up. He smiled and said, "I was just taking a nap, not pretending to be asleep. This is your first time taking a mission. Hand over your identity token." The old man received the identity token that Xiao Chen handed over. He looked at it and said, "Qingyun Peak, Yichun. I did not expect that after not going out for a while, Qingyun Peak has already recruited someone. Leave the identity token with me first. I will help you register. Go to the 2nd floor to take the mission." 2nd floor? Where is there a 2nd floor? Xiao Chen looked around but did not see any staircases. He could not help but look at the old man suspiciously. The old man was currently looking at Xiao Chen's identity token, carving something. When he saw Xiao Chen looking at him, he thought of something and said, "I forgot. This is your first time here. Just push open that door and you will see it." Xiao Chen looked in the direction that the old man pointed. There was a door in the shadows behind the counter. The position of the door was very well hidden. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiao Chen walked to the door and pushed it gently. Then he stepped in. Before his feet even touched the ground, Xiao Chen felt dazed. The environment before him suddenly changed, and he found himself in a huge library. There is actually a small spatial formation here, Xiao Chun thought in astonishment. Then, he started to size up the environment. There was something written in front of the door. Messenger pigeons flew in and out continuously. It was clearly a sealed environment. Xiao Chun did not know how these messenger pigeons got in. The first elder of Beichen Peak has issued a mission. He needs a rank 4 spirit core. Quickly record it down. Ordinary mission, 5 contribution points. Jade Maiden Peak is looking for someone to protect the herb fields again. Same rules, simple difficulty, 5 contribution points for half a month. The people from the Spirit Beast Hall need to capture 10 young rank 5 spirit beasts. Difficult mission. 15 contribution points for each young spirit beast. The person who received the pigeon quickly read out the contents of the letter. Someone immediately recorded it down. This was the process of how the Hall of Merit operated. These recorded missions would be sent to the next level for re-examination to see if the difficulty of the mission was too different from the mission itself, or if there was something wrong with the mission reward. After the second trial, there was still the final trial. However, the final trial would only be for the difficult missions. Missions below the difficult rank could be directly issued after the second trial. The sex missions were divided into 3 levels: basic missions, advanced missions, and special missions. Each level was further divided into 3 smaller levels: easy, normal, and difficult. Xiao Chun arrived at the place where the tasks were issued. It was in front of a wooden wall. Behind the wooden wall was the Merit Hall staff that issued the tasks. The man looked at Xiao Chun through the wooden window and asked suspiciously, "Are you here to accept a quest?" This person clearly knew of the unwritten rules set by the other 5 peaks, aside from Jade Maiden Peak and Qingyun Peak. When he saw that Xiao Chun looked unfamiliar and was not a core disciple of one of the 5 peaks, he felt suspicious. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Pass me the detailed list of advanced missions. Which peak's disciple are you from? Let me see your identity token." The person did not immediately agree to Xiao Chun's request. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He said, "I am a disciple of Qingyun Peak. My name is Yi Chun. This is the first time I am here to accept a sect mission. I have already given my identity token to the old man downstairs." "Qingyun Peak?" the person muttered, feeling it was strange. "Wait a moment, I will go and verify it first." Xiao Chun felt slightly angry in his heart. He finally understood why Lu Riyue was so desperate. It turned out that Qingyun Peak disciples were making things difficult for him no matter where they went. The person seemed to be discussing with the upper echelons. After a long time, he returned to the window and handed a list to Xiao Chun. "These are the advanced missions that will be issued today. Take a look." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He received the list and looked at it carefully. There was a total of 10 missions on the list, and they were all rather difficult. Using the elimination method, Xiao Chun first eliminated the missions that were clearly impossible to complete. For example, killing 10 rank 6 spirit beasts within a week. After eliminating them, there were only 5 missions left. Xiao Chun continued using the elimination method. Those that required cooperation from others had to be eliminated as well. Like this, there were only 3 missions left. One was to guard the spirit vein for a month. After completing it, there would be 800 contribution points. The other was to kill 100 rank 5 spirit beasts. There was no time limit and no restrictions on the species of spirit beasts. After completing it, there would be 1,000 contribution points. The last mission was to pick a rank 7 herb, yellow springs grass. There was no time limit. After completing it, there would be 2,000 contribution points. It was no wonder that the sect's high-level missions would be privately divided up. The rewards were simply too tempting. Even the lowest reward was 800 merit points. Xiao Chun thought about it carefully. In the end, he chose the mission to guard the spirit vein. He still used the elimination method. Although the mission to kill spirit beasts did not have a time limit, it was impossible to complete 100 rank 5 spirit beasts within a month. As for the mission to pick the yellow springs grass, Xiao Chun could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Although the rewards were frighteningly high, he did not even know where it was. How was he going to pick it? The mission to guard the spirit vein referred to guarding the spirit stone vein of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a month. There was no requirement. He only had to guard it for a month. The reward was not high, but it was more than enough for Xiao Chun to repay his debt. I choose to guard the spirit vein. This is my first time accepting a mission. What procedures do I need to go through? Guard the spirit vein. You just need to sign here and come back tomorrow morning. There is no limit to the number of people on this mission. When everyone is here, you can set off. As for the procedures, you just need to bring this wooden token down. That person took out a contract and got Xiao Chun to sign it. After that, he handed him a small and exquisite wooden token. Xiao Chun took it and looked at it. Aside from a string of numbers carved on it, there was nothing special about it. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun unexpectedly felt a strong aura. Wang! A strand of aura from beyond the heavens passed through the Hall of Contributions and pierced into Xiao Chen's mind. Don't act rashly. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He looked around carefully and discovered that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly left the place. The owner of the strand of aura on the wooden token was very strong. He might have thought that Xiao Chun was trying to tamper with the aura on it, so he immediately gave him a warning. There were too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chun felt a sense of reverence in his heart. He no longer dared to release his spiritual sense. He opened the door he came from and was immediately sent downstairs. Shua! A silver identity token flew towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun caught it and looked at it. It was his own identity token. That old man smiled faintly at Xiao Chun. Young man, you can leave now. Remember the aura on the identity token. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. So the aura on the wooden token was left behind by this old man. Xiao Chen nodded and prepared to leave the Hall of Contributions. After Xiao Chen appeared, a group of people immediately stood up from the wooden table and rushed towards Xiao Chun. Although these people were all wearing different clothes, there were 3 golden threads embroidered on their collars. This was the mark of a Heavenly Saber Sect core disciple. These people were all peak martial grandmasters, just a step away from becoming a martial saint. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He knew these people did not come with good intentions. However, he did not feel any fear in his heart as he rushed forward. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, aside from martial saints, martial grandmasters, aside from those with inherited martial spirits, there was basically no pressure on him. You are Yi Chan. One of the people wearing the uniform of Wanren Peak walked forward and said sternly to Xiao Chun. Killing chi spread out from his body as he stared at Xiao Chun with a sharp glint in his eyes. That's right. Remember my name, Yang Qi. You can go. Before Yang Qi finished speaking, Xiao Chun smiled faintly. The lunar shadow saber was quickly drawn with a huang dang sound. A cold light hacked at Yang Qi. Seeing that Xiao Chun actually dared to make the first move, the corner of Yang Qi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. 2 short sabers, each about half a meter long, appeared in his hands. He waved his right hand in the air and gently swung it, dodging the sharp light of the lunar shadow saber. The short saber in his left hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing towards Xiao Chen's chest. This was the first time Xiao Chun met an opponent who used dual sabers. He was not used to it. Xiao Chun could only dodge the sharp light and execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He pushed his feet off the ground and his body moved like a flood dragon. He moved in an arc and dodged Yang Qi's attack. Xiao Chun stabilized his footing and just executed the 3 flowing cloud images. Yang Qi had already arrived in front of him. The attacks of the dual sabers flowed like the moving clouds and flowing water. Although Xiao Chun could easily deal with every attack of his opponent with the help of the 3 flowing cloud images, the angle of his opponent's attacks was too crafty. Furthermore, his speed was extremely fast. Slowly, Xiao Chun was unable to keep up with his rhythm. It felt like he was tearing down the east wall to mend the west wall. It was extremely strenuous. Xiao Chen's body moved back continuously. He executed the 3 flowing cloud images to its limits, like a vast ocean, bitterly enduring. Hu Qi! Suddenly, Yang Qi stretched out his hand and threw out a short saber. The short saber spun continuously in the air, flying towards Xiao Chen's face. The speed was extremely fast. The instant the short saber left Yang Qi's hand, another short saber appeared in Yang Qi's hand. When Xiao Chen dodged, this short saber flew out again. Immediately, two short sabers danced in the air. Yang Qi also held a short saber in each of his hands. When the short sabers spun in the air, they returned to Yang Qi. Yang Qi immediately threw out the short saber in his hand and caught the returning short saber. Just like that, the four short sabers spun around in the air. However, Yang Qi's attacks did not stop for even a moment. Xiao Chun, who had been caught off guard in the first place, immediately found himself at a disadvantage. The short sabers had already left several wounds on his arms and thighs. Xiao Chun quickly thought to himself, the three flowing cloud images could defend against some extremely powerful attacks. However, if the enemy's speed and angle of attack reached their limits, the weakness of the three flowing cloud images would become very obvious. I have to think of a solution quickly. Xiao Chun slowly felt that something was wrong. These four sabers were probably not his opponent's limit. Chapter 177. Moreover, he discovered that this martial skill was extremely special. The more short sabers that appeared, the more powerful they were. The more short sabers he used, the faster the speed of his attacks became. When he only had two sabers in his hands, his speed was more than twice as fast as now. This is Wanren Peak's secret technique, chaotic flow of sabers. It is said that when practiced to the highest realm, one can control 18 short sabers. Yang Qi can easily control 4 short sabers now. His status as a Wanren Peak core disciple is really impressive. He was originally a peak martial grand master. Furthermore, with the might of the secret technique, Yang Qi would be able to hold his own against an inferior grade martial saint. It should not be a problem for him to deal with an inferior grade martial grand master. The most important thing is that he allowed Yang Qi to make the first move. Given this, he basically has no chance. After executing the chaotic flow of sabers, his speed will only increase. Even if he has any martial techniques that can turn the situation around, he will not have a chance to execute them. This brat is very courageous. He dares to injure so many Wanren Peak disciples in the Hall of Contributions by himself. Yang Qi is not the only core disciple in Wanren Peak. Furthermore, there is still a true inheritor who has not appeared yet. He is too courageous. The battle became more and more intense. Xiao Chen's situation was worrying. The surrounding people all commented on him. In the end, he was just an inferior grade martial grandmaster. If he met the stronger Yang Qi, he would not stand a chance. Xiao Chun remained silent. The lunar shadow saber in his right hand rippled like water as he calmly blocked the short sabers in Yang Qi's hands. He held the scabbard in his left hand and moved it up and down, knocking away the short sabers circling in the air. Hu Qi. Yang Qi drew the 2 short sabers from his waist. In an instant, he controlled 6 short sabers. His speed became even faster. The saber lights were like flowing shadows as they spun around. When the weapons clashed, there was a continuous metallic sound. Xiao Chen's arm was slashed a few more times. Although Xiao Chun was at a disadvantage, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not panic at all. A fierce flame started to burn in his right eye. He was preparing to release it after storing up energy. It was not time yet. This was not his limit yet. Xiao Chun thought to himself. The biggest feature of the chaotic stream of daggers was its consistency. The more daggers he controlled, the more consistency he needed. The reason why the more sabers there were, the faster the speed was because they were forced to do so. If the speed slowed down, once the number of sabers increased, the continuity would immediately be broken. It was like a rotating chain. If it slowed down, the speed of the car would immediately drop, and there might even be a situation where it couldn't run anymore. If the chain broke, what would happen to the car? If the chain suddenly broke while driving at high speed, the car would immediately roll over and become a wreck. This was the opportunity that Xiao Chun was waiting for. He was waiting for his speed to reach its peak. Then, he would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Before that, as long as his vital parts were not hit, he would be able to endure it. Poochie. Another gash appeared on the right button. Blood immediately spurted out. Xiao Chun bit his lips. His gaze was resolute. He did not reveal any expression of pain. Sweat poured out of Yang Qi's forehead continuously, dripping to the ground. He felt anxious in his heart. This chaotic stream of daggers exhausted a lot of essence. However, he had already reached the point where he could control 6 sabers. However, he still could not force Xiao Chun to retreat. If this continued, before Xiao Chun could be defeated, Yang Qi would end up retreating due to the exhaustion of his essence. At that time, all his efforts would be for naught. Kill! Yang Qi's expression turned serious. He clenched his teeth and shouted. Suddenly, 2 short sabers shot out from his sleeves. The tips of the sabers spun continuously, tearing through the air as they flew towards Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chun, who was already prepared, immediately leaned back, and the 2 sabers flew past his face. Then he kicked Yang Qi, who was about to charge forward, and forced him back. After he landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chun actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. After Xiao Chun landed, he pushed off the ground again and appeared behind Yang Qi. When the blue dragon cloud soaring art erupted, Xiao Chun actually managed to shake off Yang Qi's airtight attacks. Yang Qi's speed was not slow either. His reaction was very fast. After Xiao Chun landed, he somersaulted and attacked Xiao Chun again. The 8 short sabers spun very quickly. At first glance, it looked like there were countless sabers spinning around. The sabers tore through the air, creating a strong air current. Small hurricanes formed. Right now, this should be your limit. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and swung the scabbard in his left hand. As a short saber flew at him, he sheathed it with a schwa sound. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile as he dodged to the side, avoiding the vital parts. This allowed the short saber to stab into his left shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out and a pained expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. However, Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He quickly tossed aside the scabbard in his hand and grabbed a short saber flying at him, letting the blood flow. Yang Qi's continuous chaotic torrent of sabers was instantly disrupted. Only 3 short sabers remained in the air. Xiao Chen shouted, "Arc-light chop!" A purple arc of light shot out from above. Electricity flickered on the arc of light. The electricity trembled and a ripple appeared in the air. The 3 short sabers were immediately knocked away. Chaotic torrent of sabers was actually broken like this. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Xiao Chun actually used a method that was close to self-mutilation to break Yang Qi's peak chaotic torrent of sabers. The instant the chaotic torrent of sabers was broken, Yang Qi's smooth essence instantly turned chaotic. His aura became unstable and he quickly retreated. "You want to run? Can you?" Xiao Chun smiled coldly and shouted, "Purple thunder true fire! Shoot!" The blazing flame in Xiao Chen's right eye instantly condensed into a purple beam of light and shot out. This was what Xiao Chun had comprehended from the ice line of the ice ape. Since cold qi could condense into a thin line, then the flame could condense into a light beam as well. The purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chun had been storing up power for a long time instantly pierced through Yang Qi's chest. A finger-sized wound appeared and blood flowed out continuously. Yang Qi staggered and fell to the ground. He pressed his hand against his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it was to no avail. It did not help at all. Xiao Chun ignored him and tossed aside the short saber in his left hand. Then, he pulled out the short saber from his right shoulder and picked up his own scabbard. Xiao Chun slowly walked towards the exit of the Hall of Contributions. The crowd automatically parted to form a path for him. Step by step, Xiao Chun arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Contributions. "Stop right there." Finally, the other core disciples of Wanren Peak could not help but call out to Xiao Chun. 3 Wanren Peak core disciples walked towards Xiao Chun. In the earlier battle, because they cared about the face of the core disciples, the 3 of them did not surround and attack Xiao Chun. However, they saw that Xiao Chun had first defeated many ordinary disciples of Wanren Peak. Now, he had defeated the core disciple Yang Qi. If they just let him walk out of the hall of contributions like this, Wanren Peak would lose all their face. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. What advice do you have for me? You injured so many disciples of my Wanren Peak. Do you think you can just walk out like this? Xiao Chun found this funny. He said indifferently. If he did not attack first and then provoke me, would I have injured the disciples of your Wanren Peak? In that case, senior brother Yang Qi was only asking you a question. Why did you take the initiative to attack him? Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "Stop talking endlessly. Your skills are inferior, yet you still have such a vile attitude. If you want to stop me, just say it clearly. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all at once? It's up to you." The three of them muttered to themselves. If they fought one-on-one, they were not confident of making Xiao Chen stay. However, if the three of them attacked together, they would not be able to lose face in public. They were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. I am pressed for time. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. If you want to find me, I will accompany you any time. Xiao Chun could tell what the three of them were thinking with one glance. He could not be bothered with them. After he spoke, he walked out. Xiao Chun was indeed pressed for time. He did not have the time to waste here. His mission to guard the spirit vein would begin tomorrow. He only had one night to prepare. The mission to guard the spirit vein sounded very simple. However, it was a high-level mission for the sect. The reward was also very high. There would definitely be danger involved. After all, the person who set up the mission was not a fool. They would not give contribution points to you so easily. Xiao Chun decided to go to the Heaven Viewing Platforms market to take a look. He originally had more than 1,000 spirit stones on hand. Adding the ones he obtained from Shin Manjun, he had close to 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, it was sufficient for cultivation. It would be a waste to keep them on hand and not spend them. After consuming a blood-replenishing pill and treating his injuries, Xiao Chun found out the location of the market and slowly made his way there. Aside from the deep wound on his right shoulder, the others were all superficial wounds. After the blood-replenishing pill's medicinal energy spread out and he rested for a night, he should be fine. After wandering around for a long time, Xiao Chun finally found the entrance to the Heaven Viewing Platforms market. When he entered, he actually had to pay an entrance fee of 1 spirit stone. He could not help but feel that he was black-hearted. A regular inner disciple only had a monthly stipend of 15 spirit stones. If they did not have any other additional income and lost the spirit stone, they would feel a heartache. The market was very bustling. There were many Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples here. They could sell or exchange goods here. There were also official shops that sold all sorts of items. Martial techniques, spirit weapons, battle armors, cultivation techniques, and everything else. However, in this place, everything was priced with spirit stones. The money of the mundane world was not very useful here. However, there were special places where one could use silver taels to exchange for spirit stones. Back when Xiao Chun was in Whitewater City, he had swept away the Jiang clan's hundreds of years of savings. He had obtained a total of 30 million gold taels and spent another 20 million gold taels at the Flying Snow Manor. There were also 10 million gold taels worth of banknotes in his universe ring. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to exchange them all for spirit stones. In the past, Jean Fatso had unintentionally revealed that the peak auctions in the continent all used spirit stones for transactions. Gold was not even worth mentioning there. It was completely useless. Rather than letting it rot in the universe ring, Xiao Chun might as well use this opportunity to exchange for spirit stones. Chapter 178. In this market, the place where spirit stones and gold banknotes were exchanged was a shop set up by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There was a fixed processing fee. When Xiao Chun arrived at the shop, there were still some people inside. They were all inner sect disciples preparing to go down the mountain. Most of them were here to exchange spirit stones for gold banknotes. The owner of the shop was an ordinary person who did not cultivate. He wore fine silk clothes and had a small mustache. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He had the look of a typical merchant. After everyone left, That person walked over to Xiao Chun with a smile. This little brother has waited for so long. Are you spending a lot of money? His eyes are pretty good. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Just call me Xiao Chun. I have not asked for the owner's name yet. Haha, I can't be called the owner. I am just helping out. If you do not mind, you can just call me Old Hu. The owner revealed a smile and said unhurriedly. Xiao Chun did not say anything and took out stacks of gold banknotes from his universe ring. He placed them neatly on the table and slowly covered the entire exquisite wooden table. A look of astonishment flashed on Old Hu's face. His mustache curled up as he slowly walked to the door of the shop. He cautiously closed the door and hung up a closed sign. After that, he turned around and faced Xiao Chun. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. Little brother Yi is indeed spending a lot. I estimate that there are at least 10 million gold taels worth of gold banknotes. Are you going to exchange them all for spirit stones? Xiao Chun nodded. Old Hu smiled. This must be your first time exchanging here. Exchanging on such a large scale would be very disadvantageous for you. Could it be that the exchange rate would change based on the amount of gold banknotes? Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he asked, What do you mean? Look over there. Old Hu turned around and pointed to a wooden board on the wall in the middle of the shop. Xiao Chun looked in the direction he pointed. The wooden board clearly stated the exchange rate of gold banknotes for spirit stones. 3,000 gold taels could be exchanged for one inferior grade spirit stone. However, at 100,000 gold taels, it became 5,000 gold taels for one inferior grade spirit stone. The larger the value of the transaction, the lower the exchange rate. Xiao Chun looked down and saw that it had reached 10 million gold taels. The exchange rate had reached 10,000 gold taels. 10,000 gold taels could only be exchanged for one inferior grade spirit stone. Xiao Chun was speechless. 10,000 gold taels for one inferior grade spirit stone. That was to say, the 10 million gold taels he had could only be exchanged for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. What's going on? Exchanging for one at a time only requires 3,000 gold taels. Why is it that as the amount increases, the exchange rate decreases instead of increasing? Xiao Chun asked in confusion. If he exchanged once a day, he would be able to exchange for close to 4,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he could only exchange for 1,000 at a time. That was 4 times less. No one would be able to accept this. Old Hu smiled faintly. In the past, there were people who used large sums of money to exchange for spirit stones. They were all rich clans who had no way of obtaining spirit stones and came here to take advantage of the situation. Think about it, which is more valuable, spirit stones or gold? Spirit stones are gone after they are used. They are expendable. However, gold is liquid and will never disappear. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion does not have that many spirit stones for people to exchange for. Hence, they set up this rule. However, if you want to exchange spirit stones for gold, the greater the exchange rate, the higher the exchange rate. This is the reason why gold has a price but spirit stones are priceless. Xiao Chun thought about it and agreed. For cultivators, it was much easier to obtain gold than spirit stones. If the exchange rate was too high, they would be at a disadvantage. After all, this money belonged to someone else. Xiao Chun felt the heartache for a while. In the end, he still chose to exchange for spirit stones. Old Hu immediately counted the spirit stones with a smile on his face. After he finished counting, he immediately gave Xiao Chun 1,000 spirit stones. After Xiao Chun took the spirit stones and walked far away, Old Hu revealed an expression of wild joy. He thought to himself, if there are a few more fools like this, I will probably be promoted soon. Actually, Xiao Chun also felt that he was at a disadvantage. Old Hu's final smile clearly showed that he was impatient. However, this was, after all, something that he snatched. It was fine as long as he could exchange it for spirit stones. When Xiao Chun arrived at the area where he could freely set up stalls, he started to wander around. There were so many things that it was dazzling. Xiao Chun took a quick look and discovered many rare treasures. The horn of a rank 5 spirit beast, silver horned tiger. 20 spirit stones or a rank 4 or higher medicinal pill for treating injuries. Xiao Chun's gaze stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He was an inferior-grade martial saint. After reaching a certain age in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, if one had not reached the corresponding cultivation realm, they would not receive any benefits. They could choose to leave the mountain or stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, they had to do everything themselves. Furthermore, they had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones every month. The middle-aged man in front of Xiaochen should belong to the latter category. Due to the dense spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range, he could not bear to leave. Hence, he chose to stay. I want this beast horn. However, can it be cheaper? How about 10 spirit stones? A youth stood in front of the stall and bargained. The middle-aged man shook his head. No way. This is already the lowest price I can offer. I cannot go any lower. 15 spirit stones, this is the highest price I can offer. What do you think? If you want to sell it, be more straightforward. Consider yourself lucky. I need this beast horn to refine a medicinal pill. Otherwise, no one would buy it. That person was clearly dissatisfied as he continued to bargain. The middle-aged man still shook his head. I will not sell it for less than 20 inferior-grade spirit stones. The horn of this silver horn tiger grows by 1 centimeter every 10 years. For it to grow to this length, it would take at least 150 years. The spiritual energy contained in such a beast horn is very dense. Be it made into a strong bone weapon or ground into powder to refine into a medicinal pill, its value would be very high. 20 spirit stones is already the lowest price. Bang! That person tossed the beast horn he was fiddling with onto the stall. He said in disdain, "Trash, shamelessly staying on the mountain. I'm buying your things because I think highly of you. Let's see who will buy this beast horn from you. When the time comes, let's see how you hand over the spirit stones to the main hall. Just wait to be kicked off the mountain. I gave you face, but you do not want it. You are simply looking for trouble." The youth was only a medial-grade martial grandmaster. When the middle-aged man was mocked in front of him, his expression did not change. He was extremely calm. At the very least, I have to be worthy of my investment. Selling this item at a low price is selling myself at a low price. If I am chased off the mountain, I am willing to do so. After the youth mocked the middle-aged man a few more times, he left while cursing. Before he left, he occasionally turned his head back and stared at the silver horn tiger's beast horn. He was clearly dissatisfied. Xiao Chun walked over and carefully inspected the beast horn. He extended his spiritual sense into it. It was as the middle-aged man had said. It was indeed a 100-year-old beast horn. The spiritual energy was extremely dense. It was the best material for the life bestowal spell. Although with Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he could use ordinary materials for the life bestowal spell. However, the effects would not be as strong as using good materials. Friend, you are also here to buy this beast horn. If you want a bargain, then there is no need to buy it. I will not lower the price. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I do indeed want a bargain. There is something wrong with this price. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Chun continued, the price is on the low side. 20 spirit stones is already a bargain. I will offer 50 spirit stones. That would be worthy of your investment. After Xiao Chun spoke, he took out 50 spirit stones and handed it to that person. Then he picked up the beast horn and placed it in his universe ring. Then he turned around and left. The middle-aged man's words had moved Xiao Chun. He was alone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The amount of disdain and indifference he received was definitely more than what he received in the past. Yet, he was still able to maintain such a state of mind under such circumstances. This caused Xiao Chun to feel compassion for him. So he decided to help him out. After all, 50 spirit stones was just a small sum to him. Who knows, it might be able to help others. Little brother, why are you helping me? The middle-aged man quickly caught up to Xiao Chun and asked. Xiao Chun turned around and smiled gently. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? Who knows, if I help you today, you might be able to make a name for yourself in the future. I might even be able to gain a favor for free. The river flows east for 30 years. and then west for 30 years. Who knows what the future will be like? The middle-aged man muttered to himself, however, will I, Lan Cho, have such a day? Taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man was distracted, Xiao Chun turned around and used his movement technique to quickly leave this place. It was just a small matter, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. It was still early, so Xiao Chun continued to stroll around. He saw a few more things. There was the blood of a high-ranked spirit beast, as well as some rare ores and herbs. Another 100 spirit stones were gone in an instant. A stall with many people gathered in front appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Feeling curious, Xiao Chun pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way in. The stall owner was a youth about 20 years old. His cultivation had already reached peak martial grandmaster. He wore the uniform of Beichin Peak, and there were 3 golden threads embroidered on his collar. This was a core disciple of Beichin Peak. There was only one thing displayed on his stall. It was a piece of wood that was half a meter long and as thick as a finger. The piece of wood was placed calmly on the stall, but there was a faint sigh and spirit chi that was visible to the naked eye rising up like smoke. Fusang spiritual tree, Xiao Chun exclaimed in his heart. The spiritual energy was inexhaustible. There was an immortal flower on the tree that bloomed once every 1,000 years. The flower took 10,000 years to bear fruit. It was the immortal divine fruit. After consuming it, one could live as long as the heavens and earth, never dying or aging. When the branch was broken, there would be azure smoke coming out. The piece of wood displayed in the stall was exactly the same as the description of the Fusang tree in the legends. No, that's not right, this is not the real Fusang spiritual tree. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and discovered the essence contained in the wood. Although the essence contained in it was extremely dense, it was currently slowly decreasing. Even after the Fusang spiritual tree's branches were broken, the essence contained in them was endless and showed no signs of decreasing. Chapter 179. This should be a broken branch from a subspecies of the Fusang tree. However, even so, it was still very valuable. This was because this type of tree was intelligent and knew how to cultivate. If it was an older spirit tree, it would be even stronger than a regular cultivator. According to legend, the Fusang tree was as strong as Emperor Wu. Why is no one buying such a good thing? Xiao Chun thought doubtfully. Could it be that the price is too high? This is a broken branch from a 1,000-year-old wudong tree. I need a red nascent fruit. I will only exchange it, not sell it. If there is none, I will use it myself. The bark of the wudong tree was green like jade, and its leaves were like flowers. It was beautiful and elegant, and had natural spiritual energy. According to legend, when the leaves fell to the ground, they would turn into golden leaves. Even the divine phoenix of the ancient era did not perch on this tree. Although it could not compare to the Fusang tree, it was still a famous spirit tree. If it really existed for 1,000 years, then just one of its branches would be worth a lot. Not only could it be used to refine medicine, but it could also be used to directly absorb the spiritual energy from it. It could even be used to raise a cultivator's cultivation. Or it could be made into an accessory and worn on the body. It could also calm the mind, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. When Xiao Chun heard that this person wanted to exchange for the red nascent fruit, he was excited. His expression did not change as he searched the universe ring with his spiritual sense. Soon he found the item in a corner. He could not help but rejoice. Since he obtained this item in the periphery of Seven-Horn Mountain, he had not used it. He had nearly forgotten about it. He did not expect it to be so useful here. I'll pay 80 spirit stones for this item. Is that possible? Someone asked eagerly. 80 spirit stones was already a very high price to buy this incomplete wudong spiritual wood. However, that Beichin Peak disciple shook his head and said, "No, I urgently need the red nascent fruit to cultivate. The red nascent fruits on Jade Maiden Peak are not ripe yet. I can only try my luck here. If there are none, then I will use this wudong tree for myself." Thinking about it, he was a core disciple of Beichin Peak and should not lack spirit stones. Just the stipend of a core disciple was much higher than that of an ordinary disciple. In addition to the missions he completed, he should have enough spirit stones. The man was unwilling, but he still shook his head and left. The onlookers also slowly dispersed. Although a spirit herb like the red nascent fruit was not rare, it took several decades for it to ripen. Obtaining it required luck. Seeing the crowd slowly disperse, the Bachin Peak Core disciple revealed a disappointed expression. He got up and prepared to pack up and leave. Xiao Chun quickly went over and said, "Wait a moment. I have a red nascent fruit. I wonder if I can exchange it with you?" When the Bachin Peak disciple heard this, he rejoiced and said, "If it is a ripe red nascent fruit, I am willing to exchange for it with more spirit stones. If it is not ripe, you will have to add some spirit stones." When Xiao Chun heard this, he took out the red nascent fruit from his universe ring and handed it over. The red fruit gave off a fragrance and a dense spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Its glass-like surface seemed to have a fiery glow. A matured red nascent fruit. It's really matured. That person had an excited expression on his face as he said, "My name is Fong Ning. Thank you for the red nascent fruit. I will give you another 10 inferior grade spirit stones." Fong Ning was incomparably happy in his heart. He had been stuck at peak martial grandmaster for a very long time. Because he cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique, he had been unable to break through. Now that he had the red nascent fruit, advancing to martial saint was just a matter of time. He did not expect to be able to obtain 10 inferior grade spirit stones. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chun carefully put away the spirit stones and Wudong spiritual tree that Fong Ning handed over. His face also revealed a joyful expression. He had been searching for similar spiritual trees for a very long time. However, he always ended up with nothing. Reality proved that the life bestowal spell was most effective when using spiritual wood. Even the beast horn, which was filled with spiritual energy, could not compare to it. After obtaining the red nascent fruit, Fong Ning immediately packed up his stall and left. He could not wait to leave the market and prepare to enter closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chun stopped this person and said, "Brother Fong, can you tell me where you found this Wudong spiritual tree?" Fong Ning stopped and shook his head. He said sincerely, "Brother, it is best that you do not know. That place is extremely dangerous. I went there with my master. The tree has already turned into a spirit. It is not easy to deal with." After he spoke, he left without looking back. No matter how Xiao Chun called out to him, he did not stop. Xiao Chun was slightly disappointed. He looked at the sky and saw a large patch of burning clouds in the west. The sunset dyed the entire sky red. It was already dusk. As it was still early, Xiao Chun decided to continue going to the official shops of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to see if there were any good items. About 200 meters behind him, there was a sinister gaze staring at Xiao Chun. This person was the person who wanted the saber-toothed tiger's beast horn. "You caused me to be unable to complete my master's mission. I want to see who you are. How dare you snatch something that I am interested in?" Feeling that gaze, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense. When he saw the appearance of this person, he smiled faintly and ignored him. He continued walking forward. There were very few people in the official shops. It was not as lively as the free market. Xiao Chun took a quick look and was not interested in it. The items sold here were very expensive. They were all herbs, medicinal pills, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and the like. They might be of interest to others, but to Xiao Chun, they were of no interest. Xiao Chun had the battle sage origins. He could imitate all the martial techniques in the world. If it was not an extremely rare martial technique, he would not be interested in it. As for medicinal pills and medicinal herbs, he needed to prepare them when he was cultivating. Now was not the time yet. Xiao Chun only bought a few good quality antidotes for emergencies. After that, he did not buy anything else. He left the place in disappointment. Xiao Chun was about to depart at dawn. He intended to find a desolate place and spend the night there. There was no need to care too much about one night. When Xiao Chun was about to leave the market, a figure quickly charged at him, trying to stop him before he left the market. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and locked onto the person behind him with his spiritual sense. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and grabbed that person. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand and tossed that person high into the air. Then, he landed on the ground with a loud bang. The huge black hand descended from the sky again. It clenched its fingers into a fist and punched continuously. It only stopped after that person vomited blood and fainted. From start to finish, Xiao Chun did not turn around. He withdrew his hand and quickly left this place. This person was just a wretched tramp. Yet he dared to stop him. He was simply reckless. Under a towering tree on the heaven-viewing platform, Xiao Chun looked up at the lush tree and revealed a satisfied expression. "I'll spend the night here." He pushed off the ground and leaped onto a branch of the tree. Then, he changed into a comfortable position and lay down. Xiao Chun took out a carving knife and the saber-toothed tiger's horn and prepared to start carving. Xiao Chun had never seen the saber-toothed tiger before. Hence, he could not use the life bestowal spell. The materials to carve the Golden Lion King were not right. Furthermore, the Golden Lion King was too big. If he used it to carve, he would only be able to carve a flawed Golden Lion King. It was not worth it. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun measured the size of the beast horns. In the end, he decided to carve 5 rank 5 ice apes. The rank of the ice apes was not too high. It was easier to control them, and it would exhaust less essence. The ice apes were only martial saints. However, when there were more of them, their combat prowess could not be underestimated. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He leaned against the tree and started to carve seriously. Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Chun infused his essence into the carving knife. Bone shards fell off the white horns continuously. He recalled the appearance of the ice apes in his mind. His hands moved like flowing water as he carved. Xiao Chen's carving skills had already reached the acme of perfection. Not long after, an exquisite sculpture of an ice ape appeared in his hands. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed it in the universe ring. Then he continued to carve. When he finished carving the 5 sculptures, the sky had already turned dark. Night had already fallen. Xiao Chun took out the Wutong spiritual wood and observed it carefully. Then, he carefully placed it in the universe ring. This item could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chun did not want to waste it. It would be useful in the future. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated, and the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately poured into his body. The density of the Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy was truly tempting. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart again. No wonder it made people yearn for it. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 years. The spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it gathered in the dantian where his martial spirit was. Within that strange space, it fell like rain, pouring into the surging river. When he was a martial disciple, the source of his essence was a few white clouds. When he was a martial master, it was a clear pond. Now that he was a martial grand master, it had turned into a gushing river. Every time he advanced a realm, the density of the spiritual energy in his body would increase exponentially. It was extremely horrifying, causing Xiao Chun to feel both shocked and happy. The amount of essence that Xiao Chun could use now was something that no one within the martial grandmaster realm could compare to. Furthermore, the purity of his essence was also much higher than that of regular cultivators. Such a good thing was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, if one were to ask about it, they would not know the reason for it. The only thing Xiao Chun could be sure of was that it was not because he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was only a cultivation technique. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation, such a phenomenon would not occur. If he really wanted to find the reason, he could only look for it from the blue dragon in the river. However, the Shao clan's inheritance was broken long ago. There was no way to find out about this. Perhaps Feng Feishue, who was in the imperial capital, would have some understanding. However, she was temporarily unable to go there. Since he could not figure it out, he could not be bothered to think about it. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. Early in the morning, When the first ray of sunlight penetrated through the leaves and shone on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After a night of cultivation, his mental state had returned to its peak. The medicinal energy of the blood-replenishing pill had already completely permeated into his body. The injuries from yesterday had completely healed. His mental state had returned to its peak. Hu Qi! Suddenly, the wooden token at his waist started to shake non-stop. With a wang sound, it flew out. Xiao Chun understood in his heart. The people from the Hall of Contributions were urging him to depart. Bang! Just as Xiao Chun was about to land on the ground, a petite figure beat him to it and jumped down from the top of the tree. She stretched lazily on the ground and turned her head to smile at Xiao Chun. Then, she quickly left in a flash. Xiao Chun did not expect that he would meet someone with the same intentions as him in a random tree. He cursed himself for being careless in his heart. Before he came, he should have used his spiritual sense to scan the area. If this person had bad intentions, he might have been in danger last night. Chapter 180. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not have much time to think. The wooden token had already flown far away. If he did not catch up, he would be late. He leaped into the air like a flood dragon soaring into the sky. The wooden token flew very steadily, but it was very fast. Xiao Chun chased after it and was surprised to discover that the wooden token did not lead to the Hall of Contributions. Finally, it stopped in an unknown courtyard. Xiao Chun walked in with some suspicions. He discovered that there were already at least 10 people in the courtyard. The girl he saw on the towering tree was here as well. When she saw that Xiao Chun was here as well, she revealed an astonished expression. Xiao Chun counted the number of people. Including him, there was a total of 10 people. Every one of them was at least a medial grade martial grandmaster. That girl's cultivation was the highest. She was a peak superior grade martial grandmaster. Advancing from martial grandmaster to martial saint was a hurdle. The earlier one entered the martial saint realm, the higher their future accomplishments would be. Because of this, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rule that if one was not able to reach the martial saint realm before the age of 25, they would lose their qualifications to become an inner disciple. Aside from Xiao Chun, the rest of them knew each other. They were gathered together and chatting in soft voices. I wonder if I will be able to return alive after going there. I nearly died there the last time. Indeed, if I were not in urgent need of contribution points, I would not have risked my life. Recently, I feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I have to buy some medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked at the collars of these people and discovered that there were only 2 golden lines embroidered on them. This was the mark of an ordinary disciple. These people were not inner or core disciples. However, how did they receive a high-level mission from the sect? Could I have been cheated? Xiao Chun thought back to his encounter on the 2nd floor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. In reality, he had indeed been cheated. On the 2nd floor of the Hall of Contributions, that person had given him a list of high-level missions. All of them were extremely dangerous, and there were very few people who would accept them. Everyone could accept the normal high-level missions. That person did not show him any of them. He did not know what was going on. Hey, which peak are you from? What's your name? You look unfamiliar. I am Mu Xinya from Gongyu Peak. We just met. Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, the girl took the initiative to greet Xiao Chun. For some reason, Lu Ruyue and Lu Suifeng did not wear Qingyun Peak's signature clothing. Even Xiao Chun did not wear it. He was still wearing the clothes he had brought, so outsiders couldn't tell which peak Xiao Chun was from at a glance. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the girl in front of him. This girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and her appearance was top-notch. She always had a smile on her face, and there were 2 mandarin duck knives at her waist. She gave off the vibe of a little girl next door, appearing extremely lively. Xiao Chun said with a faint smile, "Yi Chun of Qingyun Peak." Mu Xinya and the other 8 men looked at Xiao Chun in astonishment, sizing him up carefully. After a while, Mu Xinya said, Didn't you go to the second floor first yesterday? Why did you take on this mission? Didn't they show you the other high-level missions? Seeing that Xiao Chen did not understand, Mu Xinya explained the reason in detail. After Xiao Chen heard it, he suddenly understood. No wonder that person only took out the mission list after he left for a long time. Furthermore, the danger of the mission was very high. There were very few options to choose from. With all these factors combined with Mu Xinya's explanation, it could only mean that this group of people had fooled him. Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression was not right, Mu Xinya advised him, "Don't think too much. Since you have already accepted the mission, just do your best to complete it. The punishment for failing the mission is very severe." The others were not core disciples, so they could understand Xiao Chen's feelings. They all advised him. After a while, Xiao Chen became familiar with these people. Among these people, there was a Beichen Peak disciple called Ma Chun. He had the most experience with this mission. He had been there twice before. He did not hide anything and told everyone what he knew. The location of the mission is a few hundred meters underground. Our main mission is to protect the ordinary people mining. We will often meet with strange things underground. We must not be careless. If there is something we cannot deal with, immediately retreat and call the elders over. Our lives are more important. Pooh, pooh, pooh. As Ma Chun spoke, footsteps came from outside. 3 old men dressed in black appeared in front of everyone. The collars of the 3 old men all had 2 crossed golden sabers embroidered on them. This was the symbol of the Heavenly Saber Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder had a venerated position in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had the authority to issue missions directly. The auras of the 3 of them were unfathomable. Their auras were as vast and boundless as the sea. Xiao Chun made a conservative estimate that the 3 of them were at least martial kings. This was especially so for the old man in the middle. He gave off an incomparably deep impression. His old face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes occasionally flickered with a cold light. It was a very frightening sight. The old man looked at the crowd and frowned slightly. He said unhappily, "The number of people is getting lesser and lesser. Unexpectedly, there is still an inferior grade martial grandmaster. The Hall of Contributions is suppressing our missions too much." The inferior grade martial grandmaster was referring to Xiao Chun. Even if Xiao Chun was dissatisfied, he did not dare to throw a tantrum. He kept his mouth shut and remained silent. "Never mind, just make do with it. There has not been anything big recently. It has been rather peaceful. 10 people is enough," someone at the side said. The old man in the middle nodded. "I will explain the mission to you in detail now. I will make it short and not be long-winded. The mission is very simple. It is to patrol the underground. It is to protect and monitor the ordinary people mining spirit stone. After sitting there for a month, the mission will be completed. That is really simple. It is as good as not saying anything." Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. After the old man spoke, he took out a jade bottle and pointed it at the crowd. "Relax. Do not circulate your essence to resist." So, a huge suction force came from the jade bottle. When Xiao Chun heard the old man's words, he did not circulate his essence to resist. He was sucked into the jade bottle in an instant. This jade bottle was actually a secret treasure. The bottle formed a small world within it. It was pitch black. One would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The other 9 people were nowhere to be seen. They did not know where they went. In this pitch-black space, time seemed to stop. Xiao Chun knew that this space was similar to the space in his universe ring. He did not panic. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to pass this boring time. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chun felt something solid under his feet. He was already outside. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a damp stone room. When Xiao Chun stood up, he immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy was shockingly dense. It was unbelievable. It was as though he could touch the ethereal spiritual energy just by stretching out his hand. "Is this the spirit stone?" Mu Xinya, who was at the side, looked around curiously with her eyes wide open. The remaining 8 people and the old man who brought them were not here. Only the 2 of them were here. There was a stone table and 2 simple stone beds in the stone room. All sorts of daily necessities were present. Could it be that the 2 of us have to stay in this place for the next month? Xiao Chen felt a headache just thinking about it. On the other hand, Mu Xinya still had a smile on her face. She looked around her surroundings and occasionally flipped through the tools in the stone room. Shwa! A stone door in the middle of the stone room opened. A middle-aged man dressed in black walked in and said, "The 2 of you have been placed in the same group. You will be staying here for this month. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me. Let's go. I will bring you around to familiarize yourself with the environment." They really have to stay together? Xiao Chen felt awkward just thinking about it. He said to that person, "Senior, is there really no problem?" That middle-aged man felt it was strange. "What's the problem? Why are you still trying to act innocent after getting such a good deal? This place is split into pairs. If you want to change, I can change for you immediately." There's no need. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand. If he were to stay with a man, it would be even more unbearable. The middle-aged man nodded. "There's no need to call me senior. I am not that old. Just call me Marshal Uncle Yi or Yi One will do. Let's go quickly." "That's right, wait a moment. I nearly forgot. Hold on to this first." The middle-aged man handed the 2 of them a map made of beast skin. Xiao Chen received it and took a look. He discovered that it was a map of tunnels that looked like a maze. The zigzagging lines were dazzling. The words 8th layer were written on the map. Xiao Chen found the scale of the map. Just the tunnels of this layer were several thousand square meters. It was very startling. Xiao Chen found his location on the map. He discovered that there was a glowing spot on the map. He did not know what it was. Yiwen explained, "This glowing spot is the identity token on your waists. As long as you do not lose your identity token, you do not have to worry about getting lost. Aside from when you are resting, if the identity token is not moved for a long time, it means that you are in danger. Someone will immediately reinforce you." This was probably meant to monitor them. With this map, their whereabouts would be completely grasped by others, Xiao Chen thought to himself. After that, Yiwen pointed out the location of the headquarters on this layer. Then he told them that the black line was a dead end. They could not go there. After explaining for a long time, Xiao Chen and Yiwen had a rough understanding of this layer. They were no longer at a loss, not knowing anything. After Yiwen told them about the mechanism of the stone door, he brought them out to familiarize themselves with the cave. Not long after they left the stone room, they saw a group of ordinary people with dark complexions. It was unknown how long they had not bathed for. On the wide passageway, these people were digging the ground with forks in their hands. Their expressions were numb and lifeless. The task of excavating spirit stones was arduous and huge. It was not realistic to use the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples to excavate. These people were sent here after they signed a life and death contract with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They were told of the hardships and dangers of this place. However, because of the high rewards, these people wanted to work here for 5 years and earn a fortune before leaving. Chapter 181. Riches came from danger. If they managed to return alive after working for 5 years, the rewards they would obtain would be enough for them to enjoy riches and glory for the rest of their lives. However, would they really be able to return alive? Hu Qi! Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a resplendent spiritual light suddenly appeared in the mine. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire mine became even more abundant. "This is a medial grade spirit stone raw or run." The group of miners dug out the medial grade spirit stone raw or. However, their expressions were filled with horror. They threw away the tools in their hands and ran in the direction of Xiao Chen and the others. Jie! A miner's reaction was too slow and he was immediately grabbed by a skinny arm. With a casual rip, the miner was torn in half. That skinny arm then dug out the miner's bloody heart. After the crowd dispersed, Xiao Chen finally saw the owner of this strange hand. It was a rotten corpse that was emitting a black aura from head to toe. He placed the heart into his mouth and chewed it unceasingly while emitting a zzz sound. The group of miners hid behind Xiao Chun and the others. Although they had panicked expressions, they were already used to it. When they saw this rotten corpse, they did not find it too strange. Yiwen revealed a cautious expression. He stared at the raw or that was giving off a spiritual light behind the corpse. The two of you just watch and don't make a move. In the future, if you meet a monster of this level, you just have to disperse the crowd. Who? The small saber in Yi Wen's hand was drawn from its scabbard. It spun continuously in his right hand, creating a strong air current in the mine. The corpse felt a dangerous aura. It roared strangely and turned into a black phantom, pouncing at Yi Wen. Its sharp fingers glowed with a cold light as they scratched Yi Wen's face. Scram! Yi Wen shouted loudly, and the small saber in his right hand spun continuously. He quickly struck the corpse's body, and a strong force immediately pushed the corpse far away. A black, rancid liquid flowed out of its body and splattered in the air. The corpse had already been dead for an unknown number of years. It did not know pain and did not feel anything. After it was knocked back, it roared and a disgusting liquid flowed out of the corner of its mouth. Pounced at Yi Wen again. Yi Wen and the corpse fought and slowly retreated to the left, slowly shifting the battlefield. After a while, the group was already quite a distance away from the mummy. At this moment, Yi Wen's aura exploded out. He released his strength without holding anything back. Strands of resplendent saber chi struck the corpse. Just as the black liquid was about to land on Yi Wen's body, an essence barrier immediately popped up on his body, blocking it. Z. The black liquid was actually corroding his essence. Yi Wen shouted and his essence trembled. The black liquid was immediately blasted away. Dang! 1 man and 1 corpse. The speed of the battle was getting faster and faster. Ordinary people could no longer see the two of them. They could only hear the constant clanging sounds in the air. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could barely see the situation in the arena. The claws of the corpse were actually as hard as profound iron, able to resist Yi Wen's saber light head-on. Who? A cool breeze blew and the small saber in Yi Wen's hand actually disappeared. Xiao Chun was startled. This was one of Qingyun Peak's secret techniques, clear wind chop. Shua! When the small saber reappeared, one of the corpse's arms was chopped off. After losing an arm, the corpse's combat prowess immediately dropped. Just as Xiao Chun thought there was no more suspense, the corpse suddenly spat out a black pearl. Yi Wen's expression changed. It actually managed to cultivate a spirit core. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, if it had developed intelligence, it would have been troublesome. Yi Wen retracted the small saber and brandished it in the air, creating 18 afterimages. In an instant, the entire mine was filled with Yi Wen's figure. When the 18 afterimages merged together, the resplendent light of the saber dimmed. It carried a huge force and with a schwa sound, it chopped the black pearl in half. Yi Wen's hands did not stop moving. The small saber spun intensely in the air, forming a strong hurricane. Go! The small saber left Yi Wen's hand and the hurricane instantly sucked the corpse in, spinning it forward. The saber flashed in the wind and a black liquid flowed out before it was scattered by the hurricane. Under Yi Wen's control, the hurricane moved very slowly. After a while, it stopped. With a huang-dang sound, the small saber stabbed into the ground. The corpse landed heavily on the ground with a bang and bounced a few times. There was not a single part of its body that was intact. It was only left with a skeleton. Who? Just as everyone thought that the matter was over and they heaved a sigh of relief, the corpse pushed off the ground and rushed at Wuxia, who was beside Xiao Chun, at lightning speed. The sudden turn of events caught Wuxia off guard. She could not react in time and her complexion changed greatly. Drawing the saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the lunar shadow saber gave off a huang-dang sound and created a saber wind. Its speed was at its peak, directly chopping the corpse in half. Yi Wen rushed over and shot out 2 streams of red flames from his hands, burning the corpse on the ground. After that, he turned around and picked up the medial grade spirit stone raw ore. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Medial grade spirit stone raw or was already very rare. Normally, it would be difficult to find one even after a few months. To Yi Wen, it was already very worthwhile for him to obtain it by killing one person. Yi Wen waved his hand and smiled. Supervisor Li, I will give you a lot of credit this time. Let me introduce you. These two are the new caretakers. If you have any problems, you can look for them. A tall and sturdy man walked over. This person was the supervisor of this group of miners. Yi Wen introduced them to Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya. He casually handed the medial grade spirit stone raw or to Supervisor Li before leading Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya away. As they walked, Yi Wen introduced them. If you run into a medial grade spirit stone dry corpse, it is not something the two of you can deal with. Do not act rashly. Xiao Chun could not help but ask, where did these corpses come from? Why are they so horrifying? Yi Wen said indifferently, they crawled over by themselves. You are currently several thousand meters underground. This spirit mine has existed for tens of thousands of years. The corpses that once existed underground will slowly crawl over due to the attraction of spiritual energy. After a long time, they will turn into corpses. Basically, every medial grade spirit stone raw or will have such corpses. The three of them spoke as they walked. Along the way, they ran into a few other miners mining. However, they did not run into anything like a medial grade spirit stone raw or the other corpses that they ran into did not have much combat prowess. Yi Wen simply chopped them in half with a saber light. Aside from the corpses, the three of them ran into an even more common monster. It was a type of spirit-swallowing worm that fed on spirit stone raw or Yi Wen dealt with a spirit-swallowing worm and said, actually, corpses are not a big problem. The greatest enemy in the spirit mine is actually this kind of spirit-swallowing worm. If you discover it, you must eliminate it quickly. If you let it burrow into the ground, it will be problematic. Every time you kill a spirit-swallowing worm, you will gain 5 contribution points. Xiao Chun grasped his lunar shadow saber and carefully examined the corpse of the spirit-swallowing worm. This was a spirit-swallowing worm that was about half a meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. It could spit out a kind of green venom to attack its enemies. Its reaction speed was also very fast. If it were not for Yi Wen's attack speed being too fast, it would have burrowed into the ground and escaped without a trace. As the three of them spoke, they arrived at an entrance that branched off. 3 paths appeared in front of them. Yi Wen pointed to the front and compared it to the map. There are no paths to place a miner's lamp in the mine. The map shows that it is black. Such a mine has already been dug out. You should not take this path. The two of them nodded their heads and Yi Wen continued to lead the two of them forward. After touring the entire mine once, he finally brought the two of them to the headquarters of this layer of the mine. Even though it was the headquarters, it was very simple and crude at this depth of 1,000 meters. It was a huge stone room. There were many spirit stone raw ores piled up according to the grade of the spirit stones. There were more than 10 superior grade martial saints guarding this place. When these people saw Yi Wen walk over, they quickly said respectfully, Elder Yi, everything is normal. There are no problems. Yi Wen nodded and pointed to Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun. These are the new guards that the higher-ups sent down. Check them and see if they have any spatial rings on them. One of the main reasons why a super-large sect could survive for tens of thousands of years was because they controlled a spirit mine. All the information about the spirit mine was the most important secret of the sect. After being here for so long, Xiao Chun did not even know where the spirit mine was. What made them even more speechless was that the two of them did not even know where the exit of the mine was. If something happened, the two of them might be trapped here until they died. Xiao Chun did not expect them to be so cautious and check if the two of them had any spatial rings. Immediately, a man and a woman walked over to the two of them and started to search them. Xiao Chun was slightly startled. The things in his universe ring were all very valuable. There were even many things that could not see the light of day. There were some spirit weapons, medicinal pills, and herbs from the Jiang clan that he had not dealt with yet. If they were in the hands of others, he would not be at ease. Junior brother, take off the ring on your hand. Let me take a look. The person who searched Xiao Chun did not find anything else. Only the ring on his hand was suspicious. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. At this point, if he had any reaction, it would make others even more suspicious. So, he took the initiative to take off the ring and hand it over to that person. The spatial rings of this world were made from a material called receiving stone. It was completely different from the material used in Xiao Chen's universe ring. That person looked for a long time but could not figure anything out. So, he could only hand the ring over to Xiao Chen. Wait a moment. Let me take a look at the ring first. Just as Xiao Chun was about to heave a sigh of relief, Yiwen's gaze drifted over and he quickly spoke. In theory, it was impossible for an outsider to open the universe ring. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Xiao Chun could not be sure. He said, "Martial Uncle Yi, is there anything wrong with this ring?" Chapter 182. Yiwen tossed the ring into the air and smiled faintly at Xiao Chun. "There is no problem. You just have to pay attention to it." "What do you mean I just have to pay attention to it?" Xiao Chun thought to himself. Yiwen's gaze towards him was filled with a deep meaning. It was more like a warning than anything else. "Let's go. Go back and have a good sleep tonight." "That's right. There is one more important thing I have not told you. Do not cultivate underground. If you are not careful, you might explode and die. There have been many precedents. I hope you will not mess around." Yiwen warned the two of them. "This way, I will not be able to cultivate for a month." Xiao Chun could not help but feel disappointed. When he first came down and saw the dense essence in the surroundings, he was filled with hope. The two of them spoke as they returned to the stone room. When Mu Xingya saw that Yi Wen was not around, she said, "Senior brother Yi, thank you for saving me earlier." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "It's fine. We are just helping each other. Who knows when I might be saved by you." After they returned to the stone room, Xiao Chun let Mu Xingya choose a bed first. Then he slowly laid down on the other stone bed. The stone room was rather spacious. It was not cramped for two people to stay in. There were night pearls embedded in the walls, making the room bright. Xiao Chun laid on the bed. He had not sorted out his thoughts. Leaving all his escape routes in the hands of others did not give him any sense of security. His spiritual sense was like a thin thread as it extended upwards. However, it was as Yiwen said. This place was a few thousand meters underground. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense extended upwards for close to 2,000 meters. However, aside from seeing a few similar layers he did not know how far he was from the surface. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and could not help but think, "Where is the exit?" Xiao Chun did not give up. He scanned the entire layer with his spiritual sense. Finally, he found the headquarters of this layer. However, he was blocked by a formless barrier. He could not get past it. After trying a few times, Xiao Chun did not succeed. He could only give up helplessly. In the stone room, there was a simple hourglass that counted the time. According to Earth's time, it was around 7 o'clock at night. It was still early. Although he could not cultivate in this place, Xiao Chun did not have the habit of sleeping early. He took out the clear wind chop that Lu Ryue gave him and looked at it carefully. The clear wind chop that Yi Wen used today was quite shocking. "Senior brother Yi, I'm done bathing. You can go take a bath." Pushing open another stone door in the stone room, there was a simple bathroom inside. There was a pool filled with underground water, so there was no need to worry about cleanliness here. After Mu Xingya came out, she immediately said this to Xiao Chun. The little girl's clothes were very neat and tidy. She did not reveal anything, so Xiao Chun did not feel awkward. Xiao Chun put down the book and nodded. He was not a clean freak. After he went in, he simply washed up, put on his clothes, and walked out quickly. Mu Xingya's character was rather lively. When Xiao Chun was reading, she kept asking him questions. The smile on her face never faded. She was very optimistic about this mission. "Senior brother Yi, why did you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Furthermore, you even entered the weakest Qingyun Peak." Mu Xingya's questions assaulted him once again. There was no end to them, causing Xiao Chun to be unable to concentrate. He smiled bitterly and helplessly put down the book. After thinking for a while, he replied, "In the beginning, it was to save a friend. After that, I discovered that I could raise my strength here, so I slowly stayed. Mu Xinya revealed a mischievous smile. I guess that friend of yours must be a girl. You can say that. Xiao Chen smiled and changed the topic. What about you? Why did you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Mu Xinya changed her position on the stone bed. She lay on the wall and said, My parents called me in. I have only been here for a month. Actually, I did not want to come. Xiao Chun was secretly astonished. She was already a peak martial grandmaster even before she came up the mountain. It looks like Mu Xinya's family background is not simple. After answering this question, Mu Xinya's mood seemed to turn heavy. She was not as excited as she was earlier. After chatting for a while, she went to sleep. Xiao Chun could not sleep. He continued to look at the clear wind chop in his hand. The essence in his body followed the path described on it and slowly circulated. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy. Unfortunately, there was no suitable place to cultivate. Xiao Chun gave it a try before giving up. After midnight, his eyelids started to struggle and he fell asleep in a daze. Xiao Chun woke up on time the next morning. The sound of him getting up startled Mu Xinya awake. After the two of them washed up and ate their rations, they started to patrol according to the route Yi Wen gave them yesterday. Not long after, Xiao Chun saw the group of miners who dug out the medial grade spirit stone raw ore yesterday. When the leader, Supervisor Li, saw the two of them arrive, he quickly put down what he was doing. He came over to greet them. Greetings, sir and madam. Do you have any instructions? Xiao Chun sized up this person carefully. He was close to 2 meters tall. Xiao Chun had to look up at him. However, what caught Xiao Chen's attention were his eyes. The eyes of the other miners were dim and had no focus. However, his eyes were still filled with color. There was not a hint of dispiritedness in them. If it were not for the fact that his clothes were too dirty, no one would think of him as a miner. Nothing much, we are just here to patrol. If there is anything, immediately send out a signal. Xiao Chen nodded and left with Mu Xinya. Patrolling was an extremely dry task, especially when it was a few thousand meters underground. Xiao Chen finally understood why there were so few people on this mission. In such a hellish environment, if anyone came here once, they would not come a second time unless they were in urgent need of contribution points. The interior of the mine was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. After yesterday's experience, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He carefully followed the map as he walked in the mine. Hu Chi! The sharp sound of a bugle horn suddenly resounded in the mine. Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya looked at each other. There was a situation. They quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. The two of them were very fast. Not long after, they arrived at the source of the sound. They discovered a corpse slowly crawling out of the ground. The miners scattered. Xiao Chun said to Mu Xinya, Gather these people together. Don't run around. It is just an ordinary corpse. I will go and deal with it first. Mu Xinya asked worriedly, Can you do it? Even if I can't, I have to. After Xiao Chun spoke, he immediately rushed forward and started fighting with the corpse that just crawled out of the ground. This was the first time he faced such a disgusting monster. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He carefully blocked the corpse's attacks. He slowly felt that this corpse's attacking methods were limited. It was purely relying on its speed and its sharp claws to attack. This should be the lowest grade corpse. Not long after, Xiao Chun completely grasped its attack patterns. He did not intend to drag the fight out. Xiao Chun executed the 3 flowing cloud images and his figure immediately became blurry. He was like a small river as he circled the corpse and sent out 3 saber strikes at lightning speed. Shwa! 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 The corpse's 2 arms and head were instantly separated from its body. A large amount of black liquid splashed out. Knowing how powerful this liquid was, Xiao Chun sent out a saber light to block it. The corpse that had lost its arms and head was not completely dead. It instinctively charged at Xiao Chun. However, it was no longer a threat. Xiao Chun executed drawing the saber and chopped it in half. This time, it could not be more dead. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chun faced the miners that Mu Xinya had organized and asked, Who is the supervisor? A miner walked out with his back bent. he said to Xiao Chun, replying to Little Sir, I am the supervisor here. This person's complexion was dark and his eyes had no light in them. Xiao Chun sighed silently in his heart. He said, clean up the corpse. According to the rules, you can rest for 2 hours. I will not interfere. This was what Yi Wen had instructed. If a corpse appeared, the miners could rest for 2 hours before going back to work. There was no need to bother with it. The two of them stayed here for a while. When they saw that nothing happened, they left the area and continued patrolling. When they arrived at a fork in the road, 3 tunnels appeared in front of them. However, 2 of them did not have any lamps installed. It was completely dark. According to the rules, this was a dead tunnel and there was no need to patrol it. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Chun suddenly saw a pair of green eyes flash in one of the tunnels. However, when he looked carefully, he did not discover anything. He extended out his spiritual sense and searched for a long time. However, he did not discover anything. Senior Brother Yi, what's wrong? Mu Xinya asked suspiciously. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. He said, don't move. I'll go in and take a look. There seems to be something in there. Mu Xinya looked in the direction Xiao Chun was looking. Isn't that a dead tunnel? I'll go with you. There is no need. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. After Xiao Chun spoke, his figure flashed and he entered. His eyes gave off a faint purple glow in the darkness. In the pitch-black tunnel, he could clearly see everything within 10 meters of him. Xiao Chun walked 200 meters in and did not discover anything. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Mu Xinya following him. Let's go, there is no need to follow me. My eyes are playing tricks on me, Xiao Chun said to Mu Xinya behind him. However, the instant Xiao Chun turned around, he saw Mu Xinya's expression turn unsightly. She quickly drew the Yuanyang twin sabers at her waist. A cold light flashed in the tunnel. The Yuanyang twin sabers in her left hand gave off a melodious hum as it flew towards Xiao Chen's head at lightning speed. The Yuanyang twin sabers were mostly used by women. Because the sabers were rather short, most men would feel that it was not domineering enough when they used it. If one only looked at its outer appearance, it would fit the delicate nature of a girl. However, in reality, the might and aura of the Yuanyang twin sabers were not delicate at all. Xiao Chun watched as the Yuanyang twin sabers emitted a cold light in the dark night. Xiao Chen's thoughts paused for a moment. However, after a while, he immediately made a move. Due to his trust in Mu Xinya, he did not make a move to strike her down. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure moved quickly in the tunnel like a flood dragon. Soon, he arrived behind Mu Xinya. Chapter 183. Who? The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling of the mine. Xiao Chun could vaguely see a blurry figure entering the hole in the wall. Spirit swallowing worm. Xiao Chun immediately understood what was going on. His eyes were not playing tricks on him. Those green eyes were the eyes of a spirit swallowing worm. When Xiao Chun entered, it craftily entered the hole. When Xiao Chun turned around, it suddenly appeared, wanting to attack him. Coincidentally, when Mu Xinya saw this, she did not have time to explain and immediately attacked. She wanted to save the unaware Xiao Chun. Mu Xinya held the other Yuanyang saber in her right hand and pulled it gently. There was an invisible ripple in the air. The Yuanyang saber stabbed into the ceiling, trembled, and flew into Mu Xinya's hand. Senior Brother Yi, are you all right? Mu Xinya asked Xiao Chun worriedly. Xiao Chun checked his body and discovered that there was some green liquid on his left arm. It seeped through his clothes and entered his body through the pores of his skin. After that, it quickly merged with his blood. The blood mixed with the green poison flowed quickly in his body. Not long later, Xiao Chun felt dizzy. This was the effect of being poisoned. Xiao Chun quickly took out the detoxification pill from the universe ring and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the essence in his body, quickly spreading out the medicinal energy of the pill. The detoxification pill that Xiao Chun bought by chance was unexpectedly useful here. The pill quickly dissolved and separated the green liquid from his blood. After a while, Xiao Chun felt something sweet in his throat. He spat out the green liquid. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and immediately felt much better. The dizziness had already disappeared. The poison of the spirit-swallowing worm was really tyrannical. Just a little bit of it and there were such serious consequences. If he had not prepared the detoxification pill, he might have died here. He got up and looked at the worried Wuxia. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I'm fine. The poison has already been forced out. Thank you." When Wuxia heard this, she smiled. "It's fine. Let's go then. We still don't know when that bug will come out." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "This is 5 merit points. Furthermore, it injured me. How could I let it run away so easily?" Since Xiao Chun knew of the existence of the spirit-swallowing worm, there was naturally no reason for him to let it go. As long as he was careful and did not get ambushed, there would be no problems. The spirit-swallowing worm was only as strong as a martial grandmaster. He spread out his divine sense and extended it into the soil in the mine. He followed the aura left by the spirit-swallowing worm and traced it all the way. My goodness, he actually didn't go far. His divine sense circled around and came back. Xiao Chun looked at the mine above his head and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The spirit-swallowing worm was actually hiding above their heads. Thud! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and drew the lunar shadow saber. Countless arcs of electricity revolved around the blade of the saber, illuminating the dark mine. Pu Ci. The resplendent lunar shadow saber stabbed in with a schwa sound. There was a zzz sound coming from the soil. A green liquid flowed down the blade of the saber and flowed down to the hilt. Xiao Chun knew how powerful it was. He circulated the essence in his body to the saber and shook it off. He immediately shook off the poisonous liquid and felt something twisting around the saber. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and his essence exploded. The cave above his head instantly exploded and the spirit-swallowing worm fell down together with the rocks. There was a rumbling sound in the mine as rocks fell continuously. The two of them dodged to the side and waited for everything to calm down. Then, they started to chase after the spirit-swallowing worm that was dragging its broken body. When it fell to the ground, the spirit-swallowing worm had lost half of its combat prowess. Furthermore, there was the damage that Xiao Chun inflicted on it earlier. Not long after, the spirit-swallowing worm was dismembered by the two of them. After Xiao Chun obtained 5 contribution points, Wuxia asked in confusion, "Senior Brother Yi, how did you find it?" Naturally, Xiao Chun could not tell Wuxia the real reason. He made up a random reason and dug out the spirit core of the spirit-swallowing worm. Because it had been consuming spirit stone raw ores for a long time, the surface of the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core was very smooth. The spiritual energy it contained was comparable to that of a rank 5 spirit beast. Xiao Chun put away the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core and smiled. "I have obtained 5 contribution points. We will split it equally." Wuxia smiled gently. "You take 30 and I take 20. Contribution points are useless to me." "Contribution points are useless to you?" Xiao Chun looked at Wuxia with some doubt. "If contribution points are useless, then why did you accept this mission?" Wuxia seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She smiled. "Don't misunderstand. I was saying that a few contribution points are useless to me. You were the one who discovered the spirit-swallowing worm. I will just take 2 contribution points. So that's how it is." Xiao Chun smiled and did not pursue this topic. The two of them left the mine and started to patrol the area according to the map. After that, everything was calm. Nothing big happened. Along the way, they discovered a few spirit-swallowing worms. Unfortunately, they were too smart. They burrowed into the ground and ran far away. When it was late at night, the miners started to rest. Xiao Chun and Wuxia's work came to an end. Xiao Chun made a trip to Yi Wen's place to inform him of what happened today. After handing over the spirit-swallowing worm's spirit core to Yi Wen and recording it down, he could go to the Hall of Contributions to collect contribution points. Nothing happened along the way. Xiao Chun thought for a while and was not in a rush to return to the stone room to rest. In a dead tunnel, he found a rather spacious area. Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber and started to practice his saber techniques. Although he could not absorb spiritual energy to cultivate here, he could not neglect his saber techniques. Xiao Chun first practiced the 8 movements of the saber for 2 hours. He stabilized the basic saber techniques that he had reached small perfection. Then, he started to practice the rushing thunder saber technique and the 3 flowing cloud images that he had already learned. After 4 hours, he finished warming up. Xiao Chun rested for a while before he started to practice the clear wind chop. He had already memorized the circulation path of the clear wind chop the night before. At this moment, he slowly executed it. The saber danced in the air, instantly creating a cool breeze. The saber danced up and down in the cool breeze. Xiao Chun practiced tirelessly. He executed the clear wind chop hundreds of times, completely exhausting the essence in his body. However, he could not figure out the trick to it. Not to mention being like Lu Ruyue and Yiwan, who were able to hide their sabers in the cool breeze, he could not even hide his killing chi. He could only create a cool breeze. He was far from reaching the state where he could only see the cool breeze and not the saber. Where did I go wrong? Xiao Chun sat on the ground and thought hard about the logic behind it. There was a saying, "The master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual." Lu Ruyue could only tell him some of the essence of the clear wind chop to prevent him from taking the wrong path. As for how to comprehend it, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own hard work. Even if others told him and allowed him to reach small perfection, he would not be able to comprehend it himself. He would not be able to master the martial technique and would never be able to cultivate it to great perfection. Xiao Chun did not dare to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed the energy in the spirit stone. Xiao Chen's body was instantly filled with essence. Xiao Chun got up and continued practicing the clear wind chop. Immediately, a cool breeze blew in the mine. As Xiao Chun increased his speed, the wind became even faster. Within this strong wind, Xiao Chen's mind was calm. Suddenly, he had an idea. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art in his body. Amidst the roaring wind, he soared up like a flood dragon. The clear wind chop was originally a secret technique. It did not have a movement technique to complement it. When it was used, it depended on the user's coordination. Could not be used while moving at high speeds. However, this blue dragon cloud soaring art was surprisingly compatible with the clear wind chop. It was only the first time they worked together and Xiao Chun successfully executed the clear wind chop in midair. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. He executed the clear wind chop as he retreated quickly. He executed the clear wind chop as he somersaulted. He executed the clear wind chop as he spun. Instantly, he executed the clear wind chop from different angles. Using a secret technique and a heaven-ranked movement technique at the same time exhausted more essence than Xiao Chun had imagined. This time, Xiao Chun only managed to execute about 20 strikes before his essence was completely exhausted. Although the clear wind chop had not reached small perfection and was still unable to hide his killing chi, Xiao Chun discovered that it could be used with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Thus, he was not too disappointed. After resting for a while, Xiao Chun did not continue practicing. If he just practiced bitterly without thinking, even if he practiced for 100 years, there would not be any improvement. Furthermore, the environment in the mine was not suitable for bitter cultivation. If he relied on spirit stones to replenish his essence, it would weaken his sensitivity to the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Hiding his killing chi was the first step to succeeding in the clear wind chop. Xiao Chun was currently thinking about this problem. How could he hide his killing chi in the unfathomable cool breeze? When Xiao Chun returned to the stone room, he was surprised to discover that Wuxia was not on the stone bed. Could it be that she went to practice the saber like me? Why is she not back yet? Xiao Chun thought doubtfully. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should just take care of my own matters. Xiao Chun entered the bathroom and soaked comfortably in the pool for a long time before he came out. The next morning, Xiao Chun woke up from his deep sleep. He discovered that Wuxia had already finished washing up and was waiting for him to go out on patrol. "Senior brother Yi, where did you go last night? It has been a long time since you came back," Wuxia said to Xiao Chun with a smile as the two of them went out. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect Mu Xinya to take the initiative to ask this question. He smiled and said, I am not used to sleeping so early, so I went out to practice the saber. Mu Xinya smiled and said, Let's go. Since I fought alongside you today, I can take a look at the martial techniques you have been practicing bitterly. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. The boring and dry patrol began once again. The two of them had already patrolled the area once yesterday. When they went out again today, they were very familiar with the place. They were not as unfamiliar as yesterday. The first batch of miners they met was still the group led by Supervisor Li. When Supervisor Li saw the two of them, he wanted to come over and greet them. Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Chapter 184. After staying here for a long time and seeing that nothing had happened, the two of them headed to another mining area. They did not dare to be careless along the way. If anything happened and the spirit-swallowing worm sprayed them, they would suffer. The morning passed just like that. The mine was frighteningly quiet. The 8th layer of the mine was much smaller than Xiao Chun had imagined. The densely packed paths on the map looked scary, but most of them were dead ends. There were not many places to patrol. This was probably why only 2 people were needed to patrol this area. Actually, in Xiao Chen's opinion, even if the 2 of them were not here, there would not be any problems. Out of the 10 martial saints guarding the headquarters, 2 of them would be able to do their job easily. In just one morning, the 2 of them had already patrolled the entire mine. They took out the dry rations they brought with them and started to rest. Mu Xinya's chatterbox did not stop for even a moment. The moment she sat down, she asked, Senior Brother Yi, do you think there is a pattern to the appearance of these spirit-swallowing worms? When the 2 of them were patrolling earlier, they discovered some spirit-swallowing worms. However, before they could make a move, they had already fled. They could not do anything about it. Xiao Chun had not noticed the pattern. He could not help but ask, What did you see? Mu Xinya laughed. This lady has the magic eye. Of course, I can see it. Where do you think the spirit-swallowing worms are usually found? Are they places with miners or places without miners? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have made a connection in his mind. It seemed like there were no spirit-swallowing worms at places with miners. The spirit-swallowing worms were not like corpses. When they came out, they moved slowly, giving the miners time to call for help. Then they would spit out a few mouthfuls of poison, easily killing the miners. However, such a thing had never happened before. There was no precedent of the spirit-swallowing worms attacking the miners. However, what did this have to do with the pattern of the spirit-swallowing worms appearing? Mu Xinya had a pleased smile on her face. Did you think of something? Looking at your doubtful expression, you must not be able to figure out what is going on. Let me tell you, the spirit-swallowing worm naturally relies on swallowing spirit stone raw ores to survive. You didn't see it, so it can only mean that your work and rest schedule are different from theirs. Xiao Chun was suddenly enlightened. He immediately understood the key points and said, The 2 of us started to rest after the miners, which means that the spirit-swallowing worms would only come out when we were resting. Mu Xinya nodded. Actually, you can look at it from another angle. After the spirit-swallowing worms rest, the miners and us will start working. When the spirit-swallowing worms come out, we will start resting. Mu Xinya's words were just the reverse of Xiao Chen's words. On the surface, the meaning was the same. However, if one thought about it carefully, they would discover that the meaning was completely different. Xiao Chun was not stupid, and he soon figured out the key points. The miners and their working hours were not set randomly, but according to the activity patterns of the spirit-swallowing worms. It was to avoid the activities of the spirit-swallowing worm, but why? The spirit-swallowing worms were not very strong. If they could gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop, wouldn't that be better? Yi Wen had once said that the greatest enemy in the mine was not the corpses, but the spirit-swallowing worms that ate spirit stone raw ores to survive. Could it be that Yi Wen did not speak the truth? Xiao Chun thought to himself, these insignificant spirit-swallowing worms can't be hiding something, right? Mu Xinya leaned over and said in a cheeky manner, Senior Brother Yi, do you think we should go out and earn some contribution points tonight? I guarantee that we can earn at least 100 points. All we need is one night. This should be the reason why Wuxia came back so late last night. When Xiao Chun heard her suggestion, he thought of something. However, he immediately rejected this idea. These are just your guesses. There is no evidence, so don't say it in the future. But seeing that Xiao Chun did not believe her, Wuxia's adorable face could not help but turn anxious. Xiao Chun interrupted her. No buts. Let's spend this month in peace. I feel that it is not safe to stay here. It is best not to complicate matters. Hu Qi. An ear-piercing alarm rang out in the mine. The expressions of the two of them changed as they quickly stopped talking and rushed towards the source of the sound. Before they arrived, they ran into the escaping miners. The miners were staggering as they ran in a panic. It was very strange. Xiao Chun was startled. Low-grade corpses should not have such a strong deterrent force. To think that these miners would be so frightened. He quickly went to the supervisor and asked him about it. The supervisor's complexion was pale as he said, "My two lords, let's run quickly. We do not know what we dug up this time." But two mutated corpses appeared. Half of our brothers died. Two mutated corpses. Xiao Chun frowned and sank into deep thought. The so-called mutated corpses were the ones that Yi Wen had spent a lot of effort to kill. Two mutated corpses. What did they dig up to attract two mutated corpses? Could it be a superior grade spirit stone? No matter what, I have to check out the situation first. I cannot just listen to the words of these people. Let's not bother about these miners first. After such a big thing happened, it was unrealistic for them to continue mining. After he took out the map and asked the supervisor for the location of the incident, Xiao Chun immediately brought Wuxia to the location of the incident. He quickly rushed over and extended his spiritual sense to a radius of 200 meters around him. Stop! Xiao Chun, who was rushing forward quickly, suddenly stretched out his hand and signaled for Wuxia to stop. He looked at the map and found that they were only about 600 meters away from the location of the incident. To a martial saint, 600 meters would only take a few breaths of time. A conservative estimate of the mutated corpse's strength was that of an inferior grade martial saint. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. If he were to charge in recklessly, he might lose his life if he was not careful. He turned his divine sense into a thin thread and slowly slithered into it. After a while, Xiao Chun saw the scene of the incident. The ground was a mess, and the corpses of the miners were everywhere. The hearts of the corpses had all been dug out. The ground was stained with blood. Xiao Chun scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but to his surprise, he did not find any corpses. Strange, where did these man-eating corpses run off to? Xiao Chun thought suspiciously. He used his spiritual sense to search the surroundings carefully, but he still did not find any corpses. After double-checking, Xiao Chun brought Wuxia to the location of the incident. They started to search for the thing that the miners said they found. This was the first time she saw so many miners die. Wuxia's expression was somewhat unsightly. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he patted her shoulder and consoled her. Don't think too much. This kind of thing is unavoidable. Before they came, they all signed a life and death contract. If they died, their families would receive a large sum of compensation. To them, there is no regret. From the moment they signed the life and death contract, they had already thought of this. Wuxia's expression was still somewhat unsightly. She forced a smile and said, I know. Let's quickly search for the thing that they were talking about. The two of them started to search everywhere. Before they came, Xiao Chun had already used his spiritual sense to scan the area many times. However, he did not find anything. Now that they were here personally, they started to search. However, they still could not find the thing that the supervisor was talking about. Could it be that the supervisor was lying? Or could it be that, after the two corpses killed the miners, they took away the thing that they dug out? Compared to the latter, Xiao Chun was more willing to believe the former. This was because if the latter was the case, it would mean that these two mutated corpses already had a simple level of intelligence. If that was the case, then it would be an extremely horrifying matter. A corpse with intelligence would be much harder to deal with than a corpse that only relied on its instincts to fight. If these two corpses continued to hide and cultivate in this mine for a long time, their cultivation might increase at a horrifying rate, becoming something like a corpse king. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chun tremble in fear. Stop searching. It is already very obvious that the two corpses took away the thing. Xiao Chun said slowly. Although he did not hope for this answer, the truth was already laid out in front of him. It was impossible for the supervisor to lie to him. This was because he had no way of walking out of this layer of the mine. If he lied to Xiao Chun, he would be immediately punished after it was discovered, unless he was tired of living. After Xiao Chun spoke, he quickly brought Mu Xinya back to the headquarters. After such a big matter happened, it was not something that the two of them could deal with. When he saw Yi Wen at the headquarters, Xiao Chun told him everything in detail. Yi Wen frowned tightly and said, "Where are the miners that survived?" Xiao Chun replied, "After such a big matter happened, I let them rest. Go to the dormitory and get the supervisor to see me." Yi Wen turned around and instructed a person. Then he said to Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya, "Accompany me to the location of the incident." After running back and forth, anyone would feel dissatisfied. However, Xiao Chun could only endure it. He brought Yi Wen back to the location of the incident. After they arrived, Yi Wen started to inspect them carefully without saying a word. After a while, the person who Yi Wen had instructed to bring the supervisor ran over with an anxious expression. "Elder Yi, we did not discover this group of people in the dormitory. Furthermore, the miners that were on break today, as well as the miners from other places, said that they did not see this group of people. I also looked around for them, but I could not find them. It was like this group of people disappeared." Xiao Chen's heart trembled as he said hoarsely, "How can this be? How can they disappear? I and Mu Xinya clearly saw them. Furthermore, it was a large group of miners." Xiao Chun thought suspiciously in his heart. Mu Xinya, who was at the side, also felt it was strange. She said, "That is not possible. We saw at least 20 miners along the way. Furthermore, the supervisor even spoke to us. How could they disappear?" Yi Wen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't bother with this matter. I will send someone to investigate. You all continue patrolling." Chapter 185. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Chun was distracted. He could not understand how that group of miners disappeared. How could a group of living people just disappear like that? Furthermore, these people all had alarms in their hands. If they met with danger, they would sound the alarm immediately. That ear-piercing sound could be heard anywhere in the mine. Mu Xinya was also puzzled. "Senior brother Yi, what do you think is going on? This is too strange." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Even someone as smart as you cannot figure it out. How would I know?" When she heard Xiao Chen's words, Mu Xinya revealed a smile. "Actually, I have an idea as well. It is impossible for these people to disappear. There are so many dead ends in the mine. You cannot even see your fingers if you stretch them out. If they just randomly chose a dead end to hide in, it would be very difficult to find them." Xiao Chun shook his head and retorted, "That's impossible. Why would these people hide? They are all ordinary people. Without our protection, there is no way for them to survive in the dead ends. Even if there is no danger, they would starve to death without food." Mu Xinya said, "Then tell me, where did they go? Could it be that they are all hiding underground?" If there was something he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiao Chen's usual way of doing things. Since he could not figure it out, he would not bother thinking about it. "Let's not bother about it. Just leave it to Marshal Uncle Yi and the others to investigate. We should be careful and leave this place within a month." Xiao Chun now regretted accepting this mission. The mine became increasingly strange. The uneasy feeling in his heart also became stronger. Xiao Chun only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The following week was rather peaceful. There was no conclusion to what happened that day. The people that Yi Wen sent out searched the mine for a long time, but they could not find the missing miners. During the day, Xiao Chun and Mu Xinya continued to patrol. Occasionally, they would run into corpses, but the two of them could easily deal with them. The two of them also became more coordinated. That night, Xiao Chun continued to practice in a wide tunnel. He took out a few night illumination pearls from his universe ring and placed them around the tunnel. The dark tunnel immediately lit up. The night pearl was something that Xiao Chun had obtained from the Jiang clan's hidden treasure pavilion in the past. When he was tidying up the universe ring the day before yesterday, he had discovered it by accident. It was a good time to place it here. A bright space was much better than pitch-black darkness. Xiao Chun first practiced the 8 basic saber techniques. He could not fall behind in his comprehension of the basic saber techniques. After that, Xiao Chun executed all the martial techniques he knew one by one. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Dragon Seizing Hand, Flight on Wings, Astral Swordplay. Regardless of whether he learned them himself or imitated them with the Battle Sage origin, he practiced them all. Only when he had exhausted all of his primal chi did he stop and rest for a while. Xiao Chun took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and absorbed it. His essence instantly recovered. Xiao Chun got up and started to practice the clear wind chop. He had spent most of his time practicing the clear wind chop in the past few days. The coordination between the blue dragon cloud soaring art and the clear wind chop was getting better and better. Xiao Chun was like a swimming dragon. When he flew in the air, the clear wind chop could be released from any angle. However, no matter how practiced he was, Xiao Chun could not hide his killing chi. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the killing chi would automatically leak out. There was no way to control it. Xiao Chun leaned against the wall of the tunnel helplessly. He was thinking about the problem of killing chi. The so-called killing chi referred to the tyrannical aura that would automatically form after a cultivator killed a certain number of people. Normally, these people would just need to exchange glances with others and their killing chi would automatically leak out, causing others to feel fear. When fighting, they would not be able to concentrate. Furthermore, there were some horrifying people who could control their killing chi freely. The killing chi that filled the air would condense into a line and turn into a spear or saber, piercing into a person's mind and injuring their spiritual sense, causing them to lose their combat prowess. However, such a state could only be achieved by those who used killing to prove their Dao. Lu Ruyue and Yi Wen were obviously not people who used killing to prove their Dao. How did they do it? Xiao Chun slowly got up and placed the lunar shadow saber to the side. Then, he used his bare hands to gesture in the air. At this moment, his killing chi automatically hid itself, not leaking out at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chun understood. He knew why his killing chi appeared. When he held the lunar shadow saber, killing chi would unconsciously appear in his heart. After all, the ultimate purpose of this clear wind chop was to kill. Without killing chi, how could he execute it? When killing chi appeared, it would automatically come out. However, when he punched earlier, there was killing chi in his heart, but it did not come out. This was because he had simply separated his fists and legs into simple movements. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiao Chun drew it with a huang-dang sound. He kept thinking to himself, this is just an action. What I am doing now is just a mechanical action. I am just picking up the saber and drawing it. It is just like how I usually walk or eat. It is just a simple action. Don't think too much about it. Just like this, Xiao Chun hypnotized himself and slowly executed the clear wind chop. The saber sliced through the air and the blue dragon cloud soaring art was executed at the same time. A cool breeze blew in the mine. Xiao Chun's mind was clear and calm. Shwa! A sharp cold light flashed in the air. Xiao Chun's figure paused in the air. He continued to execute the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His feet did not touch the ground. It was like he was riding the cool breeze as he sent out another 3 clear wind chop. In the cool breeze, the black lunar shadow saber was like a leaf dancing in the wind. It did not contain any killing chi, causing people to not feel any pressure. I finally succeeded. After Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he said joyfully. He had executed a total of 4 clear wind chops earlier. All the killing chi was successfully hidden. So that was how it was. This was the so-called sudden inspiration. Usually, he could not figure out a problem. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, and everything became clear. Xiao Chun thought in this manner. However, He did not know that if he did not have his usual accumulation and bitter training, how could he have this sudden inspiration? As long as he hypnotized himself, he could hide his killing chi. If even he was fooled, how could the enemy not be fooled? Xiao Chun was very excited. Xiao Chun continued to train bitterly. A cool breeze blew in the cave. Occasionally, the saber would spit out a cold light. It worked together with the blue dragon cloud soaring art. As it spun, it moved about unpredictably. Xiao Chun practiced until his essence was exhausted. Only then did he stop. He sat on the ground and thought about what he had just learned. After a while, he put away the night pearl and headed back to the stone room. When Xiao Chun passed by a spot where the miners were digging during the day, he slowly stopped. There were close to 10 spirit-swallowing bugs moving about at the spot. A ZZ sound rang out incessantly. This was the sound of them chewing on the spirit stone raw, or the spirit-swallowing bugs ate the spirit stone raw or and lived underground. Logically speaking, they should be a great enemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, looking at the scene today, it seemed like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was purposely raising these spirit-swallowing bugs. Xiao Chun passed by this place every day. There were a few times when he could not help but kill them. This was a large pile of contribution points. After he killed all of them, he would have 50 contribution points. Who? Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Xiao Chun. A figure appeared behind him at lightning speed and gently patted his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Chun focused and drew the lunar shadow saber. Essence gathered on it and a blazing saber light formed. Chi! Just as the saber light was about to form, the figure flicked the lunar shadow saber with his finger. There was a ripple in the air and the saber was knocked back. Your reaction is not bad. You can draw your saber in a breath of time. Your basic saber techniques should have reached the medial perfection. Yiwen's figure slowly appeared as he smiled gently at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw that the person who came was Yiwen, he slowly let down his guard. He sheathed his saber and cupped his hands. Martial Uncle Yi, thank you for your kindness. Yiwen smiled gently and looked at the spirit swallowing bugs in front of him. He said to Xiao Chun, do you find it strange? There are so many spirit swallowing bugs, but I do not kill them all? Xiao Chun nodded his head. This was indeed the doubt in his heart. If Yiwen could tell him, that would be for the best. Let's go, I will bring you to a place. It is not a big deal, I will tell you later. After Yiwen spoke, he led Xiao Chun through the tunnels. They made many turns, and along the way they even triggered some traps. Often, just as he thought it was a dead end, it would suddenly become clear again. Where is he bringing me? Xiao Chun thought curiously. He originally thought that Yiwen would bring him to the headquarters of this layer of the tunnels. He did not expect that to be the case. Hua la la. Suddenly, the melodious sound of flowing water came from the front. It was unknown what Yiwen had triggered, but the wall in front of them moved aside. Who? An extremely cool breeze blew. A huge cave appeared in front of Xiao Chun. It was more than 100 meters tall and a few thousand meters wide. This could no longer be described as a cave. It was like someone had used a mighty force to carve out a space. There was a surging underground river flowing violently. The sound of flowing water came from here. Suddenly, his field of vision became so wide that it caused his heart to tremble. He felt incomparably comfortable. What surprised Xiao Chun even more was that it was not just Xiao Chun and Yiwen here. There were many other people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion present. These people were all wearing black light armor. There was an indistinct light flowing through them. Every one of them had a monstrous killing chi spreading out. Even though Xiao Chun was far away, he could feel this sharp killing chi. Even though he knew that this killing chi was not directed at him, it still made him feel like he was being stared at by an evil spirit. However, he still felt like he was being stared at by an evil spirit, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As Xiao Chun grasped his saber hilt, the killing intent in his heart was unconsciously drawn out. He wanted to draw his saber and kill the owner of this killing chi, leaving nothing behind. Relax, don't act rashly. These are the people from the Divine Saber Camp. They will not make a move on you. Just as Xiao Chun could not endure it any longer, Yiwen suddenly spoke. He placed his right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and sent in strands of gentle essence. After Yi Wen sent in strands of gentle essence, the tyranny in Xiao Chen's heart slowly calmed down. His body stopped trembling. However, Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. What happened earlier? Why did I release so much killing qi for no reason? Chapter 186. Yi Wen said indifferently, "This is a baleful aura that is even more horrifying than killing qi. It can evoke the killing intent in your heart, causing you to sink into chaos." Xiao Chun looked at the divine saber camp members across the river in horror. He muttered to himself, how many lives did they take to form such a horrifying baleful aura? The divine saber camp was the most elite force of the heavenly saber pavilion. What were they doing here? Was there something they wanted to protect? Why did Yi Wen bring me here? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with doubts. There is no need to care about them. Nothing will happen to the river. I brought you here to get some fresh air. Don't overthink. Let's go. Yi Wen dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts. Yi Wen brought Xiao Chen to a stone table by the river and stopped. Then, he took out a bottle of wine and 2 wine cups and placed them on the stone table. Golialu. Yi Wen filled the 2 wine cups and handed one to Xiao Chen. Then he took a sip and said, "Let's sit. Let me ask you something. When did you join Qingyun Peak? How is Qingyun Peak's situation now?" Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. A cool breeze blew over the river, making him feel very cool. Xiao Chen had guessed long ago that Yi Wen should be someone from Qingyun Peak. He was not surprised by his question. I have been here for almost 3 months. When I arrived, everyone from Qingyun Peak had already left. Only Lu Ruyue and her brother were left. Xiao Chen did not hide anything and answered honestly. Don't you know all this? When Yi Wen heard this, he revealed a bitter smile. He said, I have not gone out for 10 years already. I have only heard a little about them. So when I saw someone from Qingyun Peak coming to do a caretaker mission, I asked you to come to me. Not going out for 10 years. Could it be that Yi Wen had been staying underground for 10 years? This was too inconceivable. Xiao Chen had only stayed here for a week and he could not take it anymore. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if he stayed here for 10 years. A surprised look appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he asked, Was it your idea for us to come to the 8th level of the mine? Yi Wen smiled faintly. That's right. Actually, you should thank me. If it were not for me, you would have been sent to the 20-odd floors. The terrain there is even lower. The environment there is much worse than mine. No wonder. Xiao Chen had always felt that their missions were too easy. Usually, they were just going through the motions, and there was basically nothing to do. So this was the reason. By the way, have you found the 2 mutated corpses? Xiao Chen suddenly thought of this matter. This was a good opportunity. He could ask Yi Wen about it. I already have some clues, but it's best if you don't ask. Yi Wen did not directly answer Xiao Chen's question. He continued from where he left off. According to what you said, your master should be Lu Ruyue, right? Seeing Xiao Chen nod his head, Yi Wen smiled gently and muttered, She has not given up yet? Rumble. Just at this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound on the empty ground on the other side of the river. Xiao Chen looked in that direction and discovered a huge rock shaking non-stop in the center of the empty ground on the other side of the river. The huge force caused the entire mountain wall to shake, and countless rocks fell from the top of their heads. Xiao Chen had seen this huge rock earlier. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He thought it was just an ordinary rock. After all, it was not strange to see rocks underground. However, at this moment thick chains suddenly appeared on the huge rock. There was a saber stabbed into the ground in 8 different directions around the huge rock. The thick chains moved from the huge rock to the sabers. The huge rock shook non-stop, as though it would be lifted off the ground at any moment. However, the 8 sabers did not move at all. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light on the sabers. The light traveled along the chains to the huge rock. The huge rock that was lifted off the ground was instantly pressed down again. Rumble. After the huge rock was pressed down, it immediately flew up again. The chains shook non-stop. The huge rock seemed to be suppressing some kind of demon or monster. A berserk roar came from inside. The roar reverberated in the vast cave. Shao Chun stared at the 8 sabers and the chains. He was sure that he did not see the 8 sabers and chains earlier. Otherwise, he would not have ignored the huge rock. Shao Chun extended his spiritual sense. However, he could not feel the existence of any objects. Aside from the huge rock, he could not see any chains or sabers. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Shao Chun thought suspiciously. I can clearly see them. Why can't I sense them with my spiritual sense? That's not right. These 8 sabers are indeed not objects. They are the soul chains and soul holy weapons formed by the powerhouses before they died. Shao Chun thought in astonishment. Shao Chun finally understood what was going on. In some ancient books, it was recorded that before a sage died, they could merge their cultivation with their soul, turning it into a soul holy weapon and soul chain. What kind of enemy could cause 8 sages to turn into soul holy weapons and soul chains at the same time? What kind of person was so horrifying? What exactly is in there? Shao Chun asked Yuan. Yuan took a look and said, 1,000 years ago, a fiend king came to our heavenly saber pavilion to steal the spirit vein's origin. In the end, it was suppressed by the 8 supreme elders. The fiend king was actually suppressed by a fiend king. Shao Chun thought in astonishment, so there really are fiends in this world. The fiend race was different from the demons underground. They had existed in the Tianwu continent since the ancient era. According to rumors, in the immemorial era before the ancient era, there were tens of thousands of races. Humans were one of the weaker races. Due to some unknown reason, they obtained the final victory in the 100-race war of the immemorial era. In the following ancient era, the human race completely dominated the Tianwu continent. The other races either got wiped out or ran away. The human race spread throughout the Tianwu continent. After that, the few demonic calamities caused these races, which were already severely injured, to vanish from the long river of history. However, the fiend race was a rather special existence. They had existed for tens of thousands of years and had avoided a few demonic calamities without being wiped out. There had always been rumors that there was a large number of fiend race in the ancient desolate land of the Tianwu continent. From the looks of it now, the rumors should be true. Boom! A loud explosion, louder than any of the previous sounds, resounded in the spacious cave. A huge hairy hand stretched out from the bottom of the huge rock. A surging aura surged out from the ground and spread throughout the entire cave, caused everyone to tremble in fear. Before this boundless aura, they felt like they were as insignificant as ants. The sharp fingertips of the huge hand flickered with a cold light. It stretched towards a saber on the ground and instantly grasped the saber hilt. Shao Chen's expression changed. The blue dragon in his body felt threatened. It emitted a faint pressure and easily neutralized this surging aura. Shao Chen muttered, "What is it trying to do? It has already been more than 1,000 years. How can it still have such a horrifying aura? Every month, during these few days, it will be more manic. There is no need to worry. The soul holy weapons and soul chains are not just for show. Furthermore, the divine saber camp is here. It will not be able to cause any trouble." Yuan saw that something was wrong with Shao Chen's expression and quickly explained. "Pu ci." Indeed, it was as Yuan said. The instant the huge claw touched the saber hilt, the soul chains crackled with electricity. The 8 soul holy weapons also lit up with resplendent electricity. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the bottom of the huge rock. The soul holy weapons and the soul chains were weapons that directly attacked the soul. No matter how strong the physical body was, it was impossible to dodge. "Descend!" One of the divine saber camp cultivators snorted coldly. His figure flashed in the air and he leaped onto the huge rock. He stomped heavily on it and immediately pushed the Fiend King underground back. Who? The 8 soul holy weapons started to spin rapidly. The soul chains wrapped around the blades started to contract. Endless miserable cries came from the ground. After a long time, the miserable shrieks stopped. The 8 soul holy weapons and the soul chains disappeared and the cave returned to peace. Yuan got up and smiled at Shao Chun. "Let's go." We have watched the show and gotten some fresh air. It should not be too boring. Xiao Chun nodded his head. However, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he was startled and said, "Wait a moment. You have not told me why we cannot kill those spirit-swallowing worms." Yuan smiled casually. "It is not that we cannot kill them. It is just that we cannot kill them too ruthlessly. If it were not for these spirit-swallowing worms, this Lingyun Mountain spirit vein would have been dug dry in the past 10,000 years. After the spirit-swallowing worms consume the spirit stone raw or the spirit core that they produce is the best nourishment for the spirit vein's origin. If we kill them all, the spirit vein's origin will dry up. The spirit vein's origin was the source of the spirit stone raw or if the spirit vein's origin dried up, the spirit vein would no longer produce spirit stones." Xiao Chun understood this principle. However, he did not expect that the nourishment for the spirit vein's origin would be the spirit-swallowing worm's inner cores. "That's not right. Why did you say that the spirit-swallowing worms are the greatest enemy of the spirit vein?" Yuan explained, "We cannot have too many of them. If they consume all the spirit stone raw, or what are we going to dig for? Hence, we have to maintain a balance. We have to kill a batch every now and then. I said this to give you a reason to kill the spirit-swallowing worms. After all, you cannot kill that many spirit-swallowing worms by yourself." The two of them started to walk back. Along the way, Yuan asked about the current situation of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chun told him everything he knew in detail. When Yuan heard about the Qingyun Peak that had declined beyond recognition, he occasionally sighed. He seemed extremely sorrowful. When they returned to the stone room, it was the same as the previous few nights. Mu Xinya was nowhere to be found. Xiao Chun was already used to it and did not pay much attention to it. "Hey!" After Xiao Chun finished bathing, he passed by Mu Xinya's stone bed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mu Xinya's Gongyu Peak identity token and the Hall of Contributions mission token under her pillow. The identity token and the mission token were not taken away. Xiao Chun walked forward and flipped them out. It was indeed Mu Xinya's Gongyu Peak identity token. The front had the words Gongyu written on it, and the back had the words Mu Xinya written on it. Chapter 187. What is she trying to do? By placing the identity token here, she would be able to hide her position on the map. Could it be that she has some ulterior motive? For the past week, Xiao Chun had not seen Mu Xinya's figure every night when he returned. Although he felt it was strange, he did not pay it much attention. Everyone had their own secrets. He could not be bothered to pry. It was just like him. He would go out to practice his saber for a long time every night before returning. However, if the identity token and the mission token were placed here, the nature of the matter would change. It was clear that she was trying to hide something from others. Xiao Chen's mind worked very quickly. I have to figure this out since I will be staying with her for a long time. Otherwise, if she has some ulterior motive and implicates me, I will be done for. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and searched for Mu Xinya's figure within the mine. After scanning the cave a few times with his spiritual sense, he did not find anything. Xiao Chun expanded the range of his spiritual sense. After a while, he finally found Mu Xinya in a dead end. In front of Mu Xinya, there was a tall and stout man. He was close to 2 meters tall. Xiao Chun controlled his spiritual sense and carefully circled around. When he saw this person's appearance, he could not help but say, "Supervisor Li, how did Mu Xinya meet him?" The two of them spoke very quickly. However, Xiao Chun had never heard this language before. He could not understand what they were discussing. In the end, the two of them seemed to be arguing. Mu Xinya's expression became very impatient. Although Xiao Chun could not understand what the two of them were saying, from their expressions, Xiao Chun could vaguely deduce their relationship. They did not have a master-servant relationship. They seemed to be bargaining. Supervisor Li was not satisfied with the price that Mu Xinya offered. He thought it was too low. Mu Xinya was very dissatisfied with this. From her expression, it seemed like she was scolding him for going back on his word. After a while, Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li separated and rushed towards the stone room. Xiao Chun quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and placed Mu Xinya's identity token back in its original place. Then, he lay down on his bed and pretended to sleep. The next day, in the mine, boom! Xiao Chun stabbed his saber into the heart of one of the corpses. Mu Xinya quickly dodged to the back. Her two sabers crisscrossed in the air and chopped off the head of the corpse. Who? Xiao Chun drew his saber and retreated, continuing to attract the attention of the corpse. Mu Xinya followed up from behind, and with a flash of saber light, she chopped off the arms of the corpse. Not long after, the low-level dried corpse died at the hands of the two of them. It was cut into 8 pieces, and it couldn't be more dead. Senior Brother Yi, this battle only took 5 minutes. Our cooperation is getting better. Mu Xinya smiled as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and didn't say anything. What happened last night had left a shadow in his heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun could only secretly be vigilant and pretend that nothing had happened. He was afraid of alerting the enemy. Be careful. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed forward and punched at Mu Xinya. The wind from his fist brushed past Mu Xinya's face and struck a corpse behind her. It was unknown when this corpse had come out of the ground. It took advantage of the moment when the two of them were distracted to pounce at Mu Xinya. From the time Xiao Chun said "be careful" to the time he punched the head of the corpse, only a breath of time had passed. Xiao Chen's physical body was incredibly hard. In a moment of desperation, he punched with all his might and smashed the head of the corpse into mush. Mu Xinya's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately turned around and 2 saber lights appeared on her 2 sabers, chopping off half of the corpse. It was originally a low-level corpse. After the two of them reacted, they quickly destroyed it. With the precedent set, no one dared to be careless. They started to check carefully and only relaxed after they confirmed it was safe. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Chun and smiled gratefully. Senior Brother Yi, you saved me again. I really don't know what to say. Xiao Chun waved his hand. I'll say it again. There is still a long way to go. Who knows? Who knows, I might be saved by you in the next moment. Mu Xinya smiled. Senior Brother Yi, I like what you said. In that case, I will work harder and find an opportunity to return this favor to Senior Brother Yi. At this moment, Mu Xinya's expression was innocent and romantic. She was like a cute girl next door. Xiao Chun was unable to connect her with the girl who had been spying with Supervisor Li the day before. The two of them continued their patrol. When they arrived at where Supervisor Li was, Xiao Chun purposely lingered there for a while. Supervisor Li acted as usual. He got up and put down his work. He said to the two of them, "Greetings to the 2 little lords." Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to scan Supervisor Li's body. He still could not feel any martial spirit in his body. He was completely an ordinary person. Xiao Chun could not help but feel disappointed. There was clearly something wrong with this Supervisor Li. The color of his eyes was much brighter than that of a regular miner. If it was in the past, Xiao Chun could have thought that he was more optimistic, unlike the other miners who were numb. However, after seeing what happened yesterday, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he could not find anything wrong with Supervisor Li. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary person who did manual labor. This little one is going to work. The 2 little lords, please continue with your work. Supervisor Li bowed and took his leave. In the instant that Mu Xinya was not paying attention, Xiao Chun suddenly used his dexterity and struck one of the people pushing the mining cart. That person instantly lost his balance and the mining cart suddenly flipped over, pressing down on Supervisor Li. Rumble! The spirit stone raw or on the cart all rolled out. The cart floated up and pressed down on Supervisor Li's body. The surrounding miners quickly went over to pull Supervisor Li out. What's going on? Mu Xinya turned around and asked suspiciously. Nothing, it's just an ordinary accident. Let's go. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Supervisor Li's performance was like that of an ordinary person. When faced with a sudden attack, he did not show any extraordinary side to him. In the headquarters of the 8th layer of the mine, a cultivator investigating the missing miners said to Yiwen, Elder Yi, We still have not found that group of miners. Furthermore, a few miners from this layer have been disappearing every day. However, because it is not a large-scale disappearance, there is no panic. Yuan said indifferently, continue investigating. Tally up the total number of people disappearing and report it to me every day. The days in the mine passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Xiao Chen had already been here for half a month. Xiao Chen's daily activities also became more regular. During the day, he would patrol. At night, he would consolidate his saber techniques and practice the clear wind chop. The clear wind chop had already stabilized at the small perfection. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, he could perfectly hide his killing chi in the cool breeze. It would not leak out at all. He was steadily advancing towards the middle perfection. Aside from being a little boring, the days were rather peaceful. The only flaw was that he could not cultivate. Before he came here, his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the consummation of the third layer. Originally, Xiao Chen was prepared to break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's fourth layer this month, raising the might of his Purple Thunder True Fire by another layer. After that, he could truly refine his own magic treasure. From the looks of it, he could only give up on that and wait until he got out of here. On this particular day, Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya were preparing to patrol as per usual. However, they did not expect Yi-Wan to bring an unexpected person over. This is Ma Chun, you should have met him before. Something unexpected happened to him during his mission. He is here to continue his mission, Yi-Wan said as he pointed at the person behind him. Ma Chun cupped his hands towards the two of them and said, "We meet again." Back then, before the group entered the heaven viewing platform, Ma Chun had told them about his experiences in carrying out missions. Thus, Xiao Chen had a rather deep impression of him. However, what exactly happened to him? Why was he sent here from the heaven viewing platform? Where are the others? Why is he here alone? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. After Yuan left, before Xiao Chen could say anything, Mu Xinya asked impatiently, "Senior brother Ma, what exactly happened to you? Where are the other senior brothers?" Ma Chun revealed an expression of lingering fear as he said, "They are all dead. They dug out a superior grade spirit stone in the 28th layer, and a corpse king appeared. The few of us happened to pass by that place. That corpse king had been beside the superior grade spirit stone for an unknown number of years. Unexpectedly, it still knows the martial techniques it used when it was alive. Furthermore, its spiritual intelligence is very high. Superior grade spirit stone." Xiao Chen and Mu Xinya were astonished. A superior grade spirit stone appeared in the Great Chu Nation's spirit vein's origin. This was very surprising. After the ancient era, the spiritual energy in the Tianwu continent became increasingly sparse. Even the Great Jin Nation, which had the densest spiritual energy, was a far cry from that era. As for the other four nations, their spiritual energy was even more sparse. It was already a pleasant surprise for a medial grade spirit stone to appear in a spirit vein's spirit vein. They did not expect to find a superior grade spirit stone raw or in the heavenly saber pavilion spirit vein. The value of a superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, if one really wanted to exchange for it, no one would be willing to do so. This was because superior grade spirit stones were too rare. The vast and pure essence it contained was very attractive even to martial kings and martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if he could find a suitable cultivation technique and absorb a superior grade spirit stone, he could immediately advance to martial saint. Furthermore, there would not be any side effects. He would not have to worry about it affecting his future cultivation. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued to ask, "What happened after that? Did you manage to snatch the superior grade spirit stone raw or from the corpse king? Did you kill the corpse king?" Ma Chan replied, "The corpse king's cultivation was close to that of a martial monarch. Furthermore, its body was as tough as steel. Regular sabers and swords would not be able to injure it at all. We sent out 10 peak bladesmen from the divine saber camp, but it still managed to escape in the end. However, we managed to obtain the superior grade spirit stone raw or." Xiao Chen and Ma Chen did not notice a strange expression flash on Mu Xinya's face when she heard that the Corpse King was not dead. Ma Cheng continued, I'm really envious of the two of you. The tunnels of the 8th level are famous for being peaceful, and there have never been any major incidents. I don't know how you two ended up here, but something like this has never happened before. Chapter 188. Xiao Chun was now truly thankful to Yi Wen. If it were not for Yi Wen, he would have been one of the cultivators who met the Corpse King. Who knows, he might have already become a corpse. Nothing much changed in the following days. Xiao Chun continued to patrol during the day and practice his saber at night. However, now that the two of them had become 3, the days were not as boring as usual, and the 3 of them talked a lot more. Mu Xinya still went out for a long period of time every day. Every now and then, she would meet with Supervisor Li. However, Xiao Chun still could not understand what the two of them were saying. He could only keep his guard up. There was nothing he could do. Shua! In a dead passage, Xiao Chun was in the air. Before he drew his saber, a cool breeze blew in the air. After the lunar shadow saber was drawn, a faint saber light flashed in the cool breeze. After Xiao Chun landed on the ground, a happy expression appeared on his face. He had finally mastered the 2nd stage of the Clear Wind Chop. The Clear Wind Chop had a total of 3 stages. The first stage was to hide one's killing chi, eliminating one's killing intent so that others would not be able to quickly sense the timing of the move. Clear Wind Chop, which came first, the clear wind or the chop. If the clear wind came first and the saber came after, then it should definitely be the clear wind before the chop. However, if Xiao Chun did not draw his saber and create the air currents, how could there be a cool breeze? Therefore, the 2nd stage of the clear wind chop was to practice until there was a clear wind before there was a chop. After working hard for more than half a month, Xiao Chun finally completed the 2nd stage. Xiao Chun was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the clear wind chop, which was the breakthrough to the Great Success Realm. Only the clear wind could be seen but not the saber. If Xiao Chun could practice it to the point where he could completely hide the saber in the cool wind, preventing the enemy from discovering the direction of the saber, then he would have reached great perfection in the clear wind chop. I have finally mastered it. It seems my talent is quite good. In just half a month's time, I was able to master the clear wind chop to the middle stage. Who knows, I might be able to master it before the end of the month, Xiao Chun said happily. He continued to practice for a while. As usual, Xiao Chun practiced until his primordial chi was exhausted. Only then did he start to walk towards the stone room. Young Lord Yi, a faintly discernible voice sounded. This voice was very familiar to Xiao Chun. Usually, when the miners and supervisors saw Xiao Chun, they would greet him like this. He turned around and saw that it was indeed one of the supervisors he had seen before. After standing guard in the pitch-black tunnel for a long time, Xiao Chun stopped and asked, Supervisor Zhao, how did you find me? Supervisor Zhao said weakly, I have been wanting to look for Little Sir for some time now. My miners heard that Little Sir often goes out to practice his saber at night, so I waited here. Xiao Chun nodded. It was no secret that he came out to practice at night. Why are you looking for me? Did you run into a mummy? Supervisor Zhao's face had not seen the sun for a long time. After he washed it, it was very pale. Coupled with his numb eyes, he looked very miserable. No, recently, there have been brothers disappearing mysteriously. At first, I did not pay much attention to it. This is because it is normal for people to disappear from time to time in the mine. However, after I asked the other supervisors, I discovered that there were people disappearing from their places as well. They really disappeared. In the past, even if they disappeared, we could still find their corpses. However, this time we could not even find their corpses. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. From Supervisor Zhao's words, it was clear that the disappearances were premeditated. Someone was behind all this. Every supervisor had 1 or 2 people disappearing. The number did not seem large. However, when added together, it was quite horrifying. There were a total of 20 supervisors in the mine. Each supervisor led more than 100 miners. Every now and then, 1 or 2 would disappear. In total, there were probably more than 100 people. Who was it that made these miners disappear without a trace? Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and said to Supervisor Zhao, I understand the situation now. I will speak to Elder Yi tomorrow. Supervisor Zhao hesitated for a while. His expression seemed like he was struggling with something. Finally, he made up his mind and said, Little Lord Yi, we have a few brothers who will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. Now that something like this happened, they are all anxious. If they want to leave early, they can take less money. When Xiao Chun heard this, he revealed a difficult expression. He said, There has never been such a precedent before. Furthermore, this matter is not under my jurisdiction. My words do not have any effect. Supervisor Zhao said anxiously, Little Lord Yi, you are a good person. We all know that. In the past, the caretakers did not treat us minors as humans. Not only did they mock us coldly, sometimes they even moved us. You have been here for so long, but you have never given us a meaningful glance. Everyone knows this. Xiao Chun had heard Ma Chun mention this before. In the past, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples took on this mission, many of them could not stand the boring life in the mine. They would vent their anger on the miners. This was a very common thing. Xiao Chun revealed a bitter smile. If he did not do anything, he would be considered a good person. However, the good people in this world were too cheap. Little Lord Yi, I kneel before you. You have to help me with this. Those people will be reaching the end of their 5-year term at the end of this month. If anything happens to them, it would not be worth it. Seeing Xiao Chun remain silent, Supervisor Zhao immediately knelt before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly helped Supervisor Zhao up. He said, I can speak on behalf of Marshal Uncle Yi. However, I cannot guarantee that it will work. Supervisor Zhao said gratefully, It is good that you can speak. I thank Little Lord Yi in advance. I will take my leave first. As Xiao Chun watched Supervisor Zhao leave, he sank into deep thought. He had been watching Mu Xinya's matter coldly from the sidelines. However, from the looks of it now, things seemed to be getting worse. The next day, Xiao Chun started to secretly visit the other supervisors, asking them about the situation. He had always been cautious when he did things. The matter that Supervisor Zhao spoke of was rather serious. Regardless of whether he was lying or not, he would never be able to understand the truth with just a one-sided story. Within a day, Xiao Chun finished asking all the 20-odd supervisors. It was as Supervisor Zhao said. All the supervisors had minors who mysteriously disappeared. There were at most 5 or 6 and at least 1 or 2. After Xiao Chun thought for a long time, he went behind Mu Xinya and Ma Chen's back to find Supervisor Li and his group of miners. Hey, Little Lord Yi, why are you alone? Where are the other 2 little lords? As usual, when Supervisor Li saw Xiao Chun, he greeted him warmly. Xiao Chun nodded his head in acknowledgement. He said, Supervisor Li, did any of the miners under you mysteriously disappear recently? Supervisor Li thought for a while before replying, I have not heard of it. None of my people are missing. What's wrong? Did something happen to Little Lord? The instant Supervisor Li spoke, Xiao Chun carefully observed his expression. However, he did not discover anything. Xiao Chun said indifferently, Nothing much. I was just casually asking. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Chun walked to a corner and stopped. He turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and continued to observe. I don't believe that you can hide it so well. Supervisor, what did the caretaker ask earlier? A few miners ran over and asked. Supervisor Li waved his hand and said, Just do your work. Don't ask too much. After observing for a long time, Supervisor Li was still the same as before. He led the group of miners to mine seriously. His expression did not change at all. He did not show any strange expression because of Xiao Chen's question. Could it be that the person who met up with Mu Xinya was not Supervisor Li? Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and thought suspiciously. How could a normal person hide so deeply? Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head. He could not figure out what was going on. After Xiao Chun left, Supervisor Li tossed away the ore in his hand. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall as he watched Xiao Chun leave. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. When Xiao Chun arrived at the headquarters of this lair, he coincidentally met Yiwen. Xiao Chun quickly went forward and told Yi Wen everything that he found out today. After that, he also mentioned Supervisor Zhao's request. After Yi Wen heard it, he said indifferently, I got it. You can go back first. When Xiao Chun saw that Yi Wen did not seem to mind, he said worriedly, Marshal Uncle Yi, those people's 5-year term is almost up anyway. Reducing their pay and letting those miners go should not be a problem. Yi Wen seemed to be very busy and was already preparing to leave. When he heard what Xiao Chun said, he stopped and said, You are only looking at the problem from your point of view. There is nothing wrong with 50 miners leaving. After all, their term is almost up. However, have you thought about it? There are more than 2,000 miners in the tunnels. At this moment, they are already starting to feel uneasy. If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, have you thought about what would happen? If a large number of miners were to leave at this moment, it would definitely incite the other miners to panic. When that happened, it would be impossible to resolve the situation. Xiao Chun instantly thought of what would happen. Although this was logical, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. You can go. I know what you are talking about. I will deal with it in 2 days. Yi Wen consoled Xiao Chun when he saw him remain silent. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, Marshal Uncle Yi, don't go yet. I still have something to report. After thinking for a long time, although there was no evidence, Xiao Chun still decided to tell Yi Wen about Wuxia and Supervisor Li's strange behavior. After Yi Wen heard it, his expression did not change. He said, We are all from the same sect. If you do not have any evidence, don't make a report. Xiao Chun was unconvinced. Marshal Uncle Yi, Yi Wen interrupted him. There is no need for you to say anything else. Go back quickly. If you do not have any evidence and make such a report again, I will not be polite. That night, in a dead tunnel on the 8th layer of the tunnels, Supervisor Li said to Wuxia, The fellow who came down with you seems to have sensed something. He came to test me again today. Wuxia was not surprised. It's fine. He will not be able to find any evidence. Furthermore, he is not a busybody. Supervisor Li was still a little worried. Should we silence him? I am not ready yet. If this fellow spoils our plans, it will be troublesome. Wuxia shook her head. There is no need. We can make a move tomorrow. When Supervisor Li heard this, his expression changed. He said in astonishment, Make a move tomorrow? That is too rushed. The longer I refine that thing, the stronger it will be. It should be safer at the end of the month. Chapter 189. Wuxia said indifferently, In addition to the 2 mutated Corpse Kings from before and the newly discovered Corpse King, there are 3 Corpse Kings. Each Corpse King has the strength of a martial monarch. We should be able to succeed. According to the agreement, you have to increase my remuneration by half. I have lived here for 10 years, living a life that is neither human nor ghost. I have had enough. Supervisor Li revealed an expression of resentment as he spoke. Wuxia frowned slightly. My race has prepared this plan for over 100 years. What is your 10 years' worth of effort? At the last moment, you are going back on your word. You are too untrustworthy. Supervisor Li chuckled. Whatever you say, I will definitely eat you up. At most, we will just break up. A cold killing intent flashed in Wuxia's eyes. Her aura suddenly soared, as though she was going to make a move at any moment. Supervisor Li smiled faintly and welcomed her without fear. Finally, Wuxia compromised. She snorted coldly. As you wish. I will increase your medial grade spirit stones to 3,000. In another tunnel, Xiao Chun felt uneasy as he practiced his saber randomly. The night pearls lit up the tunnel like it was daytime. A strong wind blew and saber lights flickered. Occasionally, there would be explosive shouts coming from the air. Xiao Chun casually practiced a set of saber techniques. When his aura reached its peak, he shouted and swung the lunar shadow saber. The saber blade gave off a glow as it stabbed into the stone wall. Shwa! Shwa! Black rocks fell off the wall continuously. The entire blade of the lunar shadow saber, including the hilt, was completely embedded into the wall. It was clear how angry he was. He had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain this information. He had not thought of receiving any rewards. He only hoped that the other party would take note of it. Who knew that Yi Wen would accuse him of snitching? This made him very depressed. Xiao Chen took a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. It looks like there is no hope for Supervisor Zhao. I do not know how to face him tomorrow. Never mind. Things will eventually sort themselves out. Xiao Chen sighed to himself. I just have to guarantee that nothing big will happen before the end of the month. He's just a little girl and an ordinary miner. If I'm careful, I don't believe that he can cause any big waves. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Chen acted as usual, acting as though nothing had happened. He went out to patrol with Ma Chang and Mu Xinya. The morning passed just like that. It was so peaceful that there were no waves, which made people feel uncomfortable. Not to mention the dried corpses, even the spirit-swallowing worms that could be seen occasionally had disappeared without a trace. The mine was eerily quiet. Just when Xiao Chen thought he was imagining things, Ma Chang suddenly said, "What's going on today? I feel like something is wrong." Xiao Chen looked at him and said in surprise, "Do you have this feeling too? I thought I was the only one who felt that way." Ma Chang had completed many missions in this tunnel. His intuition should be trustworthy. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. During the patrol in the afternoon, Xiao Chen paid 120% of his attention. Aside from paying attention to his surroundings, he also placed most of his attention on Mu Xinya. If there were any accidents, it would definitely be related to Mu Xinya. When the time came, he just had to keep an eye on her. If anything happened, he would be able to salvage the situation. Xiao Chen came to a fork that he passed frequently. He ignored the two dead ends and headed for the left tunnel with the miner's lamp. "Little Lord Yi, is that you?" Xiao Chen had not gone far when he heard a weak voice coming from the dead-end tunnel behind him. He quickly stopped and looked towards one of the tunnels. He sent out his spiritual sense and saw the appearance of the person who spoke. Xiao Chen was startled. It was the supervisor who had been missing for close to half a month. "Who is inside?" Ma Chang asked cautiously. Xiao Chen replied, "It is the supervisor Wang that I mentioned to you previously. He has been missing for half a month already. I did not expect him to suddenly appear here." "Little Lord Yi, is that you?" That weak voice drifted over once again. It sounded like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. It caused one's scalp to go numb and felt very uncomfortable. Ma Chang had already drawn his saber. His entire body was tense and he was on high alert. He said to Xiao Chen, "Junior brother Yi, do you want to go over and take a look?" Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while, pretending to be thinking. In reality, he was using his spiritual sense to observe the supervisor. He discovered that aside from the fact that the supervisor's life force was very weak, there was nothing wrong with him. Even so, this person had been missing for close to half a month. Now that he suddenly appeared, it was hard to avoid feeling suspicious. He did not dare to be careless. "Let's go over and take a look. Just stay alert." Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and led Ma Chang towards the dead-end tunnel. When they got close, they discovered that Supervisor Wang was lying on the ground. He was leaning weakly against the wall, groaning weakly. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Chen relaxed his guard. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of water and handed it to this person. Supervisor Wang revealed an expression of joy as he stretched his hand out to receive the bottle. "Hu Qi, Kang Chong." However, Supervisor Wang had only extended his hand halfway. Before Xiao Chen felt anything was wrong, Ma Chang, who was beside him, hacked down with his saber. This saber tore through the air. It was very fast. There was no way to dodge. When the sharp blade struck Supervisor Wang's hand, something strange happened. Supervisor Wang's hand was not chopped off. Instead, it emitted a clanging sound that sounded like metal colliding with metal. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he quickly retreated far away. Supervisor Wang bounced up from the ground and quickly stood up. He completely tore off his disguise and a rotten smell came from his body. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the hard black skin underneath. "How did you discover that something was wrong?" Xiao Chen asked as he stood together with Ma Chang. Ma Chang quickly replied. His 5 fingers were completely black, They had lost the luster of a human. So that's how it is. Xiao Chun looked at Supervisor Wang in astonishment. He did not expect that, after not seeing him for half a month, Supervisor Wang had actually turned into a dried corpse. Ga, G, G, G. A strange laughter came from Supervisor Wang's mouth. He said clearly, I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Who knew that you would discover it in advance? Ma Cheng's complexion was somewhat pale as he said in a soft voice, something is wrong. Why does he still have his own thoughts? After he was infected with the corpse poison, he should have turned into a walking corpse. Xiao Chun frowned. He could not guess what was going on. It was not like it had never happened before for a living person to turn into a dried corpse. When an ordinary person was infected with the corpse poison, they would turn into a dried corpse. However, those were just walking corpses. They did not have much combat prowess. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge them. Supervisor Wang laughed strangely again. Do you think I am someone that those walking corpses can compare to? I am the corpse monarch, someone who uses corpses to prove my Tao. I am the monarch of the ancient corpses. Who? Supervisor Wang waved his hands in the air and a golden cloak appeared from nowhere. Then he tied it around his body. Then he took out a golden crown and wore it on his head. For a corpse that was as thin as firewood to be wearing such a set of clothing, it was incomparably strange. Who cares what you are? I will chop you to death with one strike. Mountain-splitting chop. Ma Cheng snorted coldly and leaped into the air. His figure flashed into the air. He had already practiced this mountain-splitting chop to great perfection. An indistinct image of a lonely mountain appeared above his head. It seemed like it had the force of 10,000 kilograms as it descended with a majestic aura. Supervisor Wang, or rather, the corpse sovereign. The corpse sovereign laughed coldly and pointed at the ground. The ground exploded with a bang, and a mummy burst out from the ground, leaping towards Ma Cheng. Chop! When Ma Cheng saw the corpse bearing its fangs and claws in the air, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Ma Cheng shouted and swung his saber, infused with the force of 10,000 kilograms, at the corpse. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the corpse in the air. A purple light flashed in his eyes and he saw the situation of the corpse clearly. Countless streams of black light flowed through the meridians of the corpse's body. In the dantian there was a black spiral of qi that spun like a gale. Xiao Chun was astonished. This corpse was clearly a ticking time bomb. The flowing black qi was the fuse. As long as it was broken, it would explode immediately. Furthermore, the might of this attack was not small. If Ma Cheng was caught off guard, he would definitely suffer. Blue Dragon Tail Whip, Xiao Chun shouted, and a boundless amount of essence flowed to his right foot. His right foot pushed off the ground, and the ground started to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a blue dragon image wrapped around Xiao Chen's body. It was as though he had turned into a dragon. The dragon tail whipped in the air, creating an intense ripple and space started to tremble. In the next instant, Xiao Chen's figure moved in an arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ma Cheng. The three flowing cloud images made the first move. The scabbard of the saber struck the corpse's body gently, creating an intense wave on the surface of the sea. The corpse was thrown towards the corpse monarch on the ground. This was the first time Xiao Chun used the high-level technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art. This was the true might of a heaven-ranked movement technique. After he used it, his speed instantly reached its peak. Not only did Ma Cheng not react, but the corpse monarch on the ground also did not react. Only when the corpse flew into the air did the corpse monarch on the ground react. A strange smile appeared on his skinny face as he flicked his finger. Boom! The corpse directly exploded in the air with a loud bang. It immediately shattered into pieces. The corpse turned into a black qi flow and spread out in all directions. When the energy condensed from Ma Cheng's mountain-splitting chop met with this qi flow, it was actually evenly matched. Ma Cheng somersaulted backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Traceless flowing water. Xiao Chun was in the air. He had a relaxed expression as he executed the three flowing cloud images. The scabbard of the saber streaked across in front of him. It carried a gentle energy like flowing water, sweeping away the black chi flow without a trace. When the black chi flow scattered, Xiao Chun and Ma Cheng stood together. They looked at the corpse monarch in front of them cautiously. Although it called itself a monarch, it did not have the strength of a martial monarch. It was equivalent to a human martial king. Even so, a martial king was not something the two of them could deal with. Furthermore, this corpse monster was extremely strange. It was much stronger than a regular martial king. Chapter 190. Since you are able to receive one move from me and not die, I will let you off. Ji. The corpse monarch laughed strangely. He waved his right hand and corpses poured out of the ground. When one looked carefully, these corpses were the missing miners. Someone had used a special method to refine these corpses. They were much stronger than regular corpses. The corpse monarch laughed strangely. Take your time. I still have things to do. Ji. The corpse monarch's body slowly merged into the ground and soon disappeared without a trace. However, the ground was still as flat as before. There were no cracks at all. Earth evasion technique? Seeing the method the corpse monarch used to escape, Xiao Chun immediately thought of the earth evasion technique recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as the earth evasion technique. However, there was no time for him to think about it. The surrounding corpses were already rushing over. The narrow tunnel was filled with hundreds of corpses. Pooh! Xiao Chun brandished the scabbard in his hand, making it airtight. His figure turned into flowing water, blocking all the corpses rushing at him. Occasionally, he would even help Ma Chun. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something. He turned to Ma Chun and asked, "Senior brother Ma, did you see junior sister Mu?" Ma Chun was stunned. Then, he asked in a strange tone, "That's right. Where did junior sister Mu go? When did she leave?" Damn it, Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. After guarding her for so long, in the end, she still managed to leave this place silently. Mu Xinya must have taken the opportunity to leave when the two of them were distracted by Supervisor Wang. Ma Cheng kicked one of the dried corpses away and dodged the attack of the other dried corpse. Then, he slashed his saber at the other dried corpse's body, creating a clanging sound. It sounded like metal clashing against metal. The dried corpse was pushed back but was unable to be split into two. "Junior brother Yi, what should we do? These corpses seem to be invulnerable. Furthermore, there are too many of them. I'm afraid we cannot think of a solution. The situation is not good," Ma Chun said anxiously. Xiao Chun muttered to himself in silence, carefully thinking of countermeasures. The speed and strength of these corpses were only that of an ordinary human martial grandmaster. If that was all, with Ma Cheng's cultivation, he would be able to easily kill his way out. In addition, Xiao Chun would definitely be able to wipe out this group of corpses. However, the most troublesome thing was that the skin of these dried corpses was as tough as steel. When the blade struck them, it could only leave a shallow mark. What was even more troublesome was that these dried corpses did not feel any pain at all. If you can't repel him, he will ignore the wounds on his body and continue to attack you. It's very troublesome. Xiao Chun could easily leave by himself. However, he did not want to expose too many of his trump cards in front of Ma Cheng. After all, he had not interacted much with Ma Cheng. It was better to be on guard. "Let's rush out, senior brother Ma. Don't hide anymore," Xiao Chun said calmly. He did not believe that Ma Cheng, who had completed so many missions in the tunnels and escaped unscathed, did not have any trump cards. There was only one reason why Ma Cheng did not want to use his trump cards. He wanted to preserve his strength and force Xiao Chun to make a move. Ma Cheng revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "I am really not hiding anything. It is just that I am not confident. I will need senior brother Yi to help me later. Otherwise, all my efforts will be wasted." Bang! 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 Xiao Chun held his saber in his left hand and punched 3 times with his right hand. He easily knocked back 3 corpses that pounced at him. His body had been tempered by the 7-leaf flower and cultivated bitterly. Even if he did not use his essence and just relied on the strength of his physical body, he would have more than 1,000 kilograms of force. When these corpses were struck by his punch, a slight crack appeared on their bronze-like skin. When they were knocked back, they knocked the corpses behind them to the ground. When Ma Cheng, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was astonished. He could not tell that an inferior-grade martial grandmaster like Xiao Chun actually had such strength. I wonder if Senior Brother Ma has any good moves to break out of this encirclement? If you need me to make a move, I will not hesitate to do so, Xiao Chun said. Ma Cheng split apart 2 corpses and said, I have a large area of effect martial technique. I think I can open a path. However, it takes a long time to activate. I will need Junior Brother Yi to protect me. That is not a problem, Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. It was like a blue dragon was swimming around Ma Cheng. He used the scabbard in his hand like a wooden stick. When the corpses that pounced over were struck by Xiao Chen, they would immediately fly back. With Xiao Chen's protection, no corpses could come within 10 meters of Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng took a deep breath and a light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and shouted. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his saber like flowing water. Flowing water breaking peak. There was the sound of gushing water in the tunnel. An otherworldly river gathered on Ma Cheng's saber. Ma Cheng's right wrist, which was holding the saber, trembled slightly. A visible wave spread out in all directions. The mountain-splitting saber technique was a very common saber technique in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, there were very few people who could practice the 9th move, flowing water-breaking peak. This Ma Cheng was indeed outstanding. Rumble! The corpses that were flying over from all directions were immediately blasted away. The river water swept away all the corpses that were in front of it as if they were dried twigs. It's not over yet. Condense. The saber in Ma Cheng's hand suddenly spun, and the scattered river water gathered back together. In an instant it shot out. All the corpses in a straight line were pierced through their chests. In the next instant, they fell apart and shattered into pieces. They could not be more dead than this. Flowing water breaking peak. So that's how it is. The flowing water is just the prelude. The final breaking peak is the true killing move, Xiao Chun thought to himself. The 2 of them took advantage of this opportunity and leaped out of the encirclement of the corpses. The space around them widened. The 2 of them executed their movement techniques and quickly shook off the corpses behind them. Let's go. Let's quickly inform Marshal Uncle Yi. Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun ran towards the headquarters of the 8th layer of the tunnel. However, before they got far, they discovered something inconceivable. All the miners they met along the way had turned into corpses. This made it difficult for the 2 of them to move forward. Every step forward was incomparably difficult. Fortunately, these corpses did not have as strong a physical body as the corpses from earlier. With the strength of the 2 of them, they could easily chop these corpses into pieces. Another corpse charged at Xiao Chun without any regard for its life. Xiao Chun punched at its face. The wind from the punch caused the corpse's hair to flutter, revealing a pale face. Xiao Chen's expression changed and he could not help but stop. How could it be him? This corpse was actually the supervisor who pleaded with Xiao Chun last night. In just one night, his premonition had come true. Including him, all the miners who had reached the end of their 5-year term at the end of the month had turned into corpses. Shua! In the instant that Xiao Chun was stunned, a saber light flew over and chopped the corpse in half. Ma Cheng said anxiously, "What are you thinking about? Be careful not to get poisoned by the corpse poison. Otherwise, you will turn into a corpse as well." Who? Xiao Chun sent out 2 palm winds and blew the black liquid from the corpse to the side. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but his heart felt like it had been stabbed by something. It was incomparably painful. "Let's go. Stop staring blankly," Ma Cheng quickly called out when he saw Xiao Chun standing there without moving. Xiao Chun grunted and did his best to calm his heart. He braced himself and followed behind Ma Cheng, rushing quickly to the headquarters. All the 2,000 miners in the tunnel had turned into corpses. The 2 of them did not hesitate to make a move. They rushed forward as though they were breaking dry weeds. Normally, it would only take 10 minutes. However, this time, it took them more than an hour to reach the headquarters. However, something unexpected happened. The 10-odd martial saints who usually guarded the headquarters had all disappeared. The place was empty. Not a single person could be seen. Piles upon piles of inferior-grade spirit stones filled the huge stone room. They shone brightly, almost blinding everyone's eyes. There was an indistinct barrier of light in front of the stone room. The two of them knew that this was a special barrier. Without proof, they would not be able to enter. Hence, they could only look at so many spirit stones. The two of them had not expected such an outcome after spending so much effort to rush over. After discussing for a while, they decided to find a place to rest first. They definitely could not go back. The place was already filled with corpses. The two of them were already tired of killing these corpses. They did not want to make another move. They took out the map and chose a rather desolate dead end. They were prepared to rest there before doing anything else. After rushing to the place indicated on the map, the two of them traveled a long distance before they relaxed. Ma-chan sat down on the ground and panted. I have been here for so long, but this is the first time I encountered such a thing. This time we might have really reached the end of the road. Xiao Chen's emotions had already slowly calmed down. He asked, Senior Brother Ma, you are very knowledgeable. Turning so many people into dried corpses is such a deranged action. Is there any way to do such a thing? Ma-chan thought for a while before saying, Aside from the already extinct running corpse sect in the Tianwu continent, I cannot think of any other reason. However, this running corpse sect has already disappeared for close to 1,000 years. The running corpse sect was an extremely evil sect. It rose up before the Tianwu dynasty. That was the most chaotic period of the human race and also the most glorious period of the running corpse sect. The running corpse sect was split into two factions. One faction focused on driving and controlling corpses. If they could obtain a strong corpse, their combat prowess would immediately increase greatly. This faction was the most criticized. For the sake of finding strong corpses, these people would often dig up the graves of people, opening coffins and digging up corpses. The corpses of ordinary people were not worthy of their attention. They only dug up the graves of the noble clans and large sections. These powers all had strong ancestors and were their first targets. Before the Tianwu dynasty, these people even dug up the corpse of a great emperor. The great emperor who had turned into a corpse was even more horrifying than when he was alive. No one in the continent could defeat him. However, in the end, they incurred the wrath of the public. The Tianwu emperor personally made a move and killed all the experts of this faction. From then on, this faction fell into decline. After the Tianwu dynasty, it completely disappeared from the world. Aside from this faction, there was another faction in the running corpse sect. This faction used corpses to prove their Tao. They used a special cultivation technique to refine themselves into corpses that were neither human nor ghost. Chapter 191. Compared to the other faction of the running corpse sect, they were much more low-profile and even stranger. For the sake of proving their Tao, some of them even slept underground for thousands of years. Back then, when the Tianwu emperor killed his way into the running corpse sect, he killed all the experts of this faction. However, some of the old monsters hiding underground managed to escape. Although this faction survived, their cultivation technique was too strange. No one was willing to learn the Tao of corpses. Hence, the running corpse sect completely disappeared. After Xiao Chan heard Ma-chan introduce the running corpse sect, he felt suspicious and asked, According to what you said, the corpses of the miners in the mine clearly do not have any combat prowess. Why did they turn them into corpses? Ma-chan smiled faintly and said, Naturally, they do not have any combat prowess. If the bodies are not strong enough, there would not be any qualitative changes after turning them into corpses. The truly strong ones should be the first batch of corpses that we met. Only after they were refined using a special method would they have combat prowess. As for those miners, it should have been done in passing. After all, it is not difficult for them. Xiao Chun revealed a furious expression. He clenched his left fist tightly and said, Are these people so inhumane? They do not even let off ordinary people who have no grudges with them? Ma Chen smiled and said, Humane? These things that are neither human nor ghost. How can they be humane? They are no longer humans. Otherwise, they would not have incited public anger in the first place. After thinking for a while, Ma Chen said, I wonder where Elder Yi and the others went. We are trapped here, unable to advance or retreat. If we do not get out, we might be trapped here until we die. The exit of the mine was a secret. It was impossible for these inner sect disciples who were here on a contribution mission to know about it. There were specialized people who used secret treasures to trap them before bringing them out. If anything happened to Yuan and the others, Xiao Chun and Ma Chun might not be able to get out of here. If they died here, their corpses might even be refined into corpses. Xiao Chun trembled at the thought of it. However, when he thought about it, he felt that nothing would happen to Yuan. Back then, when Xiao Chun told Yuan about Mu Xinya and Supervisor Li, Yuan's expression was very calm. He even warned Xiao Chun not to be nosy. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, Yuan was hinting to him that he already knew about this matter. He was warning him not to alert them. Bang! Xiao Chun ferociously punched the wall to the side. The force of the punch was more than 1,000 jin. When the punch landed on the wall, a hole the size of a bowl immediately appeared. Stone chips fell down. If Yuan had known about this long ago, the lives of these miners could have been spared. However, for the sake of his own plan, Yuan did not move these miners away to avoid alerting the enemy. When Xiao Chun thought about the miners, he felt that it was not worth it. That night, Supervisor Zhao knelt before him and begged him to help the miners whose contracts were due at the end of the month. At the end of the month, those people could have safely left this never-ending hell-like mine tunnel to meet their wives and children and reunite with their families. But now all of this was for naught. He thought that he had tried his best to take care of them and let them leave safely. But in the end, he had personally killed these miners who had turned into dried corpses. Yuan, you are too ruthless, Ma Chang said in astonishment. Junior Marshal Brother Yi? What are you trying to do? Don't think too hard. There will always be a way out. Elder Yi and the others will definitely deal with these dried corpses. At that time, there will naturally be a way out. Who? Before Ma Chang finished speaking, Xiao Chun suddenly made a move. He chopped at Ma Cheng's neck with his hand. Before Ma Cheng's astonished gaze, Xiao Chun knocked him out. Xiao Chun looked at the slowly collapsing Ma Cheng and said, I'm sorry. I have to find that person and ask him for an explanation. Senior Marshal Brother Ma, I can only wrong you for now. After Xiao Chun said that, he dug a shallow hole in the ground and slowly placed Ma Cheng's body in. Then he used the soft soil to bury Ma Cheng's body. With Ma Cheng's cultivation, breathing under such soft soil was not a problem. This way, those dried corpses would not be able to find him. While he was unconscious, he would be safe. After doing all this, Xiao Chun walked forward with a determined expression. Yuan was definitely in that place, in the cave that suppressed the Demon King. Xiao Chun had been there once before. He basically remembered the route. As long as he found the mechanism, he would be able to rush there. After walking for a while, a petite figure slowly walked out from the corner in front. In the pitch-black tunnel, he could not see her appearance clearly. However, Xiao Chun was very familiar with this person. After interacting with her for half a month, Xiao Chun could easily recognize her from her silhouette. Mu Xinya. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. Senior Marshal Brother Yi. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to speak any nonsense. He drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. When the saber left the scabbard, there was a resplendent electric light. The instant the electric light flickered, the pitch-black tunnel was incomparably bright. The expressions of the two of them froze under the electric light. Xiao Chen's expression was cold. There was no expression on his face. Mu Xinya's cute face revealed a faint trace of grief. Blue Dragon Cloud's Soaring Art. Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. Qingyun Peak's Secret Technique. Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chun executed the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. The Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. The instant the electric light disappeared, Xiao Chun left behind 9 afterimages in the air. His feet did not touch the ground. Every afterimage changed directions in the air. 9 cool breezes blew in the tunnel. In an instant, Xiao Chen executed 9 clear wind chops in a row. The saber was hidden in the wind. There was no killing chi. It was like a gentle lover whispering sweet nothings in the cool breeze. It was tender and sweet, like a spring breeze warming one's face. Shua! The 9 afterimages merged together. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood quietly behind Mu Xinya. His delicate and ordinary face was expressionless, filled with frost. Pu Qi! Blood spurted out of the 9 death acupoints on Mu Xinya's chest. Bai Hui, Qingming, Jiuwei, Juk, Xinkei, Qihai, Guanyuan, Zhongji, and Tsugu. She fell to the ground with a bang. If the 9 death acupoints on Mu Xinya's chest were struck by a saber at the same time, even if one was as strong as a martial saint, they would die immediately. There was no medicine that could cure them. No one could save them. Mu Xinya's complexion turned pale. She smiled bitterly. I thought that after working together for half a month, even if you wanted to kill me, you would let me finish speaking first. I did not expect senior brother Yi to be so heartless. Xiao Chen said in a cold voice. I did not expect that under your innocent appearance, there was such a cruel heart. I thought that even if you had some ulterior motive, you would not implicate so many innocent people. Xiao Chen knew that he was not a good person. However, he would not do such a heartless thing. However, this girl in front of him had subverted some of the bottom lines he held in his heart. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak and the survival of the fittest, there was already a lack of morals. People respected martial arts. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. From the first day he arrived in this world, the moment he was humiliated by the Shao clan, he had already thoroughly understood this principle. However, there were some things that no matter how the world changed, there was a bottom line that he had to hold on to. Killing the innocent for no reason was a bottom line that he had to hold on to. Mu Xinya had already crossed Xiao Chen's bottom line. She deserved to die. If Yiwen did not have a reasonable explanation, he would seek justice for those miners who had died. Pooh! Pooh! Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to leave, Mu Xinya's corpse started to move. Xiao Chen quickly stopped and looked over. A corpse transformation? Under Xiao Chen's suspicious gaze, Mu Xinya's skin looked like it had been sliced open with a knife. It split open with a schwa sound. A human figure slowly came out of the skin. She was completely naked. She was not wearing any clothes. Her silver hair flowed behind her. In the dark tunnel, the silver hair gave off a faint glow, making the girl in front of him look like a fairy. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible in the dark night. It was extremely alluring. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the darkness. However, he did not pay attention to the part that would make people vomit blood. Instead, he stared at the person's ears. It was a pair of pointed ears, like the fairy in the movies. They were extremely beautiful. However, there were no fairies in this world. This pair of ears were obviously not human. It was clear who this girl was. She was a demonic woman, a fiend race woman. Mu Xinya waved her hand and a long white robe appeared on her body. She quickly put it on in front of Xiao Chen, covering up all her body parts. Mu Xinya looked at Xiao Chen and said, Senior brother Yi, it is not convenient for me to tell you the reason for this. The entire spirit mine is in chaos now. Stay here and don't move. After I settle this, I will bring you out. I said it before. I will do my best to find an opportunity to save you and return the favor. Who? After Mu Xinya spoke, her figure flashed and turned into a silver bolt of lightning. She quickly disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Her speed was actually faster than Xiao Chen's small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen was stunned for a while. In the instant he was stunned, Mu Xinya's figure had already disappeared. Chase! Xiao Chen followed the path that Mu Xinya had taken and chased after her. He discovered that the path that Mu Xinya took was to the place where the Fiend King was being suppressed. It was the same route that Xiao Chen remembered. All the traps along the way were activated. Xiao Chen followed without any obstructions. After a while, he finally arrived at the huge underground cave. Chi, 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 chi. Before Xiao Chun got close, he could hear the sounds of intense fighting. The sounds of killing shook the sky and angry roars resounded. Xiao Chun hid himself and extended out his spiritual sense. He carefully observed the situation in the cave. Within the cave, the underground river acted as a boundary. The divine saber camp's bladesmen who were suppressing the Fiend King all stood there with their sabers in their hands, not making a move. On the other side of the river was a large army of corpses. They were all the corpses that had been refined using a special method. A rough count gave at least 1,000 corpses. Furthermore, new corpses continued to pour out from the underground. They filled up the huge underground cave. With one glance, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. A large group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion martial saints were guarding the river, engaging in an intense battle with the corpses that wanted to cross. The scene of the intense battle far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The clear river water was already dyed red. The strength of these corpses also surpassed Xiao Chen's original estimation. Even a martial saint expert would not be able to kill these specially refined corpses in one strike. Chapter 192. There were only 200 martial saints in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was far less than the number of corpses. They were in a very passive position. They were having a hard time defending. However, the main forces of both sides had not made a move yet. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen stood in front of the Fiend Sealing Stone. They withdrew their killing chi and held their sabers tightly. They had no intention of making a move. Xiao Chun looked for a long time, but he did not discover any martial monarch experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were only 10 martial king elders standing in the distance, expressionlessly observing the situation on the battlefield. Among this group of martial kings, Xiao Chun found Yiwen. Yiwen was the same as before. His expression did not reveal what he was thinking. He was very calm, as though everything was under his control. On the side of the running corpse sect, there were no strong corpses. There were only 3 huge corpses standing in the middle of the battlefield. These 3 corpses were 5 meters tall. They had dark skin and a thick black chi flowed out of their bodies. The corpses roared continuously. Xiao Chun only took a glance from afar and felt a huge pressure. It made him feel fear. Are these 3 corpse kings? Xiao Chun thought in horror. For a corpse to become a corpse king, it had to be at least a martial monarch when it was alive. After it died and was refined into a corpse, it had to retain the martial techniques and combat experience it had when it was alive. Under the special control of the running corpse sect, it was much stronger than a regular martial monarch. This was because they had an undying body. They did not fear pain. They had muscles of copper and bones of steel, impenetrable by weapons, impervious to fire and water. Beside the 3 corpse kings, there were hundreds of 2-meter-tall corpses. They were covered in black chi and were tall and sturdy. Their aura was different from the other corpses. These should be the mutated corpses that were second only to the corpse kings. In terms of strength, they would be able to hold their own against a martial king. Behind the corpse kings, there were 10 people dressed in black. They stood quietly in the shadows of the corpse kings. Xiao Chun discovered Supervisor Li among them. Further back, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense discovered more than 10 corpse monarchs standing there, not making a move. These were the successors of the running corpse sect, who cultivated the Tao of corpses. They had turned themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost. Compared to regular corpses, they had the thoughts of a normal person. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Regular martial kings would not be a match for them. Xiao Chun was suspicious. With such a strong lineup of the running corpse sect, why are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people so calm? There are only 10 martial kings. Although the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen had a horrifying baleful aura, they were only peak martial saints and medial-grade martial saints. No matter how experienced they would not be a match for the corpse king. The battle in the river was leaning more and more towards the running corpse sect's side. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's martial saints' formation slowly crumbled. Many of the corpses rushed to the other side. However, before these corpses could get far, A few powerful forces flew over and smashed them into pieces. Their skin, which was harder than metal, was as soft as tofu in front of this force. Xiao Chun took a closer look and discovered that the energy came from the martial kings. The strength of a martial king was indeed different from that of a martial saint. With just one strike, Xiao Chun could easily shatter these mysteriously refined corpses. After King Wu made his move, the situation that was already leaning towards the running corpse sect slowly became balanced again. Who? Suddenly, a silver figure flew over from the sky. That person's silver hair was extremely dazzling. His agile body landed firmly beside the three corpse kings. Supervisor Li frowned and walked forward. Princess Mu, why are you only here now? Mu Xingya looked at the situation and said indifferently, I am dealing with some private matters. There is no need to worry about it. What is the situation now? Supervisor Li said, for some reason, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Supreme Elder has not come out yet. I am unable to grasp the situation, so I did not attack. Mu Xingya thought for a while before saying, there is no need to worry about it. Let's just attack. Once the demonic ancestor comes out, no matter how many Supreme Elders the Heavenly Saber Pavilion sends, it will be pointless. Supervisor Li asked, are you confident? If you fail, then the 100 years of hard work of the Running Corpse sect will all be for naught. Mu Xingya took out a black arrow flickering with light. She said, this is my race's ancient forbidden weapon. It has been passed down since the ancient era. Furthermore, it has been refined by our descendants for thousands of years. As long as I can enter the 9 subduing saber demon formation, I am confident of shattering the fiend sealing stone. At that time, all the realms in the spirit mine will be destroyed. The spirit stones inside will be ownerless. There is a large number of spirit stones in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It will be sufficient for you to revive the Running Corpse sect. After Supervisor Li heard this, he thought for a while and discussed with the people behind him. Finally, he made up his mind and said, attack! The 10 black-clothed men controlling the corpses kept changing their hand gestures. The corpses on the ground all flew up with a bang and flew over. Within the cave, there was a ka-ka-ka sound coming from the walls in all directions. It was like a flower was blooming. Corpses jumped out one by one. These corpses seemed to have gone berserk. Their strength increased significantly in an instant. The situation tilted in the Running Corpse sect's favor. Before the remaining 100 martial saints in the river could retreat, they were torn to shreds by these corpses. The 10 martial kings of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion exchanged glances. They executed their movement techniques and quickly rushed to the back of the cave, allowing the berserk corpses to charge at them. Kill! Just at this moment, the 100 bladesmen of the Divine Saber Camp finally made their move. They shouted at the same time, their voices shaking the ground. The entire cave trembled slightly. A surging killing chi was released without holding anything back. It linked together and formed a vast sea. A formless, baleful aura enveloped the entire cave. The baleful aura penetrated into the bones. Even though these were corpses that had died long ago, the instinct that came from their flesh and blood caused them to tremble continuously. Bang! 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 The sabers were drawn. The sound of hundreds of sabers being drawn resounded throughout the cave. The sabers were 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. There was a scarlet glow on the body of the saber. With one look, one could tell that this was not an ordinary saber. This saber was called the bloodsucker saber. When the saber was inserted into a living person's body, with a special cultivation technique, it could instantly suck the blood of a living person dry. There was once a powerhouse of the Divine Saber Camp who sucked his opponent dry with one saber strike. The forging method of the saber had been lost long ago. There were only 1,000 of them left in the Divine Saber Camp. Those who were not disciples of the Divine Saber Camp, even core disciples, could not obtain this saber. After the 100 bladesmen of the Divine Saber Camp made their move, the situation immediately turned around. Those refined corpses that even martial saints found hard to deal with were refined corpses. In front of the Divine Saber Camp disciples, they only used one saber strike to suck the corpses dry. After the corpses died, They turned into strands of black resentment and flew into the saber. The more corpses they killed, the more horrifying the resentment absorbed by the bloodsucker saber became. These divine saber camp disciples were like demons from hell. Their expressions were extremely malevolent. They looked very ferocious, even more horrifying than the corpses. The more resentment there was, the denser the baleful aura on their bodies. The speed and strength of their sabers increased explosively. Using killing to prove the Tao, Shao Chun thought to himself in astonishment. No wonder when he first saw the divine saber camp disciples, he had a horrifying killing intent in his heart. He did not expect the heavenly saber pavilion to have such an evil cultivation technique. Using killing to prove the Tao, using the joy of killing to comprehend one's own martial Tao. All martial techniques had killing as their first goal. This kind of cultivation technique was even more horrifying than using corpses to prove the Tao. Every cultivator who used killing to prove the Tao would have to kill at least 1,000 cultivators in their lifetime. Furthermore, the people they killed could not be of a lower cultivation. Otherwise, it would not be of any help to their cultivation. They could collect the resentment of their enemies after they died and use it to raise their own cultivation. It was very horrifying. A cultivator who used killing to prove the Tao would be able to hold his own against an opponent one realm higher than him. If the opponent was careless, he could even kill them easily. The most important thing was that these people were not afraid of death. The closer they were to the edge of life and death, the more excited they would be. Their strength would even increase exponentially. There were only 100 divine saber camp bladesmen, but they were able to defend the 9 subduing saber demonic formation like an iron bucket. It was airtight and watertight. Any corpses that got close were instantly killed. Under the control of the black-clothed men, the corpses continued to charge forward. In an instant, the sounds of killing shook the sky. They were like thunder. The entire underground cave was like hell on earth. It was a tragic sight. Blood flowed like a river. Not long after, the divine saber camp's bladesmen killed more than 1,000 of the most ordinary refined corpses. However, the divine saber camp had 0 casualties. A boundless black resentment lingered on the bloodsucker saber. If one looked closely, there were countless aggrieved spirits crying out in pain within the resentment. The divine saber camp's people were not fatigued. Instead, under the stimulation of the resentment, they became even stronger. Supervisor Li was astonished. Although he knew that the divine saber camp was very strong, he did not expect them to be so horrifying. Killing these refined corpses was as easy as chopping vegetables. Mu Xinya said indifferently, "Don't be frightened. They are only using a special secret technique to increase their strength. These corpses without any intelligence cannot harm them. Conserve your strength and use the mutated corpses." Supervisor Li nodded and waved his hand. The 100 or so mutated corpses surrounded by black corpse chi all jumped over with a sound. The mutated corpses already had a basic level of intelligence. Most of the combat instincts they had when they were alive had been preserved. With just one command, they would automatically attack. Furthermore, he was very strong. When he was alive, he was at least a martial king. After he received the order, he moved like an arrow and instantly flew across the 100-meter-wide underground river, arriving in front of the divine saber camp's bladesmen. Kill! The number of mutated corpses was equal to the number of divine saber camp's bladesmen. The moment both sides came into contact, they immediately started fighting. The mutated corpses were much stronger than the corpses refined from the corpses of ordinary miners. Even the strong divine saber camp's bladesmen could not kill them instantly. The bloodsucker saber in their hands chopped at the mutated corpses, giving off a metallic sound. There were no wounds on the mutated corpses. They gave off a strange laughter and used all sorts of martial techniques they knew when they were alive. Chapter 193. Relying on the strength of their physical bodies, these mutated corpses held a significant advantage over the divine saber camp's bladesmen. As time went by, this advantage slowly grew. Solitary eagle claw. The right hand of a corpse suddenly enlarged. Its 5 black fingers were as sharp as a beast's claw. There was a sonic boom in the air as it stabbed into the body of a divine saber camp's bladesman. That divine saber camp's bladesman revealed an expression of pain. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as the bloodsucker saber chopped at the neck of this mutated corpse. The skinny corpse revealed a strange smile. It ignored the bloodsucker saber on its body and used its right claw to pull out the heart of the divine saber camp's bladesman. Pu Ci. The bloodsucker saber lit up with a scarlet glow. This final strike sucked out all the bones and flesh from the mutated corpse. Similar scenes were happening in other places. Occasionally, there would be divine saber camp's bladesmen being killed. However, the instant they died, these divine saber camp's bladesmen would kill a mutated corpse with their final strike. The battle was very miserable. It was a scene of mutual destruction. It was very bloody and unbearable to watch. On the other side of the river, Mu Xinya looked at the scene opposite her. She fiddled with the arrow in her hand and said in a deep voice, "They are going to make their move. Cover me." When the two corpse monarchs heard this, they walked out and quickly followed Mu Xinya. The divine saber camp's bladesmen in front wanted to block Mu Xinya's footsteps. Before they could get close, they were slapped away by the two corpse monarchs. The wind from their palms contained a huge force. With a schwa sound, they sent the divine saber camp's bladesmen flying. The 10 martial kings of the heavenly saber pavilion watched the situation from afar. They watched as Mu Xinya led the two corpse monarchs towards the 9 concealed saber demon formation, step by step. Mu Xinya had a bad premonition. Why does it feel easier than I imagined? The defenses of the heavenly saber pavilion should not be so weak. Whatever, as long as the fiend ancestor comes out, with the sage energy of the fiend ancestor, no one in the heavenly saber pavilion would be able to block him. At that time, all schemes would be useless in front of absolute strength. Go demon-slaying arrow. The so-called forbidden artifacts mostly referred to artifacts that could only be used once or twice or thrice. They were refined by artifact refiners in ancient times, and because of the limited number of times they could be used, most of them possessed peerless power that could shake heaven and earth. Under Mu Xinya's control, the black arrow gave off a dazzling black light. A destructive aura came from the arrow. A gust of wind appeared around Mu Xinya. A strong wind came from Mu Xinya's surroundings and spread out in all directions, except for the two corpse monarchs. The mutated corpses and the divine saber camp's bladesmen were instantly blown away by the strong wind. Within 100 meters, there was a huge empty space. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow tearing through the air could be heard. A ray of light flashed by and the arrow collided with the suppressing demon stone, causing a huge explosion. The huge stone shattered into countless pieces. Rumble! The instant the demon-suppressing stone shattered, the entire cavern began to shake. Even Xiao Chun, who was standing far away, began to sway left and right because of the sudden shaking. Roar! There was a loud roar coming from below the demon-suppressing stone. It sounded like it came from ancient times. Suddenly, a huge beast claw stretched out and smashed the ground violently. This attack did not differentiate friend from foe. The divine saber camp's bladesmen and corpses that could not dodge in time were smashed into mush. Bang! The ground shook again. Another huge beast claw smashed out. Another large number of mutated corpses and divine saber camp's bladesmen were smashed to death. When the 10 heavenly saber pavilion martial kings, hidden in the depths of the cavern, saw the fiend king coming out, their expressions started to change. Yuan said, "The fiend king is coming out. It is time to inform the 7 peak masters and supreme elders." The other 9 people nodded and waved their sleeves. A jade strip shot out from each of their hands. The jade strips gave off a faint spiritual light and formed a strange formation in the air. Mysterious talisman scripts floated out from the jade strips and turned into motes of starlight. It was incomparably resplendent. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense did not notice this. Instead, he was looking at the demon-suppressing stone in astonishment. The peerless Fiend King slowly walked out. At this moment, the Fiend King's figure was completely revealed. It was a 50-meter-tall huge wolf. Its white fur was very dazzling in the dark tunnel. It had 2 huge fangs that flickered with a cold light. Its scarlet eyes flickered with a faint red light. The aura of the peerless Fiend King spread out. The surrounding divine saber camp's bladesmen and the corpses that had been dead for a long time all trembled. They could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. It was like there was a huge pressure on their shoulders. They could not breathe or get up. Ah! The Fiend King roared angrily. There was an unending string of explosions in the air. It was deafening, causing one's scalp to go numb. The Fiend King grabbed the soul chains and with a pew sound, the 9 soul holy weapons stuck in the ground shook non-stop. Finally, they could not withstand the Fiend King's horrifying strength and were all pulled up and tossed far away. Hu-chi! A huge claw grabbed a divine saber camp bladesman like it was grabbing a mouse. That bladesman struggled violently in the Fiend King's grasp, but he did not fear anything. Pu-ci! The huge claw clenched ferociously and crushed the divine saber camp bladesman's bones. He bled from his 7 orifices and died. The Fiend King tossed the divine saber camp bladesman's corpse into the air. When it fell, it tore it in half, causing a large amount of blood to fall. The huge wolf opened its mouth and blood poured into it like a fountain. Bang! It punched the wall and the entire cave started shaking violently again. Rocks fell continuously from above, shaking the cave. This was the strength of the peerless Fiend King. Just a casual wave of its hand could cause the ground to shake. When the group of black-clothed men from the running corpse sect in the distance saw the boundless might of the Fiend King, they revealed an excited expression. It has been more than 100 years. I finally see hope. Who in the heavenly saber pavilion can block such a strong force? My running corpse sect is destined to rise in this era. Mu Xinya's petite body knelt respectfully on the ground. She said in a deep voice, "The heavenly wolf race's 180th successor of the Wang clan greets the sage ancestor. It has been 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. This king is finally out. Ha 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 ha. I want to wash the heavenly saber pavilion in blood, to take revenge for being trapped here for 1,000 years." The peerless Fiend King laughed maniacally. After a while, he stopped. He looked at Mu Xinya on the ground and said, "Rise, my descendant. I can feel the pure heavenly wolf bloodline in your body. I will bestow upon you supreme glory." Mu Xinya stood up and said, "It is Mu Xinya's glory to be able to rescue the sage ancestor. Now, the heavenly wolf race is in a dangerous situation in the ancient desolate land. Wind and rain are everywhere. Sage ancestor, please consider the bigger picture and leave this place quickly." The Fiend King muttered, "There is no problem. I have already recovered 1/5 of my strength. If I want to leave the heavenly saber pavilion, no one will be able to stop me. When I take away the spirit vein's origin and advance to Fiend Emperor, the entire world will submit to the feet of the heavenly wolf race. 1/5 of my strength is already so strong. If I recover all my strength, how strong would I be?" Xiao Chen thought in horror. Who? A figure quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. When he felt the wind, Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly retreated. However, just as Xiao Chen stabilized himself, a skinny claw suddenly came out of the ground and grabbed hold of his right foot. The skinny claw pulled gently and an irresistible force was transmitted. Xiao Chen's body was like a sandbag as he crashed into the wall. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. "I did not expect an ant-like person like you to be able to dodge the attacks of hundreds of refined corpses." After struggling to stand up, Xiao Chen clearly saw the appearance of this person. He discovered it was the corpse monarch that knew the earth evasion technique. He wore golden robes and had a dazzling golden crown on his head. The strength of the corpse monarch was unfathomable. It was at least a martial king. Compared to Xiao Chen, who was an inferior grade martial grandmaster, it was a realm higher. Xiao Chen would not even have a chance to escape. Boom! As Xiao Chen was thinking, the corpse monarch's hard black fist was already flying over. It was a straightforward punch without any fancy moves. It carried a huge force as it smashed towards Xiao Chen's face. This was the corpse monarch relying on his speed and strength. It was an ordinary punch, not a martial technique. However, when the corpse monarch executed it, it was very imposing. The wind whistled. Before Xiao Chen could think, the black fist was already in front of him. Relying on his instincts, Xiao Chun clenched his right fist and punched out. Bang! The fists collided. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. The huge force created a spiral ripple in the air. It did not dissipate for a long time. The other party's strength was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chun was sent flying like a sandbag by this punch, crashing into the wall behind him again. The force from the corpse's fist jolted Xiao Chen's internal organs, causing them to churn. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He had sustained significant internal injuries. This was the first time Xiao Chun was at a disadvantage in a competition of physical strength. Xiao Chun had cultivated his physical body for more than 10 years when he was young. Then, he tempered it with the 7 leaf flowers. His entire body could be said to have been reborn. The force of a punch could reach more than 1,500 kilograms of force. It could easily shatter rocks. However, that corpse monarch specialized in cultivating his physical body. His entire body had already turned into a corpse. After cultivating for more than 100 years, a casual punch of his could reach 5,000 kilograms of force. 5,000 kilograms of force versus 1,500 kilograms of force. It went without saying who was stronger. The corpse monarch looked at Xiao Chun, who was struggling to stand up again. There was a surprised expression in his eyes. His punch looked casual, but the force contained within it was enough to cripple a martial saint's right hand. Even a martial saint would be able to cripple his right hand easily. His opponent was only a martial grand master. This punch should have shattered his heart and lungs. Who? The corpse monarch's figure flashed and his skinny claws grabbed Xiao Chen's neck. He easily lifted him up and placed his other hand on Xiao Chen's chest. Chapter 194. G. Interesting, there are actually cultivators who specialize in tempering the physical body. Such a good physical body is sufficient to refine a golden ancient corpse. After I hand you over to my senior brother, he will refine you into an undefeatable corpse. At that time, being undefeatable will be your glory. Seeing that the corpse monarch wanted to refine him into a corpse, Xiao Chun was startled. However, his throat was being grabbed by the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch was like a clamp. No matter how Xiao Chun struggled, he did not fear it. He could not bring out the essence in his body. All his techniques were crippled. There was nothing he could do. The corpse monarch smiled coldly and punched Xiao Chen's dantian with his left hand. After that, he retracted his hand and tapped a few times. Strands of black qi leaked out and slowly entered Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chun felt a black qi appear in his dantian. It turned into a horrifying cage, imprisoning his martial spirit. All the essence in his body disappeared. Xiao Chun was horrified to discover that he had lost his connection with the blue dragon martial spirit. He could not feel the abundant essence in his body at all. He was no different from an ordinary person. Don't think about it anymore. This Corpse King imprint of mine can be used for both offense and defense. It is more than enough to deal with an inferior grade martial grandmaster like you. With just a thought, I can make you explode and die. After the corpse monarch spoke, he carried Xiao Chen's body back into the cave. Then he tossed Xiao Chen's body to Supervisor Li. Supervisor Li received Xiao Chen's body suspiciously. After he saw his appearance, he smiled and said, "So, it is little Lord Yi. Why are you in such a sorry state?" Xiao Chun remained expressionless and remained silent. He focused his spiritual sense on his dantian and carefully observed the Corpse King imprint, trying to find a way to break it. A black cage stopped in that empty space. Strands of black qi spread out from it. A charred corpse sat cross-legged on top of the cage. One could vaguely see a surging river in the cage. The small blue dragon kept bombarding the black cage. Before Xiao Chen's soul sense could get close, the Corpse King sitting on top of the cage suddenly opened its eyes. A bright light swept over and destroyed most of the soul sense that Xiao Chen's soul sense had sent over. Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness could actually be extinguished. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This Corpse King seal was really incredible. Senior Brother Li, take a look at this kid's body. It might even be possible to refine him into a golden ancient corpse. When Supervisor Li heard this, he revealed an astonished expression. He quickly checked Xiao Chen's body. After a while, he revealed an expression of joy, but it quickly dimmed. This is not an innate divine body. It was tempered in the later stages. It is still not good enough to refine an ancient golden corpse. I will keep it for now. After I water it with the lunar water, it should not be a problem to refine it into an ancient bronze corpse. Rumble! As these people spoke, a few beams of divine light descended from the 9 hidden saber demon formation on the other side of the river. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the peak masters of the other 6 peaks of the heavenly saber pavilion had all arrived. Behind the 6 of them, there were 6 old men standing quietly. Xiao Chun saw Shin Manjun among them. These 10 people were the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion. They were all martial monarchs. When the Fiend King saw the crowd, he revealed a mocking expression. It has only been 1,000 years, and the heavenly saber pavilion has fallen to such a level. They do not even have a sage. Watch how I flatten the heavenly saber pavilion today. Person walked out from the crowd. It was the strongest peak master of the heavenly saber pavilion, the Tianyue Peak's peak master, Lung Tianjing. He looked at the 50-meter-tall Fiend King and smiled faintly. You can still smile even at death's door. We have been waiting for this day for more than 100 years. Do you think that, without our permission, the Fiend's sealing stone would be broken so easily by this girl? Mu Xinya's expression changed slightly. Could I have fallen for a trap? If that was the case, I would have become a sinner of the clan. Hu Qi. There was a flash of light on the heavenly Wolf King's body. All the bones in his body gave off a Pai Li Pala sound. With a xiao sound, he turned into a 2-meter-tall stout man. His silver hair casually flowed behind him, and his muscles bulged. It was an explosive sight to behold. He looked at the crowd and smiled. No matter what plan you have, it is useless in the face of absolute power. Die! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Tianjing and the Celestial Wolf King's fists collided. A powerful shockwave caused the space around them to shatter, forming a black crack. The crack extended continuously, like a black tentacle. The surrounding divine saber camp's bladesmen and corpses that did not dodge in time were instantly devoured by the spatial crack. Rise! A gentle but strong energy wrapped around Mu Xinya and easily flung her to the other side of the underground river. Lung Tianjing's body somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Form the 9 saber demon punishing formation and kill this fiend. Snatch the fiend core and aid us in advancing to martial sage." The 9 soul holy weapons on the ground shattered. The remaining 3 people held onto the soul chains and sealed the surrounding space. A small world materialized in that space. The crowd could only see the blurry chains encircling the space. 9 saber demon punishing formation. Kill. Within the space sealed by the soul chains, the sounds of killing filled the air. Light flickered and 9 indistinct figures could be seen, each holding a soul holy weapon. He kept changing his position, conjuring the various formations of the 9 saber demon punishing formation, trapping the heavenly Wolf King inside. Furious roars rang out from within the formation. It was clear that the heavenly Wolf King was completely suppressed in this formation. He was at a disadvantage. Mu Xinya got up and walked anxiously to Supervisor Li. Sect Head Li, I will increase the reward I promised you by half. Quickly go and help. Otherwise, there will be nothing left. The 9 saber demon punishing formation, the 9 saber demon subduing formation, and the 9 saber heavenly exterminating formation were the 3 great formations of the heavenly saber pavilion. They were executed by 9 people at the same time. The demon subduing formation was specially used to suppress enemies. Together with the fiend suppressing stone, it could even suppress someone as strong as a martial emperor. As long as the fiend suppressing stone was not destroyed, the people imprisoned in it would never be able to leave. The 9 saber demon punishing formation was specially used to kill enemies. Together with the formation, it could combine the strength of 9 people, allowing them to kill enemies 2 cultivation realms above them. The final 9 saber heavenly exterminating formation was the strongest of the 3 great formations. However, it required 9 martial sages to execute it at the same time. Legend had it that after the 9-saber formation was executed, it could destroy the heavens and the earth, kill gods, and exterminate demons. However, the requirements of the formation were too high for the cultivator. In the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, there had never been a time when 9 martial sages appeared at the same time. Hence, this formation had never appeared. Whether this 9-saber heavenly exterminating formation existed or not, there had always been many different opinions. No one dared to say for sure. Supervisor Li had also heard of the might of the 9-saber demon punishing formation. When he saw that the situation was dire, he did not dare to be careless. Senior brothers, whether our running corpse sect can regain its glory or not will depend on today's battle. If we win, we live. If we lose, we die. After Supervisor Li spoke, he led the black-clothed man to control 3 5-meter-tall corpse kings and another 10 corpse monarchs. They quickly crossed the river. They wanted to destroy the 9-saber demon punishing formation from the outside. In the depths of the cave in the distance, the thing that Yi Wan and the 10 Heavenly Saber Pavilion Martial Kings summoned with the jade strip finally appeared. It was an ordinary wooden box. It was 1 meter long and 2 centimeters wide. Its black exterior made it look very plain. The words, like the Emperor descending personally, were written on the front of the wooden box in bold calligraphy. Yi Wan grabbed the wooden box and took the lead. He led the 10 martial kings over the 9-saber demon punishing formation and blocked Supervisor Li and the others. Supervisor Li smiled coldly and said, "You want to block us with just 10 martial kings?" Supervisor Li did indeed have such confidence. The 3 corpse kings had the strength of a martial monarch. Furthermore, there were 10 corpse monarchs who cultivated the Tao of corpses. Even if there were 10 peak martial kings, they would not be sufficient in front of him. Yi Wan smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The wooden box landed heavily on the ground. He looked at the crowd in a carefree manner. He did not care about Supervisor Li and the others at all. Supervisor Li looked at the words, like the Emperor descending personally, on the wooden box. He was stunned for a while before he laughed loudly. "It is just a wooden token. Do you really think that just because it says like the Emperor descending personally, you are a martial emperor? Even if a martial emperor came personally, I would refine him into a corpse. A bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. They are boasting shamelessly." Yi Wan revealed a mocking expression. Then, he read softly, like, the Emperor, descending personally. Every time he read a word appeared on the wooden box. It gave off a resplendent and dazzling golden light. His aura rose continuously. After he finished reading the 4 words, the golden light covered Yi Wan's entire body. Every strand of his hair and every inch of his body turned into a pure golden light. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world. His aura rose to the peak. It was like a real martial emperor had descended. Kill! A golden figure of light flew out from the wooden box. It was holding a saber in its hand. In that instant, the light was resplendent and dazzling. The entire underground cave was filled with the golden light. It was so piercing that people could not open their eyes. They felt an incomparable pain. As the light flashed past, the 3 corpse monarchs were split in half. Their black blood splattered across the sky. Mu Xinya's exquisite face revealed a pained expression when she saw that resplendent golden light. She muttered, "It's over. That is a divine weapon. The hope of the heavenly wolf race for hundreds of years is gone." Just like that. Divine weapon. Xiao Chun was shocked. This was not the first time he saw this wooden box. Back when he was in the shop outside Saber City and in front of Qingyun Peak, he had seen the same wooden box. In the entire world, there were only 10 divine weapons. However, no one knew where these 10 divine weapons were. Whether the divine weapon was a saber, a spear, a sword, a halberd, or a broadaxe, most people could not tell for sure. However, the strength of a divine weapon was undeniable. It could split mountains, overturn rivers and seas, destroy space, and chop apart the heavens and the earth. None of these were sufficient to describe the might of a divine weapon. Back then, The Thunder King traveled the world in search of all sorts of natural treasures. However, he only managed to forge the substandard divine weapon, the Thunder